Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Fairy King power and became Harlequin? Part 1. This story is My Hero Academia, Fairy King by Gween69. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and use the hype feature as it helps to reach more bnha fans. Now let's get to the story. The day Izuku Midoriya turned 4, the world expected one of two things. A quirk, or disappointment. In the waiting room of the clinic, children laughed as they showed off tiny flames, stretchy fingers, and floating toys. Parents celebrated. Izuku simply held his mother's hand. "Mom, yes, sweetheart, what if I don't get one?" Inko smiled warmly, kneeling to his height. "Then you're still my amazing little boy." Izuku beamed. "Okay." It happened before the doctor ever called his name. A soft green light shimmered around Izuku's shoulders. His tiny body suddenly became lighter, so light that his shoes slowly left the floor. Mom." Inko blinked. Izuku." The little boy was floating. Not wildly, not uncontrollably, just floating. "I'm flying." His emerald eyes sparkled. "I'm flying." Then, pop, two tiny wings sprouted from his back. They were adorable. Each wing was barely larger than his little hands, covered in soft emerald feathers that glowed faintly in the clinic's fluorescent lights. Everyone froze. "Wings? Those aren't bird wings. They're fairy wings." Izuku looked over his shoulder. "Pretty," he giggled. "I have wings." He flapped them enthusiastically. Nothing happened. Instead, he spun upside down in midair. Wah! Thud! Ow! The doctor stared. "Mrs. Midoriya, I think we should begin the examination immediately." Inside the testing room, the doctor performed the usual scans. Bone structure, heart rate, brain activity, everything seemed normal. Until, what is that? One monitor suddenly displayed an enormous concentration of biological energy inside Izuku's body. It wasn't explosive like Bakugo's future quirk, nor electrical, nor thermal. It resembled life itself. Extraordinary. The doctor adjusted his glasses. "Izuku. Why, yes. Could you hold out your hand?" Izuku obeyed. "Like this." The moment he did, green particles gathered above his palm. The room became silent. The light condensed, compressed, solidified, until a spear appeared. Not a toy, not an illusion, a real weapon. It was taller than Izuku himself. Whoa, cool. The spear floated, not because anyone held it. It simply hovered beside him. The doctor frowned. "Can you move it?" Izuku tilted his head. "Move." The spear gently drifted toward him. "Oh, it listens." He pointed. The spear floated left, then right, then spun happily in circles like an excited puppy. Inko watched with wide eyes. "He isn't touching it." Then something unexpected happened. A tiny flower growing in a pot near the window bloomed. Everyone looked. It hadn't merely blossomed. It exploded into vibrant life. The stem thickened. Leaves spread. New flowers appeared every second. Within moments, vines curled around the windowsill. "What?" The doctor slowly turned toward Izuku. The little boy wasn't even looking. He was giggling while making the spear chase butterflies outside the window. "I didn't do anything." The doctor carefully wrote his observations. Telekinetic weapon manifestation, autonomous movement, flight, wing mutation, plant growth acceleration, massive unidentified biological energy. This isn't just multiple abilities. He swallowed. It all originates from one source. The doctor knelt before Izuku. "What does your quirk feel like?" Izuku thought very hard. "Warm." "Like." He searched for the right word. "Like the trees are talking." Silence. "Talking. They're happy." Inko blinked. "Happy. They say hello." The room became very quiet. The doctor wasn't smiling anymore. There was something unnerving about how naturally the child had said it. No hesitation, no imagination, just certainty. Then, the spear disappeared into glowing green particles. Izuku stumbled, sleepy. His tiny wings drooped. The glow around him faded. The flower stopped growing. The vines became still. His floating ceased. Inko caught him before he hit the floor. "I got you." The little boy yawned. "Mom, can fairies become heroes?" Inko kissed his forehead. "They absolutely can." Izuku smiled. "Then, I'll become the greatest hero." His eyes slowly closed. "And protect everyone." The tiny emerald wings gave one last sleepy flutter before folding neatly against his back. Long after mother and son had left the clinic, the doctor remained seated, staring at the report on his desk. He had seen powerful quirks before. Children who breathed fire. Children who shattered stone. Children who manipulated gravity. But this felt different. It wasn't simply powerful. It felt ancient, as though the quirk itself had a lineage. A title. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he finally typed the provisional designation. Quirk name: Fairy King. Classification: Emitter. Threat assessment. Pending. Notes: the subject currently possesses only juvenile wings, suggesting the quirk develops alongside its user. If this is merely the immature state, I hesitate to imagine its completed form. The doctor leaned back in his chair. For the first time in his career, he wondered if he'd just witnessed the birth of a future symbol of peace or a king whose kingdom had yet to awaken. The weeks after Izuku's 4th birthday settled into an unusual rhythm. To the outside world, life continued as normal. Children played, parents worked, heroes stopped villains. The news cycled from one incident to the next. Yet every Tuesday morning, Inko Midoriya would hold her son's hand as they walked through the familiar glass doors of Musudafu General Hospital. The receptionists already knew them. "Good morning, Midoriya-san." "Morning, Mrs. Midoriya." Izuku would smile politely. "Good morning." Even at 4 years old, he never forgot his manners. The tests became routine. Blood samples, brain scans, quirk resonance measurements, wing examinations. Every visit produced another mystery. His wings have grown 3 millimeters. Again, they're still too small for sustained flight. Another doctor frowned, but his natural levitation has become more stable. Indeed, Izuku no longer accidentally floated into the ceiling whenever he became excited. Now, he hovered a few centimeters above the floor without even noticing. It had become as natural as breathing. One afternoon, the doctors wanted to test Chastiful again. "Izuku, could you summon your spear?" "Okay." Tiny green lights danced around his hands. The spirit spear appeared with its familiar emerald glow. Unlike the first time, it no longer wobbled clumsily through the air. It floated beside him obediently. "Can you move it through the hoops?" Several metal rings had been suspended throughout the room. Izuku nodded seriously. "I'll try." The spear glided through the first hoop. Then the second. Then the third. Perfectly. The doctors exchanged glances. His precision has improved dramatically. And no physical movement. He's directing it entirely with his thoughts. Another test followed. The doctors placed several potted plants around the room. "Izuku, can you try making the flowers grow?" Izuku tilted his head. "I don't know how. Just think about helping them." He walked toward the nearest flower. Instead of touching it, he smiled. "Grow big." Nothing happened. Maybe they don't want to. A few seconds later, the flower bloomed. Then another. Then another. Vines gently wrapped around the pots. Tiny buds opened into brilliant blossoms. Unlike before, the growth wasn't explosive. It was gentle, almost affectionate. The room smelled like spring. "Remarkable," one botanist present whispered. "The plants aren't being forced. They're responding." As weeks became months, another curious detail emerged. Animals adored Izuku. Birds landed near him without fear. Butterflies followed him through parks. Neighborhood cats that usually hissed at strangers rubbed against his legs instead. Even the hospital's therapy dog ignored every patient the day Izuku visited. It walked directly to him, sat, and rested its head on the little boy's lap. Izuku simply giggled as he scratched behind its ears. "Good puppy." The golden retriever wagged its tail so hard it nearly knocked over a chair. The doctors filled report after report. Observation 27. Subject displays an unusually strong affinity with plant and animal life. Observation 39. Telekinetic control continues improving without formal training. Observation 54. Wing development remains slow but consistent. Observation 68. No signs of quirk instability despite possessing multiple seemingly unrelated abilities. One evening, after another examination, Inko noticed Izuku staring out the hospital window. "What are you thinking about?" "The trees. The trees. They're sleepy today." Inko smiled softly. "You really can hear them?" Izuku nodded. "Not with my ears." He placed a tiny hand over his chest. "Here." They're always talking. What do they say? They're happy when people take care of them. They get lonely when people cut them down. And, he frowned, sometimes they're scared. Inko blinked. Scared? When bad people hurt the forest. Her smile faded. For a 4-year-old. Those weren't thoughts she'd ever expected to hear. Meanwhile, several floors above them, a conference room had quietly become the center of attention. 3 doctors sat around a table covered in reports. This quirk doesn't fit any known category. It manifests a psychic construct. It manipulates life. It grants flight. It exhibits signs of autonomous evolution. And we've found no evidence of mutation-induced instability. Silence settled over the room. Finally, the oldest physician closed the folder. We've reached the limit of what this hospital can determine. One doctor looked up. So, what now? The answer came immediately. We submit everything. To whom? The older doctor met each of their eyes in turn. The Hero Public Safety Commission. The room fell silent. That organization rarely involved itself in the quirks of children. Only in exceptional cases. Only when a quirk had the potential to reshape society itself. The folder on the table bore a single name. Patient. Izuku Midoriya. Age. 4. Quirk. Fairy King. At the bottom of the final page, the chief physician had added one handwritten note. Greater than this child is cheerful, kind, and remarkably gentle. We recommend any future evaluations prioritize preserving his normal upbringing. Whatever Fairy King may one day become, today it belongs to a little boy whose greatest joy is making flowers bloom and asking whether he can be a hero. Time had a curious way of passing around Izuku Midoriya. Not in dramatic leaps, not with explosive change, but with quiet, steady growth. Much like a tree, when Izuku was 5, his wings were no larger than a pair of leaves. By 7, they could finally support him. The first time he truly flew, Inko cried. Not because she was afraid. Because her son looked so free. He laughed as he drifted above the neighborhood, wobbling every few seconds before correcting himself. I did it. His tiny wings buzzed furiously behind him. I'm flying. He immediately flew into a telephone pole. Ow. By 9, flying had become second nature. He still levitated almost everywhere. Walking simply felt unnecessary. Why walk when floating required less effort? Teachers had long since given up. Every morning, Izuku would lazily drift into the classroom a few centimeters above the floor, backpack hanging from one shoulder. His expression usually looked half asleep. Sometimes he'd lie completely flat in the air. Midoriya. Yes, sensei. Sit down. I am. You're floating above your chair. It's comfortable. Sit. Okay. Very slowly, he lowered himself exactly 3 centimeters. His teacher sighed. Close enough. By middle school, everyone had accepted it. If Izuku wasn't in class, one only had to look upward. He might be lazily drifting beneath the classroom ceiling, reading, doing homework, or simply existing. One rainy afternoon, Katsuki walked into their room to find Izuku lying horizontally in midair. Arms behind his head, eyes closed, barely moving. Oi. No response. Oi. Izuku opened one eye. Morning. It's 3 in the afternoon. Is it? You've been floating there for 20 minutes. Have I? Katsuki clicked his tongue. You're like a damn cloud. Izuku looked out the window. The clouds drifted peacefully across the sky. That's a compliment. It wasn't. I'll take it anyway. Their personalities couldn't have been more different. Katsuki exploded through life. Izuku drifted through it. One burned like fire. The other floated like spring wind. Yet somehow, they remained friends. Mostly because Katsuki had accepted years ago that yelling at Izuku accomplished absolutely nothing. Move. No. Move. I'm comfortable. You're blocking my locker. Izuku slowly floated 30 centimeters to the left. There. You're impossible. So I've been told. His laziness often confused people. Teachers assumed he lacked motivation. Until exams. Every single time. First place. Again. Izuku Midoriya. Perfect scores. Top marks in mathematics, science, history, literature, strategy. His notebooks remained immaculate. His assignments arrived early. He simply preferred accomplishing everything efficiently. Why waste energy? His quirk already consumed enough. Years of hospital studies had revealed a simple truth. Fairy King's greatest limitation wasn't power. It was expenditure. Every minute of sustained combat, every use of chastiful, every accelerated plant, every application of disaster, consumed the same reserve that fueled his body. Without realizing it, Izuku had adapted. He slept more, moved less, conserved energy. His laziness wasn't entirely personality. It was instinct. His body naturally avoided unnecessary exertion. Because of that, he almost never summoned chastiful. There was no reason. It was far too dangerous. Even as a child, one training accident had permanently changed everyone's perspective. The hospital had provided reinforced steel blocks to test the spear's striking power. Whenever you're ready, Izuku. Okay. The spear moved once. No dramatic swing. No great effort. Just one gentle thrust. The reinforced steel separated cleanly into two perfect halves. No resistance. No sparks. No jagged edges. The cut looked almost polished. Silence filled the testing room. One engineer quietly muttered, "We spent 6 months making that." From that day onward, chastiful remained sealed away unless absolutely necessary. As the years continued, his wings never stopped growing. At 11, they stretched wider than his shoulders. At 13, they extended well past his arms. His aerial agility became almost unbelievable. He could stop instantly, hover without effort, change direction in impossible ways. The sky had become another home. By the age of 15, only weeks remained before the UA entrance exam. Izuku stood on the balcony outside his home. Or rather, floated. The evening breeze gently stirred his hair. Behind him, his fairy wings had reached nearly the same height as his body. Elegant, translucent, radiating a faint emerald glow. The doctors had predicted they would continue growing alongside him. They had been right. Inside the apartment, Inko smiled as she watched her son lazily drift through the living room. Izuku, aren't you going to sit? I am sitting. You're floating. It's basically the same thing. She laughed. I suppose. Later that afternoon, Katsuki arrived. You ready for UA? Izuku yawned. Mostly. I still have to finish reading. Katsuki glanced toward the mountain of books. Those. No. Izuku pointed toward another stack. Those. How many books do you own? I stopped counting. TCH. Katsuki crossed his arms. You're weird. I know. Lazy. I know. Annoying. I've heard. Smarter than everyone. Izuku shrugged. I study. You float. I float while studying. That's even worse. A quiet laugh escaped Izuku. For all of Katsuki's shouting, they had never drifted apart. The years had simply taught them how to exist around each other. Katsuki no longer questioned why Izuku preferred floating to standing. Izuku no longer questioned why Katsuki shouted even when nobody was far away. It was simply Katsuki. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Izuku stepped onto the apartment balcony. The city lights sparkled below. With a small push of his wings, he rose into the night sky. No destination, no purpose, just because the stars were beautiful. He floated among the clouds, arms folded behind his head, as though the heavens themselves were a hammock. A passing flock of birds flew alongside him for a while before peeling away. Izuku smiled faintly. Good night. The breeze answered with a gentle rustle. Far below, the lights of UA high glowed in the distance. In only a few weeks, the Fairy King would step onto a new stage. Not as a child with an extraordinary quirk, but as a young man whose greatest strength was not the spear he rarely drew, nor the wings that continued to grow with him. It was the quiet confidence to save others without ever needing to prove he was strong. Only 2 weeks remained before the UA entrance exam. The training grounds behind the nearby woods had become a familiar sight. Or rather, they had become familiar to Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku simply floated there. Oi! Katsuki's voice echoed through the trees. You gonna help or what? Several meters away, Izuku hovered horizontally above the grass. Arms behind his head, eyes half closed. I am helping. The hell you are. You're training. I'm talking about you. I'm supervising. Katsuki's eye twitched. You've been floating there for 15 minutes. I've been observing. From the sky, it gives a better angle. You're impossible. Izuku sighed. Fine. He slowly raised one hand. The surrounding forest answered. Roots shifted beneath the earth. The ground rumbled softly. Katsuki instinctively took a step back. Again, several nearby trees remained completely unharmed. Instead, their roots slid beneath the soil like careful hands. A deep cracking sound echoed through the clearing. The earth bulged upward. Moments later, an enormous boulder emerged from beneath the ground. It stood nearly 6 meters tall. The roots gently lowered it into the center of the clearing before retreating back underground, carefully filling every hole they had created. Not a single tree had been damaged. Izuku looked at the massive rock. There, Katsuki stared. You know, that's still creepy. The trees don't mind. I'm not talking about the trees. Izuku drifted onto the top of the boulder before lying down. There, now you have a target. You're seriously gonna nap on top of it? I might. Whatever. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. If you fall, that's your problem. I won't. Boom. An explosion slammed into the rock. Chunks flew everywhere. Another explosion followed. Then another. The clearing echoed continuously. Boom. 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 High above the impacts, Izuku remained perfectly still. Tiny fragments of stone floated toward him before gently drifting away, diverted by an invisible telekinetic field surrounding his body. He didn't even open his eyes. More power. Izuku spoke lazily. You hesitated. I didn't hesitate. You did. I didn't. The third blast. You were worried about overheating. Katsuki scowled. Tch. He had been. Somehow. Izuku always noticed. Boom. This time, the explosion was far larger. The boulder cracked. A massive fracture spread across its surface. Better. Izuku nodded approvingly without moving from his floating position. Again. Hours passed. The sun slowly crossed the sky. Katsuki attacked relentlessly, each blast stronger than the last, each explosion more controlled. Meanwhile, Izuku had changed positions exactly once. He had rolled onto his side. You asleep? No, liar. I'm resting my eyes. That's sleeping. It's efficient. Eventually, Katsuki leaned against the cracked boulder, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped from his face. His palms smoked. Damn. He looked upward. Izuku was reading a strategy book. Upside down. Still floating. You really don't get tired. Izuku lowered the book. I do. Then why aren't you exhausted? I've barely moved. I hate that you're right. Katsuki sat on the grass. You know, you could probably beat me without even standing up. Izuku thought for a moment. Maybe, but that wouldn't help either of us. Katsuki smirked. Cocky. I'm being honest. I know. Silence settled between them. The breeze carried the scent of fresh earth and pine. The roots beneath the cracked boulder shifted again. Without anyone asking, they slowly pushed the broken pieces back together. Stone scraped against stone. The earth itself seemed to assist. Within minutes, the giant rock looked almost untouched. Katsuki blinked. They fixed it. They're helpful. Your quirk is ridiculous. Izuku smiled faintly. I thanked them. You thanked the trees. They worked hard. You're such a weirdo. They said you're welcome. Stop saying stuff like that. They did. I'm not having a conversation with trees. They're disappointed. Shut up. A quiet chuckle escaped Izuku. As the afternoon drew to a close, Katsuki stood and dusted himself off. Same time tomorrow. Izuku glanced toward the sky, as though consulting the clouds. Sure. You'll actually train. Probably not. Thought so. I'll help you. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Good enough. As he walked away, he called over his shoulder, don't fall asleep up there. Izuku looked at the soft clouds drifting overhead, then settled a little deeper into the air. No promises. 5 minutes later, Katsuki glanced back from the edge of the forest. Izuku was still hovering above the boulder. Eyes closed, completely motionless. A leaf landed on his forehead. He didn't react. Katsuki snorted. Seriously, the damn Fairy King is basically a cloud. The morning of the UA entrance exam arrived beneath a bright spring sky. For thousands of students across Japan, it was the beginning of a dream. For Katsuki Bakugo, it was the beginning of a battle. For Izuku Midoriya, it was. 5 more minutes. 7:02 a.m. Katsuki stood outside the Midoriya apartment. He pressed the doorbell. Nothing. Again. Nothing. He frowned. He's still asleep. He knew because this had happened before. Many times. With a sigh that sounded more like surrender than annoyance, he knocked. The door opened. Oh, good morning, Katsuki-kun. Inko smiled apologetically. You're here for Izuku, aren't you? Yeah, she gave a helpless laugh. I already tried. How long? 40 minutes. Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose. Of course. Izuku's bedroom looked exactly as expected. Books, plants, more books, a few flower pots by the window, and one floating boy. Izuku wasn't even on his bed. He had somehow fallen asleep while levitating, curled slightly on his side, blanket wrapped around him like a cocoon, drifting lazily around the room. Every few seconds, he'd gently bump into a wall, bounce off, continue drifting, like a balloon that refused to acknowledge gravity. His fairy wings, now nearly as tall as he was, twitched every so often in his sleep. Katsuki stared. Inko sighed. I stopped asking years ago. Katsuki walked over. Oi, nothing. Oh, nothing. Izuku, still nothing. The floating teenager softly mumbled. Trees, need, water, then rolled over in midair. Katsuki's eye twitched. Unbelievable. He grabbed Izuku's shoulder, shook him. Nothing. Harder. Nothing. Wake up. 5 more centuries. Did he say centuries? Inko covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. I think so. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. Fine. He leaned close to Izuku's ear. The exam got cancelled. Instantly. Emerald eyes opened. Cancelled. No. You're a terrible person. You woke up. That's true. Izuku yawned. Good morning. It's almost 8. Is it? The exam starts soon. Right. He stretched lazily, his wings extended behind him before folding neatly again. Guess I should get ready. You should have been ready an hour ago. Exactly. 7 minutes later, Izuku emerged wearing his neatly pressed clothes. Hair brushed, shoes tied, breakfast finished, bag packed, ready. Katsuki blinked. How'd you? I prepared everything yesterday. Then why were you still asleep? I was tired. I hate you. You don't. TCH. The walk toward UA was surprisingly quiet. Well, until Katsuki spoke. You nervous? Izuku considered it. Not really. Confident. I studied. That's not what I asked. Izuku smiled faintly. I know. They rounded the final corner. Then stopped. There it was. UA. High school. Its towering gates stood proudly beneath the morning sun. Hundreds. No. Thousands of applicants filled the entrance plaza. Some stretched. Others reviewed notes. Several displayed their quirks to impress one another. Conversations buzzed with nervous excitement. That's a lot of people. Izuku observed quietly. Katsuki grinned. They're all extras. You say that every time. Because it's true. As they walked through the crowd, people noticed. Mostly because one boy wasn't actually walking. Izuku floated calmly beside Katsuki, only a few centimeters above the pavement, hands tucked into his pockets as if gravity were an optional inconvenience. Some applicants whispered, he's floating. Is that constant? His wings. They're huge. They're beautiful. Izuku didn't seem to notice. Or care. One student muttered just loudly enough. Show off. Izuku glanced at him. Walking uses more energy. Then continued floating away. The boy blinked. What? Katsuki barked out a laugh. He's serious. I am. They reached the examination hall. President Mike's energetic voice boomed through the speakers, filling the room with excitement as he explained the practical test. Most students listened intently. Izuku had somehow begun floating horizontally in his chair. His wings folded comfortably beneath him. His eyes slowly drifted shut. Katsuki looked over. You're kidding. I'm listening. Your eyes are closed. My ears work. You're actually unbelievable. President Mike continued speaking. And finally, you'll be divided among the testing grounds. Without opening his eyes, Izuku quietly said. 4 combat zones. 3 robot types worth points. 0 pointer earns none. Focus on rescue opportunities. Katsuki stared. You memorized the briefing. I listened. While half asleep. Efficient. When the announcement ended, the examinees rose from their seats. Izuku stood for exactly 1 second. Then immediately resumed floating toward the exit. Katsuki sighed. One of these days, gravity's gonna send you a bill. Izuku smiled. Then I'll politely decline. Ahead of them, the massive gates to the mock city began to open with a thunderous rumble. Students tensed. Some grinned. Others swallowed nervously. Izuku simply watched the city beyond with calm emerald eyes. His expression held no arrogance, nor fear. Only quiet curiosity. He had no intention of drawing Chastiful unless there was no other choice. The spear was too dangerous to use casually. So he would rely on his mind, his wings, and the abilities he had spent 11 years quietly mastering. Beside him, Katsuki rolled his shoulders, explosions crackling in his palms as his trademark grin spread across his face. Don't slow me down. Izuku let out a small yawn. I'll try not to. The countdown echoed across the testing ground. 3, 2, 1. The gates burst open, and the future heroes charged forward. Start. The gates exploded open. Hundreds of applicants rushed forward at once. Some sprinted, some leapt across rooftops. Others activated their quirks before they had even cleared the entrance. The surge of bodies immediately split the crowd into dozens of directions. Oi! Katsuki glanced over his shoulder. Izuku was gone. Ch. A grin spread across his face. Fine. He launched himself into the air with an explosion. I don't need a babysitter. Several streets away, Izuku blinked as the crowd carried him in another direction. Well, I suppose this happened. He looked around the empty street. No Katsuki. Just abandoned buildings. Silence. Now what? He floated in place, hands tucked into his pockets. Thinking. The sound of heavy footsteps answered him. Choom. 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 3 one-point robots rounded the corner. Behind them, 2 two-pointers. Izuku sighed softly. I guess. His right hand reached behind him. Green particles gathered. The spirit spear Chastiful materialized with a quiet emerald glow. Unlike the dramatic manifestations many students imagined. There was no flash, no explosion, only stillness. The spear hovered in his hand. Izuku looked at it for a moment. I'd rather not make you fly. Telekinetic control consumed more stamina. Walking consumed more stamina. So, he chose the middle ground. He would wield it himself. The first robot charged. Izuku didn't. Instead, he waited. At the very last second. One step. One thrust. Slice. The robot slid apart into 2 perfectly clean halves. Its upper body continued moving for another meter before collapsing. Izuku had already turned away. The second robot swung an enormous metal arm. He ducked. One smooth horizontal slash. The arm fell first, then the torso, then the legs, each piece separated with surgical precision. Sorry. He quietly apologized to the machine. The remaining robots attacked together. Izuku inhaled slowly. His wings buzzed once. He vanished. Not because he possessed super speed. Because he had flown. A brief burst. Just enough. The spear moved in elegant arcs. 1 strike. 2, 3, 5. When Izuku landed, every robot froze. Several seconds passed. Then, each one fell apart simultaneously. Neatly. Almost artistically. That should do. He dismissed Chastiful. No unnecessary movements. No flashy attacks. Just enough. Inside the observation room, the practical examination was being monitored by UA's faculty. Shota Aizawa sat with his usual tired expression. Beside him, Present Mike enthusiastically narrated the action. Smentos observed the terrain. Ectoplasm silently evaluated tactics. At the center of the room stood Nezu, watching every monitor with a pleasant smile. Present Mike pointed toward one screen. Yo, check out Examinee 711. The display showed Katsuki reducing another robot to scrap with a deafening explosion. He doesn't waste a second. Aizawa nodded once. Excellent offensive instincts. Another explosion shook the screen. Nezu's attention shifted elsewhere. Another monitor displayed a green-haired boy calmly standing in the middle of an empty intersection. Robots surrounded him. Yet, he hadn't moved. Who is that? Ectoplasm checked the roster. Examinee 184. Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa paused. Midoriya. He remembered the name. There was an unusually thick file. Nezu smiled. The hospital reports. A stack of documents rested on the table. Unlike the average student's single-page profile, Izuku's resembled a small novel. Dozens. No. Hundreds of medical observations. Quirk evaluations. Growth charts. Neurological scans. Botanical reports. Psychological assessments. Wing development analyses. Nezu picked it up. My, he certainly kept some doctors busy. Present Mike laughed. What's his quirk? Nezu skimmed the first page. Fairy King. Silence. Interesting name. Aizawa reached for the file. He flipped through page after page. Telekinetic weapon. Nature manipulation. Autonomous flight. Environmental affinity. Adaptive wing development. He turned another page. Life energy reserves. Another. Doctors unable to classify upper limit. Another. Recommendation from Musudafu General Hospital. He stopped reading. Exercise caution when evaluating offensive potential. Present Mike blinked. That sounds serious. Nezu adjusted his teacup. It says here, his primary weapon is called Spirit Spear Chastiful. Apparently he avoids using it. Aizawa looked back toward the monitor. Why? Nezu continued reading. Reason. Excessive lethality. The room became noticeably quieter. On screen, another robot lunged. Izuku stepped aside. One clean swing. The machine split from shoulder to hip. No sparks. No resistance. Just separation. Present Mike's smile slowly disappeared. That was reinforced alloy. Smintos narrowed his eyes. It shouldn't cut that easily. Another robot charged. Izuku sidestepped. A light upward motion. The machine divided into 4 perfectly even sections. The spear had barely seemed to touch it. Aizawa spoke first. No wasted movement. He only swings once. Because he only needs to. Nezu turned another page in the file. Recommendation from attending physicians. He read aloud. Greater than subject has voluntarily refrained from relying on telekinetic control despite proficiency. Reason given. Flying the spear uses more energy than holding it. Subject consistently seeks the most energy-efficient solution. Nezu smiled. A fascinating child. On another screen, Izuku calmly wiped a small speck of oil from Chastiful before dismissing it into green light. He looked around. Where's the next robot? Aizawa closed the file. I've seen students with stronger quirks. He looked back toward the monitor. But very few this disciplined. Nezu nodded. And he's conserving stamina. Present Mike blinked. Conserving. He hasn't begun using his quirk's primary function. What we're seeing. Nezu watched Izuku quietly walk, or rather float, toward the next street. As merely the cheapest way for him to fight. The observation room fell silent once more. For the first time that morning, every teacher's eyes remained fixed on the same screen. The file had described Fairy King as a quirk with extraordinary potential. Watching the boy glide effortlessly through the mock city, conserving every ounce of strength while dismantling robots with almost effortless precision. They began to suspect the doctors had not exaggerated. If anything, the reports might have understated him. Inside the observation room, the practical exam was progressing exactly as planned. Applicants fought. Robots fell. Scores climbed steadily. Present Mike grinned as he watched another screen. Looking good. Plenty of future heroes out there. Nezu took another sip of tea. I believe it's about time. He looked toward the control console. Deploy the final obstacle. One of the operators nodded. Yes, Principal. A finger pressed the red switch. Deep beneath ground beta, massive locks disengaged. Hydraulics roared. Steel doors opened. The zero-pointer rose from below. Throughout the city, a deafening alarm echoed. Warning, warning, zero-pointer deployed. The ground trembled. Buildings shook. Students looked up. What is that? The enormous machine towered over the mock city like a walking skyscraper. Without hesitation, panic spread. Run. It's worth 0 points. Forget it. Applicants scattered in every direction. On another street, Katsuki clicked his tongue. TCH. Worthless. He blasted himself away with an explosion. He wasn't afraid. There simply wasn't a reason to waste time fighting something that earned no points. Several blocks away, Izuku watched the colossal robot. Big. He sighed. Guess I'll leave too. His wings spread. He prepared to fly. Then, help. A voice. Soft. Desperate. Izuku stopped. A few dozen meters away. A brown-haired girl with a round face struggled beneath a slab of collapsed concrete. One leg was trapped. She pulled. Nothing. Again. Nothing. Please. Students sprinted past her. I'm sorry. We can't help. We'll fail if we stop. It'll be okay. None of them did. Fear carried them forward. Izuku looked toward the approaching zero-pointer. Then back toward the girl. His half-lidded eyes sharpened. For the first time that day, the lazy expression disappeared completely. Without another thought, he moved. Boom! The pavement beneath him cracked. Not from strength, from acceleration. His wings beat once, only once. Then, he vanished. Several nearby applicants froze. Where'd he go? I didn't even see him move. He disappeared. Inside the observation room, every teacher leaned forward. Aizawa's tired eyes narrowed. That acceleration. Even present Mike fell silent. On the monitor, Izuku crossed nearly an entire city block in the blink of an eye. I'm here. The brown-haired girl looked up in shock. You. Izuku knelt beside the concrete. Don't move. Be but the robot. I know. His voice remained calm. Behind them, the zero-pointer raised its enormous foot. It descended. Izuku didn't even look back. He simply raised one hand. Please. The earth answered. Far beyond the mock city, the roots of dozens of ancient trees suddenly surged underground. The pavement erupted. Massive roots burst upward like emerald serpents. They wrapped around the zero-pointer's legs, its waist, its arms, its torso. The colossal machine lurched violently. Hydraulic systems screamed. Metal groaned. The enormous foot stopped barely meters above the ground. What the hell? One examiner whispered. The roots continued tightening. Not enough to destroy it. Only enough to hold it. The zero-pointer struggled. The roots held firm. Izuku had already turned away. He slipped one arm beneath the girl's shoulders. Another beneath her knees. Can you hold on? Oh, okay. With a gentle pull, he lifted her free. The slab that had trapped her leg crumbled aside. Does it hurt? A little. We'll get you somewhere safe. His wings opened. One powerful beat. The two rose into the air. The remaining applicants watched in stunned silence. He stopped it. With roots. I thought his quirk was the spear. No, another student whispered. He never even used it. Back in the observation room, silence lingered. The roots still held the zero-pointer in place. Smentos folded his arms. Those roots came from outside the city. They traveled underground, and he coordinated them instantly. Ectoplasm nodded. Remarkable battlefield awareness. Nezu smiled knowingly. He chose the lowest energy solution. Present Mike blinked. Lowest. The roots did the work. He didn't summon Chastiful. He didn't attempt to destroy the machine. He immobilized it, then prioritized the civilian. Aizawa's gaze remained fixed on Izuku's screen. Exactly what a hero should do. Meanwhile, Izuku gently landed several streets away. Medical staff rushed toward them. You all right? The girl nodded shakily. Why yes. She looked at the green-haired boy. Thank you. Izuku offered a small smile. You're welcome. Only then did he glance back. The roots were beginning to loosen. The exam was over. Good. He quietly exhaled. I'm tired. Minutes later, inside the scoring room, one examiner reviewed the numbers. Examinee 227. Katsuki Bakugo. Villain points, 78. Rescue points, 0. Another examiner nodded. Excellent combat performance. A different monitor displayed another file. Examinee 184. Izuku Midoriya. Villain points, 72. Present Mike smiled. Not bad. The examiner continued. Rescue points. He paused. 60. The room became quiet. Total score, 132 points. Present Mike's jaw dropped. Whoa. Aizawa simply crossed his arms. I expected something like this. Nezu chuckled, setting down his teacup. The exam was never solely about defeating villains. He looked once more at Izuku's lengthy file resting beside him. The doctors described him as gentle. They were correct. He saw a person in danger, and forgot entirely about his own score. Nezu's smile widened. That instinct cannot be taught. On the monitor, the rankings updated. First place, Izuku Midoriya, 132 points. Below him, second place, Katsuki Bakugo, 78 points. Far from the observation room, Izuku sat on a curb, absent-mindedly rubbing one of his wings. I hope Mom remembered to make dinner. He hadn't even considered that. With one selfless decision, he'd quietly soared to the top of UA's entrance examination. The practical exam had ended. Students slowly poured out of UA's front gates. Some were celebrating. Others replayed every mistake they had made. A few looked ready to cry. The air buzzed with nervous conversations. Do you think I passed? I barely got any points. That giant robot was insane. A short distance from the crowd, Izuku waited, or rather, floated, barely. His feet drifted only a few centimeters above the pavement. His usually relaxed posture was gone. His shoulders slumped. His breathing was heavier than normal. The effort of extending roots from forests beyond the mock city, guiding them beneath layers of concrete and steel, then restraining something as enormous as the zero-pointer. It had cost him dearly. His wings hung low behind him. They barely moved. I'm really tired. For the first time in years. Even levitating felt difficult. The UA teachers continued observing from a window overlooking the exit. Present Mike pointed downward. That's Midoriya. Aizawa noticed it immediately. His posture. Nezu nodded. The reports were accurate. He conserves energy because his quirk consumes extraordinary amounts of it. Smintos folded his arms. And today he exceeded his normal performance. Nezu quietly added. Yet he never complained. Several minutes later. Finally found you. Izuku slowly looked up. Hi, Kachan. Katsuki walked over. His expression remained as confident as ever. How'd you do? Izuku yawned. Okay. I think. You. TCH. I blew up everything worth blowing up. Sounds about right. Katsuki was about to make another sarcastic remark. Then, he actually looked at Izuku. Oi. No response. You're pale. I'm fine. Liar. Just sleepy. His body swayed. The levitation faltered. For a split second. Gravity won. Izuku stumbled. He caught himself before falling. Katsuki frowned. How much did you use? Izuku smiled weakly. Enough. What did you do? Stopped the big robot. Saved someone. Roots. Long distance. His sentences became shorter. Each word seemed to require effort. Katsuki sighed. Idiot. You overdid it. Probably. Definitely. Without another word, Katsuki turned around. Come on. Izuku blinked. Quote? Get on. What? You heard me. Piggyback. Izuku stared for several seconds. You're serious? TCH. Before I change my mind. Thank you. Izuku carefully climbed onto Katsuki's back. Even that small movement nearly drained the last of his strength. His wings folded instinctively so they wouldn't get in the way. A moment later, his chin rested lightly against Katsuki's shoulder. Comfortable. Don't fall asleep. Can't promise. They started walking. For once, Katsuki didn't complain about the extra weight. Izuku wasn't particularly heavy. Years of floating instead of walking had left him lean. The only thing noticeable was the gentle warmth radiating from his exhausted body. After several quiet minutes, Kachan. What? Thanks. Don't mention it. Okay. Silence returned. 5 minutes later, Kachan. What now? I think I did something stupid. You do a lot of stupid things. No, I used roots from outside the city. Really far away. I'm probably sleeping for 2 days. Wouldn't surprise me. Another minute passed. Kachan. You make a good pillow. Katsuki stopped walking. Did you just call me a pillow? Maybe. You're lucky you're half dead. A tiny laugh escaped Izuku. Hey, by the time they reached Musudafu Station, the laughter had stopped. Oi. No answer. Izuku. Still nothing. Katsuki glanced over his shoulder. Izuku had fallen asleep. His breathing was slow and steady. One hand loosely gripped Katsuki's shirt so he wouldn't slip. His wings occasionally twitched in his sleep. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Unbelievable. Yet instead of waking him, he adjusted his grip so Izuku wouldn't slide off. You really are the laziest guy I've ever met. He continued the walk home at an unhurried pace. From the window of the administration building, Nezu happened to notice the pair leaving the campus. The principal smiled softly. The first and second place. Present Mike leaned over to look. Bakugo's carrying him. Aizawa watched in silence. So they know each other. They've known each other for years, Nezu replied, having read their background files. Childhood friends. Present Mike grinned. Kinda funny. The loudest applicant carrying the sleepiest one. Nezu chuckled into his teacup. It appears even kings. He watched the exhausted boy sleeping peacefully on his friend's back. Need someone willing to carry them home once in a while. The walk home was unusually quiet. Not because Katsuki had suddenly become talkative. Quite the opposite. The weight on his back had stopped answering him several streets ago. Izuku was completely asleep. His head rested against Katsuki's shoulder. Every so often, one of his wings twitched reflexively before settling again. Seriously, Katsuki muttered. You sleep anywhere. An elderly woman passing by smiled. My, what a good friend you are. I'm just taking him home. She laughed. Of course, dear. Katsuki's face immediately warmed. TCH. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Midoriya residence. Katsuki knocked. The door opened almost immediately. Oh, Inko's eyes widened. Katsuki-kun. Then she noticed the sight before her. Her son, fast asleep, being carried home on Katsuki's back. For a moment, she simply stared, then her hands flew to her mouth. Oh my, her smile softened. It's just like when you two were little. Katsuki blinked. Huh, when you were 5, you used to drag Izuku home after he'd fall asleep at the park. You remember that? Of course I do, she giggled. You always complained the entire way. He's too heavy. Quit whining, Kachan. You're asleep. Why are you answering me? The memory flashed through Katsuki's mind. That happened once. Inko smiled knowingly. It happened more than once. Don't expose me, she laughed. I'm sorry, but it's adorable. It is not. It really is. A faint blush crept onto Katsuki's cheeks. Whatever. Inko carefully helped ease Izuku off Katsuki's back. The moment his feet touched the floor, he instinctively floated an inch above it without waking up. Even asleep, Katsuki muttered. He's still floating. Inko chuckled. His body does it on its own sometimes. Together, they guided him toward the sofa. The moment his head touched the cushion, he curled onto his side. Katsuden. Katsuki looked over. Did he just say Katsuden? Inko couldn't help but laugh. He dreams about food sometimes. She tucked a blanket over her sleeping son before turning back toward Katsuki. You've done enough today. Thanks for bringing him home. Katsuki scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. It wasn't a big deal. It was to me. She disappeared into the kitchen. A few moments later, she returned carrying a neatly wrapped container. It was small enough to carry comfortably. Steam still escaped from beneath the lid. Here, Katsuki blinked. What's this? Katsuden. For you. And, she smiled warmly. For Mitsuki and Masaru. Katsuki looked at the container. Mom's favorite. I know. I made extra this morning. Izuku's favorite too, as if hearing his name through sheer instinct. The sleeping boy mumbled from the sofa. More, please. Katsuki stared. He's asleep. Inko laughed so hard she had to cover her mouth. He has excellent timing. Katsuki accepted the container. Thanks. Tell your parents I said hello. Yeah, and thank you again for looking after Izuku. Katsuki glanced toward the sofa. Izuku hadn't moved. One wing had lazily flopped over the armrest. Someone's gotta make sure he doesn't fall asleep in the middle of the street. Inko smiled. I'm glad it's you. Don't say stuff like that. Why not? It's embarrassing. She giggled again. You've grown into such a dependable young man. TCH. His blush deepened just enough to betray him. I'll get going. As the door closed behind him, Inko looked back at her sleeping son. You really have the best friend you could ask for. Izuku, still sound asleep, smiled faintly. Kachan. Thanks. Inko's expression softened even further. She quietly switched off the living room lights, leaving only the warm glow from the kitchen. Tomorrow, Izuku would almost certainly sleep until noon after exhausting himself during the entrance exam. She didn't mind. After all, even a fairy king needed time to recover after protecting his kingdom. 3 days. For 3 entire days, the Midoriya household had been unusually quiet. Mostly because its only child had spent nearly all of that time asleep. The first day, Inko checked on him every hour. The second day, he finally woke up long enough to eat 2 bowls of katsuden, thank his mother, water the houseplants, and promptly fall asleep on the couch. The third day, he was finally awake. I feel better. Inko smiled in relief. I was beginning to think you'd sleep for a week. Izuku thought about it. That sounds nice. Inko laughed. I knew you'd say that. That afternoon, a knock came at the door. Midoriya residence. I have a delivery from UA High School. Inko's eyes widened. Izuku. Coming. He floated lazily toward the entrance. The mail carrier handed him a large package bearing the prestigious UA emblem. Congratulations. The carrier smiled before leaving. Izuku stared at the box. It's here. Inko clasped her hands together excitedly. Open it. Okay. He carefully lifted the lid. Inside, a small projector rested neatly in the center. Quote? The moment Izuku touched it, the room filled with golden light. The projector floated upward. Light gathered together. Then, a familiar figure appeared. A towering smile. Golden hair. A broad grin. I am here. Inko gasped. All Might. Izuku's eyes widened. Amazing. The projection laughed. Young Izuku Midoriya, congratulations. You have successfully passed the UA entrance examination. Inko covered her mouth. He passed. Tears immediately welled in her eyes. The projection continued, just like every accepted student's message. You probably already know that this examination wasn't judged solely on combat ability. It was also about the spirit of a true hero. As All Might spoke, holographic footage appeared around him. The 0-pointer. Students fleeing. A frightened girl trapped beneath rubble. Then, Izuku. Flying across the battlefield. Roots erupting from beneath the streets. The giant robot being restrained. The rescue. Inko watched in stunned silence. So that's what happened. She had known he'd saved someone. She hadn't known the scale of it. All Might laughed heartily. You demonstrated exactly what we wished to see. A hero who saves others without hesitation. And now, he dramatically pointed toward the air. Your results. Golden numbers appeared one by one. Villain points. 72. Izuku blinked. Sounds right. Inko nodded proudly. That's wonderful. Then another category appeared. Rescue points. 60. Inko gasped. 60. Even Izuku looked mildly surprised. That many. The final score materialized. Total. 132 points. The hologram paused dramatically. And with that score, you achieved. A large golden number appeared behind All Might. First place. Silence. Utter silence. Inko blinked. Once. Twice. First. She slowly turned toward her son. Izuku. You ranked. First. Izuku scratched his cheek. Apparently. I didn't know. For a second, Inko simply stared. Then, tears spilled down her cheeks. She threw her arms around him. Izuku. I'm so proud of you. He smiled softly, carefully hugging her back. Thanks, Mom. The hologram continued. Young Midoriya, UA proudly welcomes you. We look forward to seeing your continued growth. Plus Ultra. The projection disappeared in a brilliant flash. The room remained quiet. Inko still hadn't let go. First place. She laughed through her tears. When you were little, you asked me if fairies could become heroes. Izuku smiled. I remember. She looked up at him. I think they can become the very best. Izuku's ears turned faintly pink. Mom, you're embarrassing me. She laughed. I know. Across the city, another package arrived at the Bakugo residence. The familiar projection of All Might appeared once more. With 78 villain points. You have passed. Katsuki smirked. Knew it. Then he crossed his arms. Wonder how that lazy idiot did. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed. Izuku. I got in. Katsuki immediately replied. Katsuki. Obviously. A second message appeared. Izuku. Apparently I ranked first. Several seconds passed. Then another reply. Katsuki. Katsuki. TCH. Katsuki. Next time I'm beating you. Izuku smiled faintly at his phone. Izuku. Looking forward to it. From the kitchen, Inko peeked around the corner. Was that Katsuki-kun? Yeah. What did he say? Izuku chuckled. He said he'll beat me next time. Inko laughed warmly. That sounds exactly like him. Outside, a gentle breeze stirred the trees surrounding the apartment. Their leaves rustled softly, almost as if applauding. The Fairy King had earned his place. Now, a new chapter awaited at UA High School. A week passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. The uniforms had been tailored. The books had been packed. The acceptance letters had been proudly framed by parents across Japan. Today was the first day at UA High School. The Midoriya household was unusually lively. Inko stood in the kitchen, placing the finishing touches on a homemade lunch. Don't forget to eat. I won't. And don't skip lunch because you're reading. I won't. And don't float through the hallways. Izuku, I'll try, she sighed, smiling. I suppose that's the best I'm going to get. A knock echoed through the apartment. Inko smiled. That must be Katsuki-kun. She opened the door. Sure enough, Katsuki stood outside in his freshly pressed UA uniform. Morning. Good morning, Katsuki-kun. Morning. Izuku lazily floated into the hallway. Morning, Kachan. Katsuki looked him up and down. You're floating already. Walking is optional. Not in school. We'll see. You're gonna get yelled at. Probably. The two set off toward UA. Unlike the nervous students surrounding them, neither looked particularly anxious. Katsuki walked with his usual confidence. Izuku floated beside him with his hands in his pockets. His fairy wings, now as tall as he was, were folded neatly against his back. They drew more than a few curious glances. Those wings. He's the kid who ranked first. No way. I heard he stopped the 0-pointer. Seriously. Izuku didn't react. He had already learned years ago that paying attention to gossip was exhausting. After arriving on campus, they made their way toward the first-year building. A large sign greeted them. Class 1A. Katsuki smirked. Looks like we're together. That's nice. Don't sound so excited. I am. You have the same expression you always do. This is my excited face. That's depressing. Katsuki slid the classroom door open. Conversations instantly paused. Every student looked toward the entrance. A silver-haired boy sitting with his feet on the desk glanced over lazily. A brown-haired girl with a round face immediately recognized Izuku. It's him. She stood up. The boy who saved me. Several students turned toward her. You know him. She nodded enthusiastically. He rescued me during the entrance exam. Izuku blinked. You're all right. She smiled brightly. Thanks to you. She gave a deep bow. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Thank you for saving me. Izuku smiled gently. You're welcome. A cheerful boy with glasses hurried over. Excellent. My name is Tenya Iida. He bowed sharply. I owe you an apology. For what? I believed you were ignoring the examination briefing. I wasn't. I know that now. He adjusted his glasses dramatically. You demonstrated exemplary heroism. Katsuki muttered under his breath. He's loud. I can hear you. I know. More students began whispering. That's the first-place student. He doesn't look that intimidating. He looks sleepy. As if on cue. Izuku yawned. Sorry. A pink-skinned girl giggled. He really does. A red-haired boy laughed. That's kinda cool. Another student looked at Izuku's wings with amazement. They're incredible. They're still growing. Izuku nodded. Apparently. Then, the classroom door slid open once more. A yellow sleeping bag slid across the floor. Every student stared. The zipper slowly opened. Out crawled a tired-looking man with messy black hair. Shota Aizawa, you're all too noisy. Instant silence. He slowly stood, looking over the class with half-lidded eyes. It took you 8 seconds to settle down. That's not promising. He looked completely exhausted. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. No self-introductions. We're doing a quirk assessment. Several students blinked. Today, Aizawa reached into a bag and tossed out gym uniforms. Change. If you're expecting some welcoming ceremony, forget it. The room immediately erupted. Wait. What about orientation? The opening ceremony. Aizawa's expression didn't change. If you're going to become heroes, you don't have time to waste. As everyone hurried to grab their uniforms, Aizawa's gaze briefly lingered on one student. Izuku Midoriya. The boy quietly folded his blazer before lazily floating toward the changing room. Exactly as described in the files. Calm, efficient, energy-conscious. Aizawa remembered one particular line from the medical reports. Greater than subject naturally conserves energy during everyday life due to the high stamina demands of Fairy King. Watching the green-haired boy float away instead of walking, Aizawa quietly thought, so the doctors weren't exaggerating. Nearby, Katsuki snorted. You're actually floating to the locker room. Izuku looked back. It saves my legs for the assessment. I hate that logic. It works. Katsuki couldn't argue with that. So, with a click of his tongue, he followed his oldest friend out of the classroom. The first day at UA had only just begun. The locker room buzzed with conversation as Class 1A changed into their gym uniforms. Metal lockers slammed shut. Students introduced themselves, compared quirks, wondered what kind of teacher Aizawa really was. What? The shout echoed through the boys' locker room. Everyone instinctively turned. The source, Eijiro Kirishima, was staring at Izuku. Dude, where did those muscles come from? Several heads snapped toward the green-haired boy. Huh, they were hidden under his uniform. No kidding. Even Denki Kaminari blinked. I thought he was skinny. Izuku looked down at himself. Was I? His physique wasn't enormous. He wasn't built like a bodybuilder. Instead, his frame resembled Bakugo's and Kirishima's. Lean, athletic, defined. Years of physical training alongside Katsuki had shaped his body. Combined with Fairy King's accelerated recovery and development from constantly nurturing his own life energy, his muscles had matured far beyond what most expected. Standing beside that physique were his wings, elegant, translucent, stretching nearly from his shoulders to below his knees. The contrast was almost comical. Powerful shoulders, defined arms, firm back, then, those graceful fairy wings that looked like they belonged to something ethereal rather than a teenager who could deadlift half the gym. Kirishima grinned. That's manly. Bakugo rolled his eyes. TCH. He actually trains. Izuku nodded. Sometimes. Bakugo immediately corrected him. When I drag you outside. That too. Outside. Aizawa stood waiting. Line up. The class obeyed. He held a baseball in one hand. You all took standardized physical fitness tests in middle school. He tossed the ball casually. This is different. You may use your quirks. No restrictions. Whatever gets the best result. He looked toward Bakugo. Bakugo. You threw 67 meters in middle school. Bakugo caught the baseball. A grin spread across his face. Hey, Aizawa spoke flatly. Don't hold back. Bakugo nodded. Like hell I would. He spun. Die. BOOOOM. The baseball rocketed into the sky. The measuring device beeped. 705.2 meters. Several students gasped. So cool. Incredible. Aizawa remained expressionless. As long as you're enrolled here, I'll be showing you the harsh reality of heroes. The tests began. 50-meter dash. Grip strength. Standing long jump. Repeated side steps. Sit-ups. Distance run. Each student used their quirks creatively. Izuku floated everywhere. During the standing long jump, he simply gave one powerful beat of his wings. He landed effortlessly far beyond the measuring line. Efficient. Aizawa muttered. The 50-meter dash. Ready. Go. Bakugo exploded forward. Ida accelerated with his engines. Izuku disappeared. Not through super speed. Through flight. His wings buzzed once. He crossed the finish line almost instantly. Time. 2.78 seconds. Iida stared. He flew. Izuku nodded. Yes. That's allowed. Aizawa answered. It uses his quirk. So yes. Grip strength. Izuku simply squeezed. The device creaked. Its digital display climbed steadily. 183 kilograms. Kirishima blinked. You're seriously strong. I carry books. Books don't make that happen. Training. Bakugo snorted. Finally, someone believes me. Side steps. Instead of running, Izuku hovered inches above the floor. Changing direction required almost no effort. His score soared. Distance run. While everyone prepared themselves, Izuku quietly raised one hand. Question. Aizawa looked over. What? Can I float? If it's your quirk. Yes. Thank you. Several classmates groaned. That's cheating. Aizawa answered immediately. No, it's intelligent. As the tests continued, the class slowly realized something. Izuku wasn't dominating because Fairy King was overwhelming. He simply never wasted movement. Every action was efficient. Every ounce of energy mattered. No unnecessary flourish. No flashy displays. Even when he could fly freely, he only flapped his wings when absolutely necessary. Most of the time, he simply glided. Finally, the last event. The softball throw. Aizawa tossed Izuku the baseball. Midoriya. The class watched. Some expected another incredible feat. Others expected him to summon that legendary spear they'd heard whispers about. Izuku held the ball for several seconds. Thinking. No spear. He quietly muttered to himself. Too much. His wings opened slightly. He bent his knees. Twisted his hips. Then threw. Unlike Bakugo, There was no explosion, no dramatic flash, only flawless technique backed by genuine physical strength. The ball became a green blur. It vanished over the horizon. The device beeped. 846.7 meters. Silence. Kaminari blinked twice. He just threw it. Mina stared. Without using his spear. Bakugo smirked. Told you. He actually trains. Izuku scratched his cheek. I do. Sometimes. Bakugo looked at him flatly. You're saying that after making me haul boulders around for years. Fair point. Even Aizawa's tired eyes lingered on the result for a moment longer than usual. The medical file had described Fairy King as possessing remarkable physical development despite its tremendous energy demands. Now he understood why. Midoriya wasn't relying on his quirk to compensate for weakness. He had built a body capable of supporting it. That combination, a quirk requiring careful energy management paired with disciplined physical conditioning, made the first-place student even more interesting than his file had suggested. The final score was recorded. Students gathered together, catching their breath after the quirk apprehension test. Some compared results, others stretched sore muscles. Izuku had already floated onto the grass, lying flat in midair, hands behind his head, eyes closed, comfortable. Katsuki looked over. You've been standing around all day. I'm recovering. You barely used your quirk. I know. You're recovering from conserving energy. It's exhausting. You're impossible. Several meters away, Aizawa watched quietly. Not just Izuku. Everyone. His expression remained unreadable, yet his mind continued working. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. Fairy King. His eyes drifted toward the thick medical file resting beneath his arm. He had reread parts of it during breaks between events. Every page had reached the same conclusion. Unknown upper limit. Continuous evolution. Wing development incomplete. Subject expected to continue maturing into adulthood. That alone was unusual. Most quirks stabilized during adolescence. Fairy King was still growing. Aizawa watched Izuku lazily floating above the grass. Ridiculous. Not because the quirk was flashy. Because it was balanced. Almost unnaturally so. Flight. Excellent mobility. Long-range offense. Close combat capability. Battlefield control. Restraint. Support. Healing potential. Environmental manipulation. Even the reports hinted at abilities the hospital hadn't fully understood. It was a complete package. One quirk. Almost no blind spots. Except one. Stamina. The reports repeated it constantly. Every doctor. Every observation. Every evaluation. Excessive energy consumption. Subject instinctively conserves movement. Avoid prolonged engagements. Aizawa glanced toward the exhausted-looking teenager. Even while resting, Izuku subconsciously floated instead of sitting upright. His body had adapted years ago. Always seeking efficiency. Always conserving. Interesting. The weakness wasn't poor control, nor lack of versatility, nor limited output. It was simply fuel. If Midoriya exhausted himself, his performance would drop dramatically. That was the flaw. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. But what happens if that flaw disappears? He remembered today's results. Midoriya had intentionally avoided using the telekinetic functions of his spear. He hadn't manipulated forests. He hadn't used the abilities described deeper in the medical reports. He had fought almost entirely with physical skill. And still, he ranked near the top in every category. Suppose his stamina improves over the next 3 years. Naturally. Through training. Through physical conditioning. Through age. The quirk itself was still maturing alongside its user. Meaning, its reserves were likely growing as well. Then, Aizawa looked toward Izuku again. The green-haired boy suddenly shivered. He slowly opened one eye. Why? Did it suddenly feel like someone had just evaluated his entire existence? He glanced around. Nothing. Students talking. Trees swaying. Katsuki arguing with Kaminari about something. Everything looked normal. I have a bad feeling. He muttered quietly. Nearby, Katsuki noticed. What? I feel. Izuku frowned. Observed. You're at school. You are being observed. Not like that. More professionally. Katsuki looked toward Aizawa. The homeroom teacher was still watching Izuku. Yeah, he's definitely staring at you. See. Aizawa looked away before either of them could meet his gaze. The body can always be trained. Stamina can always increase. Experience can always be gained. His attention returned to the file. The only things that can't be taught are instinct. He remembered the entrance exam footage. Midoriya hadn't hesitated for even a heartbeat before rescuing Uraraka. Not a calculation. Not a strategic decision. Pure instinct. Heroic instinct. And judgment. Midoriya had chosen not to destroy the zero-pointer. He had restrained it. Enough force to save someone. No more. No less. That level of restraint from a 15-year-old was rare. Closing the file, Aizawa reached a quiet conclusion. He's dangerous. Not in the sense of being reckless. Quite the opposite. A quirk this versatile, wielded by someone this disciplined, could one day become one of the most formidable heroes in Japan. Provided he continued to grow. All right, Aizawa addressed the class. The rankings are finished. Everyone straightened. The overall results will be posted later. Several students swallowed nervously. You all passed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. But don't misunderstand. Aizawa's tired gaze swept across them. This was only an assessment. If you stop improving, you'll fall behind. His eyes paused on Izuku for the briefest moment. Especially those with exceptional potential. Izuku blinked. Was that directed at me? Katsuki smirked. Definitely. That's troublesome. You'd complain even if All Might praised you. Praise sounds exhausting. Katsuki barked out a laugh. There it is. The laziest genius in Japan. Izuku smiled faintly, closing his eyes again as he drifted a few centimeters higher. Wake me up if something important happens. We're literally still in class. Exactly. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Perhaps one flaw wasn't listed in the medical reports. He's unbelievably lazy. That might take more work to correct than his stamina. The quirk apprehension test came to an end. Students made their way back toward the locker rooms. Some celebrated their scores. Others silently reflected on where they had fallen short. One person yawned. Long day. Katsuki looked sideways. We've only been here a few hours. Exactly. How are you tired already? I woke up. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Inside the boys' locker room, the class changed back into their UA uniforms. As shirts came back on, several students still couldn't help glancing toward Izuku. Kirishima laughed. I still can't believe you're built like that. Kaminari nodded vigorously. I seriously thought you were skinny. Izuku buttoned his shirt. The uniform is loose. It hides everything. That's usually what clothes do. A few students chuckled. Bakugo finished adjusting his tie. Told you idiots. He trains. I make sure of it. Kirishima scratched the back of his head. I figured someone with wings would focus on his quirk. Izuku shrugged. Heroes shouldn't neglect their bodies. If my stamina runs out. He tapped his arm. This still has to work. The locker room became quiet. Even Bakugo gave a small nod. That's how we've always trained. Several minutes later, Class 1A returned to their classroom. Aizawa was already inside, sitting in his sleeping bag once again. Sit. Everyone quickly took their seats. Izuku floated into his chair. Technically, Aizawa looked around the room. Since we finished the assessment, I suppose introductions are appropriate. A few students visibly brightened. Keep them short. No dramatic speeches. No wasting time. Start. The introductions proceeded around the room. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. My quirk is hardening. I want to become a hero with unbreakable spirit. A few students applauded. Next, Mina Ashido. My quirk's acid. I just wanna have fun and become an awesome hero. Iida Tenya. My quirk is engine. I shall strive to become a hero worthy of my family's name. Ochako smiled brightly. I'm Ochako Uraraka. My quirk is zero gravity. I want to earn money so my parents can have an easier life. Several classmates smiled warmly. Finally, Katsuki Bakugo. He stood. My quirk is explosion. I'm gonna become the #1 hero. He sat back down. That's it. Mina blinked. Yep. Then, everyone looked toward the first place student. Izuku slowly stood, or floated. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk, as Fairy King. Several students leaned forward. I like reading, growing plants, floating, and Katsuden. He looked around. That's all. Then quietly sat back down. Kaminari blinked. Seriously? Yep. Mina laughed. You're adorable. Thank you. Aizawa nodded once. Good enough. He stood. Now, several students straightened. I hope none of you assumed the rest of today would be free. Groans echoed throughout the room. What? We already did the assessment. Aizawa remained completely unmoved. Your hero course students. Your education doesn't stop because introductions are over. He walked toward the podium. The remainder of today will consist of introductory academic lessons. You'll receive your schedules, your textbooks, and an overview of the curriculum. Tomorrow, his gaze swept across the room. Classes begin in earnest. The next few hours passed much like any other school. Except, this was UA, Hero Ethics, Quirk Safety Regulations, Introduction to Hero Society, Course Expectations, Support Equipment Policies, Emergency Procedures. Every lesson carried the weight of preparing future heroes. Izuku quietly took notes. His handwriting was neat, precise, every page organized perfectly. Occasionally, he raised a hand to ask thoughtful questions about hero laws and rescue protocols. Aizawa noticed. He pays attention. Despite looking half asleep, Midoriya hadn't missed a single point. During hero ethics, the instructor asked, "Can anyone explain why rescue operations take priority over villain apprehension during large-scale disasters?" Several hands rose. Izuku's was not among them. The teacher looked around. Midoriya. Without looking up from his notebook, Izuku answered calmly. Because additional casualties create more victims than the villain alone. If civilians are secured first, heroes can engage without risking collateral damage. The classroom fell silent. Correct. Izuku simply continued writing. As the afternoon wore on, many students began to slump in their seats. Even Kaminari looked ready for a nap. Ironically, the laziest-looking student remained the most focused. Because unlike physical exertion, reading and listening barely consumed any of Izuku's precious energy. Aizawa noticed that too. Interesting. He conserves his body, so his mind stays sharp. By the final bell, the first day at UA had drawn to a close. The class had survived their first assessment, met one another properly, and taken their first lessons as hero students. As the room emptied, Bakugo glanced over at Izuku. Ready to go. Izuku closed his notebook. Yeah, I'm hungry. Bakugo smirked. There he is. The cloud finally wants something. Katsuden, you're buying your own. Worth asking. The two childhood friends left the classroom together, already settling into a routine that felt strangely natural. Behind them, Aizawa watched from his desk. His gaze lingered on the quiet boy with the ever-growing wings. Fairy King, let's see how far you bloom. The days following the quirk apprehension test settled into a rhythm. Morning classes, heroics, general academics, training, homework. Class 1A slowly began to feel less like a room full of strangers and more like a class. Kirishima and Kaminari somehow managed to drag almost everyone into conversations. Iida attempted to keep everyone organized. Ochako frequently chatted with Izuku whenever they had the chance. Bakugo remained Bakugo. One morning, the classroom door burst open. "IAM." A familiar booming voice echoed through the room. Coming through the door like a normal person, All Might strode inside wearing his silver and blue hero costume. The classroom instantly erupted. All Might, it's really him. So cool. Only Bakugo wore a smug grin. Took you long enough. All Might laughed heartily. My young students. Today's lesson. He dramatically pointed toward the board. Hero basic training. Battle trial. Will be hero versus villain combat. Excited murmurs spread across the room. But first, All Might grinned. Something every hero needs. He pressed a button. Large containers rolled into the classroom. The words Costume G were printed across each one. All Might spread his arms. Your hero costumes. The class exploded with excitement. Everyone hurried toward their assigned container. Bakugo immediately opened his. Hey, perfect. Ochako smiled brightly at hers. So cute. Kirishima laughed. This is manly. Izuku quietly opened his own. Inside, folded neatly, was his costume. He stared at it for a few moments. Looks right. The design was surprisingly simple. A dark blue bodysuit made from lightweight, breathable fabric. Minimal armor. Only soft reinforcement around vital areas. Black belts and straps crossed his chest and waist. Not to restrain him, but to secure equipment without adding unnecessary weight. Loose coverings wrapped around his legs, allowing complete freedom of movement while remaining light. The sleeves stopped short enough to avoid restricting his shoulders. Most noticeably, the back had a carefully tailored opening, large enough for his fairy wings to emerge without obstruction. Every stitch had been designed with one philosophy in mind: efficiency. No heavy armor, no decorative capes, no unnecessary gadgets. Anything that wasted energy had been removed. Several minutes later, Class 1A stepped outside in costume. All Might smiled proudly. Excellent. Now these are future heroes. Kirishima whistled when he saw Izuku. Dude, that suits you. Bakugo nodded once. Makes sense. Kaminari tilted his head. That's really plain. Izuku looked down at himself. It is. Why? Wait. He answered simply. My quirk already consumes a lot of stamina. Every unnecessary kilogram. He lightly tugged one of the black straps. Costs energy. So I removed everything I didn't need. Iida adjusted his glasses. A remarkably practical approach. Ochako smiled. It looks really nice. The blue matches your wings. Izuku blinked. Thanks. A faint pink reached his ears. Then, his wings unfolded. Large, elegant. The specially designed opening in the costume allowed them complete freedom. Not a single feather, because they weren't feathered wings. Instead, they shimmered with the same ethereal appearance they always had. Several classmates couldn't help staring. Beautiful, Mina whispered. All Might clapped his hands. Excellent. Now, he held up a small box. We'll decide today's teams by lottery. The students gathered around excitedly. One by one, the pairings appeared. Heroes. Izuku Midoriya, Ochako Uraraka. Against. Villains. Katsuki Bakugo. Tenya Iida. The classroom fell strangely quiet. Katsuki looked up. Ha. A grin slowly spread across his face. Finally, across the room, Izuku simply blinked. This might be troublesome. Bakugo laughed. You've been saying that every day. Because things keep becoming troublesome. All Might smiled, completely oblivious to the history between the two childhood friends. Excellent. The villains will occupy the building first. The heroes will infiltrate and stop them. Remember, being a hero isn't just about winning. It's about making the right decisions under pressure. As everyone began moving toward the training facility, Aizawa, who had quietly arrived to observe, stood beside All Might. You paired them by chance. All Might nodded. Indeed. Aizawa looked toward the green-haired boy floating lazily beside Uraraka. Then toward Bakugo, already cracking explosions in his palms. Let's hope chance doesn't destroy the building. Inside the mock city, Bakugo's excitement burned like a fuse. For years, he'd trained beside Izuku. He knew how skilled his childhood friend was. But this would be their first true battle against each other. Meanwhile, Izuku let out a quiet sigh as he adjusted one of the belts on his costume. I was hoping for an easier first exercise. Ochako laughed nervously. I don't think anyone would call Bakugo easy. That's true. His emerald eyes turned toward the mock building. For the first time since entering UA, the Fairy King would have to fight another future hero. And neither he nor Bakugo intended to hold back. The students gathered in the observation room, where giant monitors displayed the interior of the mock building. Only 4 students remained inside. Heroes. Izuku Midoriya, Ochako Uraraka. Villains. Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Iida. All Might beamed. Now then, begin. Inside the building, the moment the signal sounded, Bakugo grinned. There you are. Explosions burst from his palms. Boom. He rocketed through the corridors. Iida blinked. Bakugo. Our objective is to protect the mock weapon. I'm ending this before that matters. Elsewhere, Izuku floated silently through the hallways. Ochako whispered, shouldn't we hurry? Izuku shook his head. No, they know we're coming, so they'll expect us to rush. We'll let them make the first move. Ochako nodded. Okay. Meanwhile, Bakugo rounded a corner. There. Found you. Without warning. Boom. An explosion consumed the hallway. Dust exploded everywhere. Ochako screamed. Izuku. The smoke slowly settled. A figure remained standing, untouched, floating, one hand calmly extended. In front of him, a gigantic wooden beast stood between them. It resembled a guardian carved from an ancient sacred tree. Its massive arms crossed before Izuku. The explosion had barely scorched it. Bakugo froze. What? Even Izuku blinked slightly. Worked. He smiled faintly. Good. Observation room. Silence. Every student stared. Kaminari pointed. What is that? Hiroshima's jaw dropped. I thought his quirk was a spear. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Even All Might looked surprised. That wasn't in the entrance exam. Inside the hallway, the wooden guardian slowly lowered its arms. Its glowing eyes fixed on Bakugo. Izuku spoke quietly. Second form. Guardian. 4. The enormous construct dissolved into green particles, returning to the spear resting in Izuku's hand. Bakugo's grin widened. You've been hiding things. Yes. Boom. Bakugo launched himself forward. Another explosion. Then another. He attacked relentlessly. Izuku calmly floated backward. Every explosion narrowly missed. Stop running. I'm not running. You literally are. I'm flying. Bakugo closed the distance. Explosion covered fist raised. Izuku sighed. Sorry. The spear spun once. First form. Chastiful. The weapon blurred. Clang. Bakugo barely reacted in time. The spear pierced straight through the concrete wall behind him. The hallway echoed. Everyone stared. The hole was perfectly circular. Clean. Smooth. As though reality itself had been punched through. Bakugo looked over his shoulder. That would have gone through me. Yes. Izuku recalled the spear instantly. That's why I aimed beside you. Observation room. Nobody spoke. Present Mike finally broke the silence. That spear. It pierced reinforced concrete like paper. Aizawa simply watched. He wasn't exaggerating. He really avoids using that weapon. Bakugo laughed. A loud, excited laugh. Ha 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 ha. Good. Finally. I was wondering when you'd stop holding back. His palms exploded again. Boom. The hallway collapsed. Chunks of concrete rained downward. Ochako gasped. Izuku. I know. The spear disappeared. Then, hundreds of emerald lights filled the corridor. Fifth form. Increase. Everyone froze. The single spear. Split. 10, 50, 100, 500. Thousands of razor-sharp emerald spear fragments floated around Izuku. Every single one pointed toward Bakugo. The hallway shimmered green. Silence. Absolute silence. Bakugo's confident grin finally faltered. What? The observation room erupted. There's more. He can split it. How many are there? Iida stared at the monitor. His quirk has forms. Even All Might looked speechless. I didn't expect that. Aizawa's eyes remained fixed. Neither did I. Inside the hallway, the countless spear fragments floated lazily around Izuku. Not attacking. Simply waiting. Bakugo looked around. Every angle, every escape, covered. You've gotta be kidding me. Izuku looked apologetic. Don't worry. I'm only using. He thought for a moment. Around 40%. Bakugo's eye twitched. 40. I don't want anyone getting seriously hurt. The fragments suddenly moved. Not to strike Bakugo. To surround him. They intercepted every explosion. Every blast. Every escape route. The air became a maze of emerald light. Bakugo blasted through one opening. Only for another dozen fragments to appear. Damn it. Izuku sighed. You've lost. Like hell I have. Bakugo roared, unleashing his largest explosion yet. Boom. Smoke consumed the hallway. The blast shattered windows. Concrete cracked. When the smoke cleared, the spear fragments still floated. Untouched. Bakugo stood breathing heavily. Sweat dripped down his face. Impossible. Izuku dismissed the fragments. They merged together, returning to a single spear. You're tired. I'm not. You're breathing harder. Shut up. Okay. Bakugo charged one last time. Izuku gently tapped the floor with the butt of Chastiful. Third form. Fossilization. Golden pollen drifted silently through the hallway. Bakugo frowned. Dust. Then, his left boot became heavier. Quote? Stone slowly crept across the sole. Then his ankle. Slowly. Very slowly. He looked down. The hell? Izuku spoke calmly. It doesn't work instantly. You're strong. So it'll take time. Bakugo immediately blasted himself backward to avoid the spreading cloud. You sneaky. That's cheap. Heroes use whatever works. The observation room had become eerily quiet. No one had expected this. Not the teachers. Not the students. Not even Bakugo. Everyone had believed Fairy King was simply a telekinetic spear. Instead, the spear itself was an arsenal. A weapon with multiple forms, each revealing an entirely different capability. All Might slowly smiled. What an incredible quirk. Aizawa folded his arms. No, his eyes never left the screen. An incredible wielder. He had noticed something the others hadn't. Midoriya had chosen abilities that restrained, defended, or controlled. He hadn't used the devastating techniques hinted at in his file. He hadn't tried to overpower Bakugo. He had simply controlled the battlefield, like a king directing every piece on a chessboard. And for the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo realized something unsettling. The spear he'd watched Izuku carry for years was never just a spear. He had never truly known what his best friend was capable of. Golden pollen continued drifting through the hallway. Katsuki gritted his teeth. TCH. Stone had reached just above his ankle. It wasn't fast. It wasn't flashy. It was simply persistent. He exploded backward again, refusing to stay in the cloud. I'm not losing to some stupid flowers. Izuku sighed. They're pollen. Shut up. Boom. Another explosion blasted through the corridor. This one was even larger than before. Walls cracked. Ceiling tiles rained down. The building shook. From the observation room, All Might nodded with approval. Excellent determination. Aizawa, however, was watching something else. Midoriya. Every explosion Bakugo created, Midoriya responded with the minimum force necessary. Never more, never less. He wasn't trying to dominate. He was conserving. Inside the building, Ochako had quietly slipped away during the battle, just as Izuku had suggested. Trust me, I'll keep them busy. She had nodded. Now, she was only one room away from the mock nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, Iida finally arrived. Bakugo, we're abandoning our objective. Bakugo clicked his tongue. I know. He looked at Izuku. He's forcing us away from it. Izuku smiled faintly. Correct. Iida immediately activated his engines. I'll handle this. He shot toward Izuku with surprising speed. Izuku looked almost apologetic. Sorry. The spear floated into his hand. First form. Chastiful. Clang. Rather than thrusting, Izuku used the shaft. One perfectly timed strike redirected Iida's kick. The momentum carried the class representative past him. Before Iida could recover, the butt of the spear gently tapped his shoulder. You're open. Another tap. His wrist. The mock handcuffs clicked shut. Iida blinked. I lost. Izuku nodded politely. Yes. Back in the observation room, Kaminari stared. He beat Iida in like 3 seconds. Hiroshima scratched his head. That wasn't even flashy. Aizawa quietly answered. Because efficiency rarely is. Bakugo roared. Get away from him. Boom. The largest explosion yet erupted from his palms. The entire floor shook violently. Dust consumed everything. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was gone. Quote? Bakugo looked around wildly. Where? Above him. Izuku hovered silently near the ceiling. Flying really is convenient. Damn you. Bakugo blasted upward. Izuku calmly drifted aside. Another miss. Another explosion. Another dodge. Again. 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 Each movement cost Izuku almost nothing. Each explosion drained Bakugo's stamina. Minutes passed. Bakugo's breathing became heavier. Sweat poured down his face. His explosions were still powerful, but slower. Izuku noticed. You're reaching your limit. Like hell. Another blast. Smaller this time. Izuku quietly closed his eyes. Second form. Guardian. The enormous wooden guardian appeared once more. Bakugo's explosion slammed directly into its chest. It didn't move. Not even an inch. The giant wooden arm gently swung forward. Not to crush him. Simply to pin him against the wall. The impact knocked the wind from Bakugo. Before he could recover, the guardian's massive hand carefully wrapped around him. Firm enough to restrain. Gentle enough not to injure. Let go. He struggled. Explosions echoed from inside the wooden hand. Nothing happened. At that exact moment, a loud buzzer echoed through the building. Beep. All Might's voice boomed through the speakers. The hero team has secured the weapon. The heroes win. The observation room erupted into applause. Ochako smiled brightly on the monitor, standing beside the mock weapon. We did it. The guardian dissolved into emerald light. Bakugo immediately stumbled forward. TCH. His breathing was ragged. He had fought harder than ever before. Yet, he hadn't landed a single meaningful hit. Izuku looked at him. Good fight. Bakugo glared. Don't. What? Compliment me. Okay. Suddenly, Bakugo's legs gave out. His body had finally reached its limit. He began falling forward. Izuku caught him before he hit the ground. Careful. I don't need help. You're exhausted. I said put me down. A few minutes later, the doors to the mock building opened. The class waited outside. First came Ochako and Iida. Then, everyone froze. Izuku calmly floated out of the building, carrying Bakugo over one shoulder. Like a sack of rice. Silence. Absolute silence. Bakugo flailed furiously. Put me down. No, I'm gonna kill you. You're too tired. I'm not tired. You're yelling while hanging upside down. I'll yell louder. I know. Kaminari doubled over laughing. He's carrying Bakugo. Mina had tears in her eyes. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Kirishima grinned. That's one way to transport your opponent. Even Iida adjusted his glasses. A practical solution. Bakugo continued struggling. I can walk. Probably. Then put me down. You'll fall. I won't. The moment Izuku loosened his grip slightly, Bakugo's knees buckled. Without a word, Izuku hoisted him back onto his shoulder. See, shut up. Even All Might had to turn away for a moment, shoulders shaking with restrained laughter. Ahem. Excellent teamwork. Aizawa simply watched, then quietly muttered. They're definitely childhood friends. No ordinary classmates could argue that passionately while one carried the other as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As Izuku passed the rest of the class, he looked down at the still fuming Bakugo. Do you want Katsuden later? Bakugo went completely silent for 3 seconds. Then, maybe. Thought so. But I'm still mad at you. I know. The class laughed all the way back to the changing rooms, while Bakugo's indignant shouting echoed through UA's training grounds. The hero versus villain exercise concluded with All Might reviewing every match. He praised clever teamwork, corrected tactical mistakes, explained how overconfidence could cost lives. Remember, young heroes, the strongest person doesn't always win. The one who makes the correct decision under pressure often does. The class listened carefully. Even Bakugo remained silent during the feedback. When it came to Team Midoriya versus Team Bakugo, All Might smiled. Midoriya, you controlled the battlefield exceptionally well. But, his expression became serious. I noticed you never attempted to overwhelm your opponents. Izuku nodded. They're classmates. I don't want to hurt them. All Might smiled. A noble answer. Aizawa, standing against the wall, silently added to himself. And exactly what I expected. The following days settled into routine. Math, hero law, modern literature, quirk theory, history, then practical exercises. Class 1A slowly became comfortable with one another. One thing, however, didn't go unnoticed. Izuku's wings. They had grown. Again. Nearly every morning someone would blink twice. Were they always that big? They're bigger than last week. I swear they're growing. They were. The once tall wings now stretched far beyond his own height. Long, elegant, their crystal-like veins shimmered softly beneath the classroom lights. Yet despite their enormous size, Izuku remained incredibly light. His quirk naturally reduced his body's weight. Floating had become even easier than before. Sometimes, he accidentally drifted several centimeters upward while reading. Midoriya, Aizawa sighed. You're floating again. Sorry. He slowly drifted back down. I wasn't paying attention. I know. Even Bakugo had started noticing. Your wings got bigger. Apparently. You're saying. Apparently. Like they're not attached to you. They grow while I sleep. That's weird. Probably. A few days later, Class 1A gathered outside. A large bus waited. Today's heroics class, Aizawa announced, will be held off campus. Excited whispers spread immediately. Minutes later, the students sat inside the bus. Mina quickly started conversations. Kaminari laughed loudly. Ochako smiled toward Izuku. Can I ask you something? Sure. Your wings, did they get heavy? Izuku gently flexed one. No, they're almost feather-light. My quirk makes my body lighter too. Ochako blinked. So floating is just natural. Pretty much. That sounds nice. Until a strong wind shows up. She giggled. I didn't think about that. The bus eventually stopped. Ahead stood a massive domed facility. The letters above the entrance read, USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Inside, the class stepped into an enormous artificial disaster zone. Floods, collapsed cities, mountain terrain, fire zones, everything designed for rescue training. Waiting for them stood a figure in a black rescue suit. A helmet obscured their face. Welcome, I am 13, the rescue hero. Several students applauded excitedly. 13's cheerful voice became serious. Your quirks are incredible gifts. But they are also capable of taking lives. The room became silent. A powerful quirk used carelessly can kill someone just as easily as it can save them. Izuku quietly looked down at his hands. His thoughts drifted toward Chastiful. That's why I hold back. 13 continued. I hope all of you become heroes who save lives, not heroes who accidentally destroy them. Several students nodded. Suddenly, the lights flickered. Quote? A low vibration echoed throughout the facility. The fountain in the center rippled. Then, a swirling black mist appeared. It grew larger and larger until it became a massive portal. Students frowned. Part of the lesson, All Might wasn't here yet. Aizawa immediately stepped forward. His eyes narrowed. No. Figures began walking from the portal. 1, 10, 20, dozens, then hundreds. Villains. At the center, a man covered in disembodied hands scratched his neck absent-mindedly. Beside him floated a living mass of purple mist. Behind them, towered a monstrous creature with exposed muscles and a bird-like brain. Silence. Then, Shigaraki spoke. How strange. I thought All Might would be here. Aizawa's voice cut through the silence. Everyone. His tone had completely changed. This is real. A cold chill spread through every student. Kurogiri slowly floated forward. As expected, the famous eraser head. What an honor. Aizawa didn't even look back. 13. Protect the students. He removed his capture weapon. And all of you. His red eyes activated. Don't move. He leapt directly into the crowd. The villains erupted toward him. Shigaraki sighed. Scatter them. Kurogiri bowed politely. As you wish. His body expanded. Massive warp gates opened beneath the students. Screams echoed. I'm falling. What's happening? Students vanished one after another. A black portal opened beneath Izuku's feet. His instincts screamed. Move. His wings exploded outward. One powerful beat. Crack. The floor shattered beneath the force. Instead of falling, he shot upward. The portal barely grazed the tip of one wing before closing harmlessly below him. Several villains looked up. He escaped. Kurogiri paused. Interesting. He reacted. Izuku hovered high above the rapidly spreading warp gates. His eyes darted across the facility. Ochako. Gone. Kirishima. Gone. Kaminari. Gone. Iida. Gone. Bakugo. Kachan. A second portal reached for him. Izuku accelerated. His now much larger wings carried him faster than ever before. The warp gate closed just behind him. He escaped again. Below, Aizawa noticed. Midoriya. Good. One less student scattered. Shigaraki slowly looked up at the floating boy. A fairy. He scratched at his neck until the skin turned red. How annoying. Behind him, the Nomu lifted its head. Its empty eyes locked onto the lone student still freely moving above the battlefield. For the first time since the attack began, Izuku found himself completely alone in the air. Below him stood over 100 villains. Aizawa was already fighting desperately. 13 was trying to protect the remaining students. And somewhere inside the USJ, his classmates had been scattered into unknown danger. The real battle had begun. Chaos consumed the USJ. Explosions. Cries for help. The roar of collapsing concrete. Below, Shota Aizawa had already thrown himself into the sea of villains. His capture weapon whipped through the crowd like a living serpent. One villain fell, then another, then 3 more. Every movement was efficient, precise, ruthless. But there were too many. High above the battlefield, Izuku hovered silently. His emerald eyes followed only one person. Aizawa, his teacher. The teacher who had looked past his laziness and seen the reason behind it. The teacher who never mocked him for conserving his strength. The teacher who simply said, if it's efficient, use it. Then, a villain struck Aizawa from behind. He dodged, barely, Another rushed him. Then another. And another. Nearly 100 villains surged toward a single man. Izuku's heart skipped. Sensei. For the first time since arriving at UA. The sleepy calm disappeared completely. His expression became frighteningly still. His hand reached behind him. The sacred spear appeared. Chastiful. The instant it entered his grasp. The air itself seemed to grow heavier. Not for him. The spear was almost weightless in Izuku's hand. As if recognizing its king. But anyone else would have found it impossibly heavy. An unworthy hand could scarcely lift it. Shigaraki glanced upward. Finally. So that's the weapon. Izuku looked down over the battlefield. There were no classmates nearby. Only villains. Real ones. His grip tightened. They're not students. No hesitation remained. I can stop holding back. The spear floated from his hand. It hung silently beside him. Then, he spoke. Quietly. Fifth form. The air vibrated. Increase. The spear split. 1 became 10. 10 became 100. 100 became 1,000. Then, thousands upon thousands of emerald fragments filled the sky. Like a constellation descending to earth. The sunlight reflected from every blade. The villains slowly looked upward. What? One laughed nervously. Those are just little knives. Another frowned. No, they're all pointing at us. Even Aizawa paused for the briefest moment. His tired eyes lifted. Midoriya, the observation room from the battle trial had been impressed. This was something else entirely. The sky itself had disappeared behind emerald light. Every spear fragment hovered perfectly still. Waiting. Listening. Awaiting a single command. Izuku raised one finger. Protect. The fragments moved. Not wildly. Perfectly. Some intercepted thrown weapons before they reached Aizawa. Others cut through villains' guns and blades with surgical precision. Several pinned sleeves, jackets, and pant legs to walls and the ground, immobilizing attackers without piercing vital areas. Whenever a villain attempted to flank Aizawa, a spear fragment was already there. Stopping them, redirecting them, disarming them. It was as though the battlefield itself had come alive. Aizawa noticed immediately. He's controlling every fragment individually. There wasn't a wasted movement. Not one. Villains who ignored the warning paid the price. One swung a machete. A fragment shattered it instantly. Another rushed Aizawa with a metal pipe. 3 fragments struck the pipe, knocking it away before pinning the man's sleeve to the floor. Another tried firing a pistol. The weapon split cleanly in half before the trigger could be pulled. Panic spread. Where are they coming from? I can't move. My weapon. Shigaraki slowly stopped scratching his neck. His crimson eyes narrowed. That's annoying. Kurogiri watched the battlefield in silence. His precision. Extraordinary. Izuku remained suspended high above the USJ. His massive fairy wings shimmered in the light. They barely moved. His quirk made him so light that he simply hovered, conserving energy even while directing thousands of fragments below. The spear pieces danced through the air with impossible coordination. No fragment struck another. No attack endangered Aizawa. No movement was wasted. Aizawa used the opening immediately. His capture weapon wrapped around another group of villains. He slammed them into the ground. One after another. Good timing, he muttered. Izuku didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. Scanning. Calculating. Every villain. Every movement. Every threat. The fragments shifted constantly, responding almost before danger appeared. For the first time since the League of Villains had entered the USJ. Their advance stopped, not because they had been overpowered by brute force, but because they could no longer move freely. It felt as though invisible strings controlled the battlefield. Like a king moving countless pieces across a board. Shigaraki slowly looked from the immobilized villains to the green-haired boy floating above them. A slow smile crept beneath the hand covering his face. So, you're the troublesome one. Behind him, the towering Nomu took a single step forward. Its lifeless gaze shifted from Aizawa to Izuku. The bioengineered monster had found a new target. The battlefield froze, not because the fighting had stopped, but because something had shifted. High above the USJ, Izuku's emerald eyes met the creature's empty stare. The Nomu. It stood unnaturally still. Its body was grotesque. Purple skin stretched over bulging muscles. An exposed brain pulsed rhythmically. Its movements were wrong. Not clumsy. Not animalistic. Just Wrong. A chill ran down Izuku's spine. His fingers tightened around the invisible connection linking him to every fragment of Chastiful. His quirk, Fairy King, possessed an extraordinary affinity with life. Trees, flowers, animals. He could feel the subtle pulse of life around him. The great trees surrounding the USJ. The grass beneath the villain's feet. Even the frightened birds that had fled the dome moments earlier. Life sang. Every living thing possessed its own quiet rhythm. Its own heartbeat. Its own place in nature. But, when his senses brushed against the Nomu. Silence. No, not silence. Discord. It felt like several heartbeats trying to occupy the same body. Like roots from different trees twisted together until they strangled one another. Life. Forced together. Broken apart. Stitched back into a mockery of itself. Izuku's face paled. What? His voice was barely a whisper. What did they do to you? Below. The Nomu slowly tilted its head. Its vacant eyes never left him. Kurogiri noticed the boy's expression. You've sensed it. Shigaraki scratched at his neck until faint lines of blood appeared. A smile spread beneath the hand covering his face. You don't like Nomu. His voice was almost playful. I don't either. It's ugly. But, it serves its purpose. Izuku didn't answer. His stomach churned. His quirk wasn't telling him he was looking at a monster. It was telling him, this had once been human. Pieces of many humans. Fragments of countless lives. Quirks that should never have coexisted. Bodies that should have been allowed to rest. Nature itself rejected its existence. It wasn't a creature. It was an atrocity. The countless fragments of Chastiful trembled. Not from fear. From their wielder's emotions. Leaves throughout the USJ rustled without wind. Small cracks appeared in the concrete as roots instinctively pressed upward beneath the ground. The plants responded to their king's distress. Aizawa glanced upward. Midoriya, the usually calm student, looked angry, not loud, not explosive like Bakugo, quiet, cold, the kind of anger that settled deep into the bones. Izuku slowly lowered his gaze toward Shigaraki. You, his voice remained calm, did this. Shigaraki shrugged. I didn't make it, I just use it. Another scratch across his neck. You heroes always talk about saving people. He laughed softly. So tell me, can you save that? He pointed lazily at the Nomu. Izuku looked back at the creature. It stood motionless, obedient, empty, like a puppet whose strings had been pulled too tightly. His heart ached, not for the monster, for the people it had once been. Whoever they were, whatever names they had carried, whatever families they had left behind. Those lives had been stolen. Twisted into this. No. Izuku's answer was quiet. So I. His wings slowly spread to their full span. The crystal-like membranes caught the light, making him appear almost ethereal against the dome's ceiling. I'll put them to rest. The emerald fragments surrounding the battlefield stopped moving. For one heartbeat, everything became still. Even the villains felt it. The Fairy King's kindness remained. But the gentleness in his eyes had vanished. Not because he hated the Nomu. But because, for the first time since awakening his quirk, he had encountered something that nature itself mourned. And somewhere deep within the quirk called Fairy King, something ancient stirred in quiet agreement. The USJ had fallen eerily quiet. The villains who moments ago had been shouting now found themselves staring upward. Not at a hero, at judgment. Thousands of emerald spear fragments floated above the battlefield like a second sky. Each one shimmered with razor-sharp edges. Each one waited. Below, the Nomu looked up. It neither feared nor understood. It simply obeyed. Shigaraki frowned. Quote. Something had changed. The boy floating above no longer looked merely determined. He looked resolved. Izuku's emerald eyes never left the creature. I'm sorry. The words weren't meant for Shigaraki or Kurogiri. They were meant for the Nomu. Whoever you were, you deserved better. His voice barely carried across the battlefield. You should have been allowed to rest. Aizawa paused. He had expected Midoriya to attack. He hadn't expected him to apologize. The Fairy King's spear slowly rose. Thousands of emerald fragments followed. Perfectly synchronized. Fifth form. Increase. The fragments multiplied again. Hundreds became thousands. The sky disappeared beneath countless emerald points. Even the villains instinctively stepped backward. Shigaraki's smile faded. Kurogiri, the mist villain, didn't answer. His attention remained fixed on the impossible sight. That's far beyond what was described. Izuku slowly lifted his hand. Every fragment rotated, their tips aligned, every single one pointed toward the Nomu. Not at Shigaraki, not at the villains, only the creature. First form. His voice remained calm, chasteful. A ripple spread through the fragments. One by one, their shapes changed. Each fragment lengthened, compressed, sharpened. Every single piece became a miniature chasteful. Thousands of indestructible spears, thousands of perfect lances. Even Aizawa's eyes widened. He can apply another form after splitting it. He had assumed the forms were mutually exclusive. He had been wrong. The air itself seemed to tremble. The Nomu tilted its head. Still expressionless. Still waiting. Izuku closed his eyes. Third form. Fossilization. Golden pollen flowed across the battlefield. Unlike before, it did not drift toward every villain. It gathered around the Nomu alone, wrapping around it like a quiet veil. The creature's flesh immediately began stiffening. Not enough to stop it instantly, but enough to hinder its infamous regenerative abilities. The life energy woven into the pollen sought to halt the unnatural cycle of destruction and repair. Shigaraki's eyes widened. No, he recognized the danger immediately. The Nomu. Too late. Izuku opened his eyes. There was no anger in them now. Only sadness. Rest. His hand descended. Every spear moved. Thousands of emerald streaks crossed the battlefield. Not chaotically. Perfectly. Every trajectory calculated. Every angle chosen. Every strike intended to end the creature's suffering as swiftly as possible. To pierce. To silence. To grant the peace it had been denied. Kurogiri reacted instantly. Warp gate. A wall of swirling darkness erupted in front of the Nomu. Dozens, hundreds, of the spears vanished into the portals. But there were too many. The remaining lances altered course in midair, flowing around the portals like a river around stones. Shigaraki's eyes widened further. They're changing direction. The first spears reached the Nomu. Thoom. 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 Each impact struck with immense force, driving the creature backward across the plaza. Concrete exploded beneath its feet. Yet it did not fall. Its muscles flexed. It ripped spear after spear from its body. Even slowed by fossilization, its engineered physique endured. Aizawa's expression sharpened. It's surviving. Not because Midoriya's attack lacked power, but because the Nomu had been engineered for one purpose: to withstand overwhelming force. The barrage continued relentlessly. Emerald streaks filled the air. The Nomu was driven farther and farther back, its massive frame disappearing beneath the storm of chasteful fragments. The shockwaves tore trenches through the plaza. Dust and splintered concrete billowed skyward. Even the surrounding villains fled from the sheer violence of the assault. High above, Izuku breathed heavily. This level of control, thousands of first form projectiles while maintaining third form's pollen. The strain was immense. His wings trembled. Sweat ran down his face. But he refused to stop. Not until the creature had a chance to rest. Not until the nightmare before him ended. And somewhere beyond the USJ, a familiar voice had just arrived at the entrance. I am here. All Might had finally reached the facility. The USJ shook under the relentless storm. Hundreds of emerald spears streaked through the air, each one finding its mark with impossible precision. The Nomu's body had become a forest of chasteful fragments. Yet, it still moved. Its regeneration, though slowed by third form, fossilization, refused to cease. Flesh knitted itself together. Bones reformed. Muscles writhed unnaturally. Every second it remained alive seemed to prolong its torment. High above, Izuku's breathing became uneven. Why? Just rest. The Fairy King's affinity with life allowed him to feel it. Not thoughts. Not memories. Only the tortured rhythm of a body forced to continue when it should have long since died. It was agonizing. Every moment the Nomu regenerated. It felt like nature crying out. Below, Aizawa watched with growing concern. Midoriya. He had never seen the boy this exhausted. Sweat soaked his costume. His wings trembled. Even maintaining flight was becoming difficult. The Nomu suddenly roared. With a monstrous flex of its muscles, dozens of spears were forced out of its body. Fragments clattered across the shattered concrete. The wounds immediately began closing again. Shigaraki's smile slowly returned. See, I told you, the Nomu is special. Izuku lowered his head. I know. Slowly, every remaining spear fragment returned to him. One by one, hundreds became dozens. Dozens became one, until only Chastiful remained, floating quietly before its king. Izuku gently wrapped his fingers around it. I'm sorry. His apology was directed only toward the creature. I wanted to let you go peacefully. The Nomu charged. The ground exploded beneath its feet. Its massive fist raced toward him. Izuku did not move. Instead, he thrust the spear forward. First form Chastiful. For an instant, time itself seemed to slow. The spear became a streak of emerald light. It pierced straight through the Nomu's chest. Cleanly, completely, the indestructible weapon emerged from its back in a spray of shattered stone and dark blood. The monster stopped. Its empty eyes looked down at the spear embedded through its core. Silence. Absolute silence. Izuku closed his eyes. Rest. He quietly raised one hand. His voice barely rose above a whisper. Bloom. The life energy stored within Chastiful erupted. Not as fire, not as an explosion of heat, but as a violent burst of emerald life force from deep within the spear itself. Boom. A brilliant green flash engulfed the Nomu. The shockwave rippled across the plaza. Concrete shattered. Windows burst outward. The surrounding villains were thrown off their feet. Even Shigaraki had to shield himself. When the light finally faded, nothing remained where the Nomu had stood except broken earth and Chastiful, hovering silently above a deep crater. The battlefield became deathly still. The monstrous presence that had twisted Izuku's senses was gone. For the first time since it had appeared, the air felt natural again. The trees outside the USJ stopped trembling. The restless roots beneath the ground became calm. Even the oppressive feeling hanging over the plaza seemed to lift. Izuku slowly reached out. Chastiful drifted back into his hand. His shoulders sagged. I wish there had been another way. His grip loosened. The spear vanished into green particles. Below, Aizawa stared at the crater. He had expected the symbol of peace to defeat that monster. Instead, one of his first-year students had just destroyed the League's greatest weapon. Not out of rage, not out of pride, but because he believed leaving it alive would only prolong its suffering. A booming voice echoed from the entrance. I am here. All Might burst into the USJ. His triumphant smile was already forming. Until he saw the scene before him. The shattered battlefield. Dozens of unconscious villains. Aizawa, bruised but still standing. 13 protecting the remaining students. And at the center, a smoking crater where the Nomu should have been. All Might blinked. Young Midoriya, high above, Izuku managed a weak smile. He swayed. A little. His wings faltered. Late. The emerald glow around them vanished. Without the strength to keep himself aloft, the Fairy King began to fall from the sky. Izuku's voice was barely audible. A little. His vision blurred. Late. The emerald glow surrounding his wings disappeared. For the first time since he had awakened Fairy King, they no longer responded. His body tipped forward. Then, gravity reclaimed him. He began falling. Fast. 20 feet above the shattered plaza. His body was too exhausted to even levitate. Young Midoriya, All Might's smile vanished instantly. He launched himself forward. The concrete beneath his feet exploded from the force. Aizawa's tired eyes widened. Damn it. His capture weapon shot into the air. The steel cloth stretched toward the falling boy. Too short. It missed by inches. 13 sprinted forward. Midoriya, her black hole quirk couldn't help here. Using it carelessly could be just as dangerous. She could only run. Izuku remained unconscious. His wings hung limply behind him. Despite their enormous size, they didn't flap. They simply followed the air as he plummeted. His quirk had finally reached its absolute limit. Every ounce of energy had been spent. Below, the ground rushed closer. 15 feet. 10, 8, 5. All Might arrived first. With a burst of speed, he threw himself beneath the falling teenager. Rather than grabbing him outright, he carefully adjusted his own posture, catching Izuku across both arms while bending his knees to absorb the momentum. The impact still drove the number 1 hero several inches into the cracked concrete. Boom. Dust billowed outward, but Izuku was safe. Not a single additional injury. Silence. All Might looked down. Young Midoriya, no response. The green-haired boy slept as peacefully as if he were lying in his own bed. His breathing was slow, steady, exhaustion, nothing more. Aizawa finally reached them. He knelt beside his student, checking his pulse. Stable. He burned through everything. 13 exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. As the three heroes focused entirely on Izuku, no one noticed the villains moving. Kurogiri's dark mist quietly spread across the battlefield. My apologies, Shigaraki. The opportunity has presented itself. Shigaraki stood where the Nomu had once been. His eyes remained fixed on the unconscious boy in All Might's arms. His fingers scratched furiously at his neck. That brat. The image replayed in his mind. The emerald spears. The apology. The destruction of the Nomu. The creature they had spent years creating. Gone. For the first time in a long while, Tamura Shigaraki felt something unfamiliar. Not irritation. Not boredom. Hatred. Pure hatred. Midoriya. He whispered the name as though carving it into stone. I won't forget you. Never. Kurogiri's portal opened behind him. Shall we retreat? Shigaraki continued staring at Izuku for another heartbeat. Yeah, our objective failed. He looked once toward All Might. Next time, his gaze shifted back to the unconscious Fairy King. I'll kill him first. The portal swallowed him. One by one, the remaining villains disappeared into the darkness. Within seconds, the League of Villains was gone. Only then did All Might finally look up. They escaped. Aizawa didn't move from Izuku's side. They chose retreat. We're lucky. His gaze softened ever so slightly as he looked at the sleeping boy. If Midoriya hadn't intervened, he looked toward the enormous crater where the Nomu had stood. I would have been overwhelmed long before you arrived. All Might's expression grew solemn. He looked down at the unconscious student resting in his arms. His oversized wings, though limp, were noticeably larger than they had been just days ago, draping over All Might's forearms like translucent emerald cloaks. The symbol of peace had come expecting to rescue his students. Instead, one exhausted first year had already changed the course of the battle. All Might smiled sadly. You've done enough, young Midoriya. You can rest now. For once, the Fairy King didn't argue. He simply slept, utterly unaware that, somewhere beyond the walls of the USJ, he had just become the League of Villains' highest priority target. Scattered throughout the USJ, the students had fought desperately to survive. Some had escaped on their own. Others had worked together. Some had simply endured until help arrived. Eventually, with the villains retreating, the remaining pro-heroes guided the students back toward the central plaza. Kirishima ran ahead. Is everyone okay? Kaminari followed close behind. Izuku, Ochako, Sensei. The students burst into the main area, only to stop in unison. Silence. The battle was already over. The once pristine plaza had become almost unrecognizable. Craters scarred the ground. Concrete walls had collapsed. The fountain had been shattered. Long trenches carved through the floor stretched for dozens of meters. It looked less like a rescue training facility, and more like the aftermath of a war. Police officers rushed around the area. Their voices echoed through the dome. Secure this one. We've got another unconscious. Call for medical transport. Villains, dozens upon dozens of them, lay unconscious across the shattered plaza. Many were bound with restraints. Others were already being loaded into police vehicles. At the center stood only one familiar figure. 13. Though her suit was damaged, she remained standing, helping direct the police. Ochako looked around frantically. Where's Izuku? And Aizawa-sensei? Kirishima added. Where's All Might? 13 noticed the students gathering. Her posture relaxed ever so slightly. Everyone, I'm relieved you're safe. Iida stepped forward. 13. What happened here? She looked toward the enormous crater near the center of the plaza. For a brief moment, she remained silent. The battle ended. All Might has already returned to UA. Several students sighed in relief. So he beat the villains. 13 hesitated. Yes, it wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. Kaminari looked around again. Where's Midoriya? And Aizawa-sensei? They left with All Might. Aizawa sustained injuries during the battle. As for Midoriya, she smiled gently beneath her helmet. He exhausted himself. He'll be receiving medical attention. Bakugo's brows furrowed immediately. Exhausted, his eyes narrowed. What did that idiot do? 13 didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced once more at the devastated battlefield. The crater, the shattered concrete, the countless unconscious villains. He protected people. It was all she said. The class exchanged confused looks. None of them understood. What had happened while they had been scattered? Who had made that enormous crater? Why were there so many unconscious villains? Why had All Might already left? Questions piled atop questions, yet none of them had answers. A police officer approached 13. The buses are ready, she nodded, then turned back toward the students. Everyone. Her voice was calm but firm. Today's training has ended. We'll return to UA immediately. There will be statements later. For now, I need all of you on the bus. No one argued. The atmosphere was simply too heavy. One by one, Class 1A boarded the bus. Unlike the ride to the USJ, no one spoke. Mina looked out the window. Kaminari stared at the floor. Hiroshima clenched his fists. Iida silently adjusted his glasses. Ochako kept glancing toward the empty seat where Izuku normally floated. She whispered so quietly no one heard. I'm glad you're okay. Bakugo sat with his arms crossed. His crimson eyes never left the passing scenery outside. His thoughts replayed one sentence. He exhausted himself. He knew Izuku. Really knew him. If the lazy fairy king had pushed himself until he collapsed, then something truly terrible must have happened. He quietly clicked his tongue. Idiot. There was no anger behind the word. Only concern. As the bus pulled away from the ruined USJ, the students caught one last glimpse of the training facility. Police lights flashed across the broken plaza. Emergency crews moved through the wreckage. The day that had begun as a simple rescue exercise had become the first true villain attack on UA. And although none of Class 1A fully understood what had happened in the central plaza, every one of them could feel it. Something had changed. Their lives as hero students would never be as simple as they had been just that morning. The ride back to UA was silent. Painfully so. Normally, Kaminari would have been talking. Mina would have started a conversation. Hiroshima would have tried to lighten the mood. Instead, the bus was filled only with the quiet hum of the engine. When they arrived at UA, the students were immediately escorted back to the main building. No one was dismissed. No one was allowed to leave. Teachers hurried through the hallways. Pro-heroes spoke in hushed voices. Police officers moved in and out of the faculty offices. It was obvious. This wasn't just another school day anymore. Class 1A entered their classroom. The familiar desks somehow felt foreign. The room was unusually quiet. The only teacher waiting for them was Present Mike. He smiled. Or at least, he tried to. Yo, everyone. His usual booming voice lacked its normal energy. For now, just stay here. We're still sorting everything out. Kaminari slowly looked toward the teacher's desk. Empty. No sleeping bag. No tired-looking homeroom teacher. Where's Aizawa-sensei? Present Mike's smile faded. Recovery girl is looking after him. He'll be all right. The class visibly relaxed. Ochako hesitated before asking the next question. And Midoriya? Silence. Present Mike blinked. He chose his words carefully. Still in the infirmary. He completely exhausted himself. He'll need time to recover. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Figures. Present Mike clapped his hands together. So, why don't we all just relax for a while? Nobody moved. Mina quietly looked toward Izuku's desk. It was empty. His chair sat exactly where he'd left it that morning. His notebook remained inside the desk. Even from here, she could see the neat handwriting on the page he hadn't finished. He always floated into class. She whispered. It's weird not seeing him. Ochako smiled sadly. He always said good morning. Hiroshima nodded, and somehow managed to look sleepy every single day. Even a few students chuckled softly. The laughter quickly faded. Bakugo remained staring at the empty seat. For years, that idiot had always been nearby. Walking beside him, floating beside him, sleeping beside him. Now, for the first time, there was nothing. Just an empty desk. Present Mike noticed where everyone's attention had settled. He's tough, he said confidently. If anyone can sleep off complete exhaustion. A small grin appeared. It's Midoriya. That finally earned a few genuine smiles. Kaminari laughed quietly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Time passed. Minutes turned into nearly an hour. Teachers occasionally entered the room to check on the students. Everyone had already given their statements to the police. There was little left to do except wait. Outside the classroom, Principal Nezu walked briskly alongside several faculty members. Security procedures, student safety, media response, everything had changed after today's attack. Inside the infirmary, Recovery Girl continued treating Aizawa's injuries. Nearby, on another bed, Izuku remained asleep. His breathing was calm, steady. His oversized fairy wings rested across the mattress and even spilled over the sides, having grown large enough that the hospital bed could barely contain them. Recovery Girl adjusted a blanket over him. He really gave everything, she muttered. Looking over the medical readings, even she raised an eyebrow. No broken bones, no internal injuries, just, she smiled softly, an empty tank. Back in Class 1A. The clock continued ticking. Every so often, another student glanced toward the empty desk by the window. Waiting, wondering when the Fairy King would lazily float back through the classroom door with a yawn and an apology for oversleeping. None of them realized that, at that very moment, UA's teachers were discussing something else entirely. Not just the League of Villains. Not just school security, but the first-year student who had held off an army of villains, protected a pro-hero, and destroyed the League's greatest weapon before the symbol of peace had even arrived. UA's conference room had rarely felt this tense. Around the long table sat the school's faculty. Nezu occupied the head seat. To his right sat All Might, unusually quiet. Beside him was Recovery Girl. Across from them sat Smentos, Present Mike, Midnight, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, and the Rescue Hero 13. The last chair remained empty. Until the door slid open. You shouldn't be walking. Recovery Girl frowned immediately. In walked Shota Aizawa, bandages wrapped around his arms. One eye remained swollen. His capture weapon rested across one shoulder. Despite his condition, he looked exactly as stubborn as ever. I'm fine. Recovery Girl sighed. No, you're not. I am. You have fractures. I can sit. You're impossible. Present Mike laughed weakly. Yep, that's Eraser. Nezu folded his paws together. Thank you for coming despite your injuries, Aizawa. Aizawa took his seat. I was there. I'll give the report. 13 nodded. I'll fill in anything I witnessed. The room fell silent. Nezu spoke first. Let's begin from the moment the League appeared. Aizawa recounted everything calmly. Kurogiri warped into the USJ. They expected All Might. When they realized he wasn't present, they attacked. He explained how he ordered the students not to move. How Kurogiri scattered nearly all of Class 1A throughout the facility. How he engaged the villains alone. The teachers listened without interruption. Then, he reached the part everyone truly wanted explained. Midoriya. All Might straightened slightly. Present Mike leaned forward. Even Midnight's playful smile disappeared. He avoided the warp gate. Aizawa continued. His wings gave him enough aerial mobility to escape before the portal fully formed. 13 added. He was the only student left in the central plaza. Smentos frowned. Alone? Yes. Aizawa nodded once. I expected him to retreat. He didn't. The room became quiet again. He saw me engaging the villains. He chose to intervene. Present Mike smiled slightly. Sounds like him. Aizawa continued. He immediately deployed what he called Fifth Form. Several teachers exchanged confused glances. His spear. It multiplied. Power Loader blinked. Multiplied. Into thousands of individually controlled fragments. Silence. Thousands. Midnight repeated. Yes. Smentos slowly folded his arms. That's an absurd level of control. Aizawa agreed. It wasn't random. He controlled every fragment independently. They intercepted attacks, disarmed villains, protected me, immobilized targets, without harming me once. Even Nezu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I see. 13 took over. He wasn't trying to kill them. Every attack was measured. He deliberately avoided lethal strikes despite having numerous opportunities. Aizawa nodded. Until he paused. The Nomu. The room noticeably stiffened. All Might's expression became serious. What happened? For the first time, Aizawa hesitated. Midoriya reacted differently. He stared at it, as though he'd seen something horrifying. 13 quietly added. He apologized. To the Nomu. Silence. Recovery Girl blinked. Apologized. He said. 13 lowered her voice. Greater than. Whoever you were, you deserved better. Nobody spoke. Aizawa looked toward All Might. He somehow sensed that the Nomu wasn't natural. He treated it like a victim. All Might slowly lowered his head. It was. Aizawa continued. He then used fifth form again. And another technique. He applied first form to every fragment simultaneously. Power Loader looked genuinely stunned. He stacked forms. Yes. 13 nodded. Then he released another ability. Third form. It slowed the Nomu's regeneration. The room remained utterly silent. Even Nezu stopped writing notes. Finally, Aizawa reached the end. The Nomu continued regenerating. Midoriya realized non-lethal methods wouldn't stop it. So, he recalled every fragment, pierced it through the chest, then detonated the spear. Silence. Destroyed it. No one spoke for several long seconds. Finally, Snipe broke the silence. The anti-All Might Nomu was destroyed by a first-year student. Aizawa answered without emotion. Yes. All Might closed his eyes. I saw the crater. I simply didn't realize young Midoriya had created it. Recovery Girl adjusted her glasses. He paid for it. She placed several medical charts onto the table. He has no broken bones. No lasting physical damage. But his energy reserves, they were completely emptied. Several teachers frowned. She continued. If All Might had arrived even a minute later, he would have hit the ground from 20 feet. The fall itself could have seriously injured him. Present Mike let out a long breath. That kid really gave everything. Nezu quietly looked around the table. Then there is one final matter. Everyone turned toward him. The League of Villains. He tapped a photograph of Shigaraki taken from security footage. Our intelligence division has already begun reviewing the recordings. He looked toward Aizawa. Based on what you witnessed, who do you believe became their primary target today? Aizawa didn't need time to think. Midoriya. The room fell silent once more. He destroyed their strongest asset. He prevented my defeat. He held the central plaza until All Might arrived. He embarrassed them. Aizawa's visible eye hardened. Shigaraki never took his eyes off him after the Nomu fell. All Might slowly clenched a fist beneath the table. Young Izuku Midoriya had protected his teacher, saved countless lives, and survived his first real battle as a hero. In doing so, without realizing it, the 15-year-old Fairy King had placed himself directly in the sights of one of the most dangerous villain organizations in Japan. Evening settled over UA. High. The faculty meeting had finally concluded. Recovery Girl had made one thing abundantly clear. Greater than, he won't be waking up tonight. So, after several calls and the completion of the necessary reports, UA made the decision to send Izuku home. Recovery was always faster in familiar surroundings. Who's taking him? Present Mike immediately raised both hands. I'd love to. Midnight glanced sideways. No. What? You're too loud. I can be quiet. No. Hazashi. Fair. Smintos adjusted his glasses. I still need to repair the USJ. Power Loader shook his head. I have to inspect the support equipment damaged during the attack. Ectoplasm simply replied. I'll be handling the students' statements. Snipe tipped his hat. I've got police paperwork. Recovery Girl folded her arms. I am certainly not carrying a 15-year-old boy across the city. Everyone unconsciously looked toward Aizawa. He stared back. No. Recovery Girl answered for him. Absolutely not. You're going back to bed after this. TCH. Nezu smiled. It appears the choice has made itself. Everyone looked toward Midnight. She sighed dramatically. So I'm the designated responsible adult. Present Mike laughed. Congratulations. Don't make me regret this. A few minutes later, Midnight entered the infirmary. The room was peaceful. Recovery Girl was organizing medicine on a nearby shelf. Izuku remained asleep. He hadn't moved an inch. His breathing remained slow and steady. His wings had become a small problem. They spread across almost the entire bed. Beautiful emerald wings, now noticeably larger than before, shimmered softly under the infirmary lights. Midnight blinked. They're even prettier up close. Recovery Girl smiled. They grew again. I noticed. Midnight carefully approached. All right, sleepyhead. Time to go home. Of course. Izuku didn't respond. Recovery Girl chuckled. He'll probably sleep until tomorrow. Midnight gently slipped one arm beneath his knees, another behind his back. She lifted him effortlessly. He's lighter than I expected. Recovery Girl nodded. His quirk reduces his body's weight considerably. He practically weighs nothing. Well, Midnight smiled. That certainly makes this easier. Izuku instinctively shifted slightly in his sleep. One wing lazily folded around Midnight's shoulder like a blanket. She looked down. That's adorable. Recovery Girl laughed quietly. Don't tell him. I wasn't planning to. Outside, a sleek UA vehicle waited. The driver opened the rear door. Midnight carefully climbed inside, still carrying the unconscious Fairy King. She buckled both herself and Izuku securely into the back seat. His head naturally leaned against her shoulder. Still asleep. The drive through Musudafu was quiet. Streetlights illuminated the evening roads. Midnight occasionally glanced at the sleeping student. You really are something. She remembered Aizawa's report, holding off dozens of villains, protecting his teacher, destroying the Nomu, then apologizing to it. You're a strange kid. A faint smile crossed her face. But maybe heroes need more strange kids like you. Eventually, the car stopped outside a familiar apartment building. Midnight stepped out, still carrying Izuku as though he weighed little more than a pillow. She walked to the front door. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, the door swung open. Inko Midoriya smiled politely. Hell, her smile vanished. Izuku. Her face immediately turned pale. Izuku. She looked at the unconscious boy in Midnight's arms. What happened? Midnight quickly raised a calming hand. He's alive. He's stable. He simply exhausted himself. Inko's trembling slowed only slightly. Exhausted. Midnight nodded gently. There was an attack during today's class. Inko gasped. An attack? The villains have already been driven back. Your son helped protect his classmates and teachers. He'll recover. He just needs rest. Tears welled in Inko's eyes as she hurried aside. Please, come in. Midnight stepped into the apartment. She carried Izuku to his bedroom, where the familiar bed waited. Carefully, she laid him down. His massive wings settled naturally across the mattress, one wing even hanging over the side of the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he instinctively curled onto his side. Still asleep, still completely unaware of everything around him. Midnight quietly pulled the blanket over him. Sleep well, Fairy King. She turned toward the doorway. Waiting there was Inko, wiping tears from her eyes. Midnight offered her a reassuring smile. He fought bravely today, but tomorrow. She glanced once more at the sleeping boy. He's just your son again. Inko nodded softly and sat beside Izuku's bed, gently brushing a strand of green hair away from his face. As Midnight quietly let herself out of the apartment, she couldn't help but think of Aizawa's final words from the meeting. Shigaraki never took his eyes off him. The attack on the USJ was over. But for Izuku Midoriya, the consequences of what he had done there were only just beginning. Sunlight filtered through the curtains of the Midoriya apartment. For the first time in years, Izuku wasn't awake because of Bakugo pounding on his front door. Instead, he was still sound asleep. Curled beneath his blanket, one enormous emerald wing draped over the bed while the other rested against the wall. His breathing remained slow and peaceful. Recovery Girl had been right. His body was simply recovering from complete exhaustion. Meanwhile, at 6:30 in the morning, Inko Midoriya's phone chimed. She blinked sleepily before checking the notification. An email from UA High School, more specifically, from Shota Aizawa. She immediately opened it. Greater than Mrs. Midoriya. After consulting with Recovery Girl, Izuku Midoriya is officially exempt from attending classes today, Friday. He is to remain at home and rest until Monday. There is no academic penalty for his absence. Class notes and assignments will be provided upon his return. His condition is stable, but complete rest is recommended. If his condition changes, contact UA immediately. Regards, Shota Aizawa, Homeroom Teacher, Class 1A. Inko let out a long breath. Thank goodness. Without hesitation, she typed a reply. Greater than thank you so much, Aizawa-sensei. Thank you for taking such good care of Izuku. I'm so relieved to hear he's alright. Thank you, truly. I'll make sure he gets plenty of rest. Thank you again. She reread it. Maybe that's too many thank yous. After a moment, she smiled sheepishly. No. Then hit send. At UA, Aizawa sat alone in the staff room. Bandages still wrapped around one arm. His coffee steamed quietly beside him. His phone buzzed. He opened the email. His visible eye slowly moved down the message. Then, another email arrived, also from Inko. She had forgotten to mention she'd received Izuku's medicine schedule from Recovery Girl. It ended with another, greater than thank you so much. Aizawa blinked. A third notification. Another email. Greater than thank you again for protecting my son. Present Mike happened to walk past. Yo, Eraser. What's with that face? Aizawa silently turned his phone around. Present Mike read the emails. Then laughed. Ha ha ha, she's really grateful. I noticed. Aizawa sighed quietly. I'm not used to parents like this. Most conversations with guardians involved complaints, arguments, concerns over grades, requests for special treatment. Inko had done nothing but thank him. Repeatedly, he rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. She's kind. Present Mike grinned. Now you know where Midoriya gets it. Aizawa looked toward the classroom wing. Yeah, I do. A few minutes later, Class 1A settled into homeroom. The classroom door slid open. Aizawa walked in. Bandages peeked out beneath his usual scarf. His gait was slightly slower than normal. Everyone immediately stood. Aizawa-sensei. Several students spoke at once. Are you okay? What happened? Are your injuries serious? He raised one hand. Sit. The class obeyed. Aizawa placed his sleeping bag beside the podium before speaking. My injuries aren't life-threatening. So stop worrying. Several students visibly relaxed. Ochako hesitated. Sensei, how's Midoriya? The room instantly became silent. Even Bakugo looked toward the front. Aizawa answered simply. He's recovering. Recovery Girl ordered complete rest. He won't be attending school today. A few disappointed expressions appeared. Mina looked toward Izuku's empty desk. So, he'll be okay. Yes, he'll return Monday. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Bakugo leaned back in his chair. HMPH. Kirishima smirked. You were worried. I wasn't. You totally were. I said I wasn't. Aizawa ignored the exchange. Until Midoriya returns. He looked around the room. Focus on your own training. What happened at the USJ proved something. His visible eye hardened. This isn't a game. Villains won't wait until you're ready. They won't care how old you are. They won't fight fairly. The classroom became heavy once more. After a moment, Aizawa added. But, several students looked up. You all survived. You protected one another. And despite everything, his gaze briefly lingered on the empty desk by the window. No one in Class 1A was lost. That's worth remembering. Silence settled over the room. Outside, the morning sun shone through the classroom windows. At the Midoriya apartment, Izuku slept peacefully, unaware that his classmates were already counting the days until Monday, when the quiet Fairy King would once again drift through the classroom door with a sleepy yawn and a casual morning. Monday morning arrived beneath a clear blue sky. Izuku floated lazily down the streets of Musudafu, a yawn escaping him every few minutes. His oversized emerald wings stretched instinctively before folding neatly behind him. Although he had fully recovered, his body still preferred conserving energy whenever possible. Students walking past occasionally stared, not only because of his beautiful fairy wings, but because UA had changed. The security around the campus had become noticeably tighter. Concrete barricades had been installed around the entrances. More security cameras overlooked the grounds. Teachers stood outside instead of remaining indoors. Even the front gates had received additional reinforcement. Makes sense, Izuku murmured. After last week, he quietly entered through the main gate. Inside, everything looked normal, almost. Students laughed. Teachers walked between buildings. Yet beneath it all, there was tension. Everyone knew what had happened at the USJ. Eventually, Izuku reached Class 1A. He slid the classroom door open. Morning. Still yawning. The room went completely silent. Then, chaos. Midoriya. Mina was the first to reach him. You're okay. Ochako wasn't far behind. We were so worried. Kirishima grinned. Dude, what happened after we got separated? Kaminari nearly tackled him. You slept for 3 days. I heard you collapsed. Recovery Girl said you emptied your stamina. Did All Might carry you? Questions flew from every direction. Izuku blinked several times. Good morning. Nobody stopped. Even Tokiyami nodded respectfully. It is good to see you returned. Tsuyu smiled. Welcome back, Midoriya. Even Todoroki spoke. I'm glad you're alright. Only one person remained seated. Bakugo. Took you long enough. Izuku smiled faintly. Morning, Kachan. Idiot. Before anyone could ask another question, the classroom door opened. Aizawa walked in. Sit. Immediately. Everyone obeyed. Welcome back, Midoriya. Thank you, Sensei. Aizawa placed his sleeping bag beside the podium. Without warning, he smiled. Very slightly. So, you survived your first villain attack. Several students laughed nervously. Then his expression returned to normal. I have another announcement. He reached into his sleeping bag, pulled out a stack of papers. The school has decided to proceed with the UA Sports Festival. Silence. Kaminari blinked. Seriously, after the USJ? Aizawa nodded. Yes, there were discussions about postponing it, but the decision was made. It will proceed as scheduled. He looked around the room. This festival isn't merely a school event. It is watched across the entire country. Professional heroes attend every year. They observe. They recruit. They remember names. His visible eye settled on the class. If you intend to become heroes, this is one of your greatest opportunities. The mood changed instantly. Excitement replaced uncertainty. Mina pumped a fist. Yes. Kirishima grinned. Let's go. Kaminari laughed. This is gonna be awesome. Even Bakugo smirked. I'm winning. Todoroki quietly added. I have no intention of losing. Izuku simply listened. Sports festival. He had watched it every year growing up. Now, he would stand inside the arena. Classes resumed normally. Math, heroics, quirk theory. Everything felt strangely ordinary after everything that had happened. That afternoon, students spread across UA. Some trained alone, others sparred together. Bakugo immediately claimed one of the training grounds. Explosions echoed through the campus. Kirishima worked on his endurance. Todoroki practiced precise control over his ice. Even Ochako could be seen refining her hand-to-hand combat. Everyone had the same goal. Become stronger. Izuku watched from beneath a large tree. Floating. As usual, he could train alone. He had done so before. But, he remembered something. During the USJ, he had emptied every reserve he possessed. His greatest weakness remained unchanged. Stamina. He quietly stood, then headed toward the faculty offices. Knock, knock. Come in. Izuku opened the door. Inside sat Aizawa, reviewing paperwork. Without looking up, he spoke. Need something? Yes. That made Aizawa glance up. Izuku rarely asked for anything. Go ahead. Izuku stood quietly for a moment. Then bowed. Please train me. Silence. Aizawa stared. Explain. Izuku met his teacher's gaze. My stamina is my biggest weakness. I ran out of energy at the USJ. If the Nomu had survived another minute, I would have lost. That's true. I need someone who won't go easy on me. Another pause. Most people probably will now. They'll remember the USJ. They'll think I've already done enough. His expression remained calm. You won't. Aizawa's visible eye narrowed slightly. No, I won't. That's why I'm asking you. The room fell silent. Present Mike, who had just been passing by the open doorway, overheard enough to grin. Hey, Midoriya really knows who to ask. Aizawa ignored him. He continued studying Izuku for several seconds. Finally, training with me isn't pleasant. I know. I don't praise people. I know. I don't stop because you're tired. I know. If you collapse, you'll get back up. Understood. And if I think you're making excuses, I'll call you out. Izuku nodded without hesitation. That's exactly what I need. For the first time since the USJ incident, Aizawa allowed himself the faintest smile. Good. He stood, picking up his capture weapon. Training starts tomorrow morning. 5 o'clock. Izuku's sleepy eyes widened just a fraction. 5. Problem. He imagined waking up before sunrise. His soul seemed to leave his body for a moment. No, Sensei. Present Mike burst out laughing from the hallway. Good luck, Sleeping Beauty. Aizawa walked past him without missing a beat. Be here at 5. If you're late. He glanced back once. I'll make the session twice as long. Izuku sighed the sigh of a boy who had just realized that asking the strictest teacher at UA for help had consequences. Worth it. Aizawa heard him anyway. We'll see. The next morning, at exactly 4:15 a.m., the Midoriya apartment was unusually alive. Izuku slowly sat up, his emerald wings stretched across his room before folding neatly behind him. For several seconds, he simply stared at the ceiling. Every fiber of his being wanted to lie back down. 5 more minutes, his body whispered. No, he shook his head. I promised. With a small sigh, he forced himself out of bed. In the kitchen, Inko nearly dropped the spatula in her hand. Izuku, her son, was awake. Before sunrise, she blinked twice. Are you feeling all right? Yeah. You don't have a fever? No. You slept enough? Probably. Izuku quietly poured himself a glass of water. I'm training. Silence. Inko stared. Training? With Aizawa-sensei? At 5. For a moment, she simply looked at him. Then, a warm smile slowly appeared. I see. She knew her son. Lazy wasn't even the right word. If there was a shortcut, Izuku would somehow invent an even shorter shortcut. Yet here he was, before dawn. Not because someone dragged him out of bed. Not because Bakugo was yelling outside. He had gotten up, because he wanted to. Be careful, she simply said. I will. As he headed for the door, she quietly watched him leave. A few tears gathered in her eyes. He's really trying. 4:58 a.m. Training Ground Gamma. Aizawa was already waiting, coffee in one hand, capture weapon wrapped around his shoulders. He checked the time. 4:59. Footsteps. Izuku floated through the gate. Morning, sensei. You're early. By a minute. Good. Without another word, Aizawa tossed him a weighted vest. Smintoss made it. Izuku caught it. Heavy. That's the point. The first morning was horrible. Sprint. Fly. Land. Sprint again. Carry logs using only physical strength. No quirk. More sprints. Then quirk usage. Then more running. By the end, Izuku collapsed onto the grass. I can't. Aizawa looked down at him. Get up. I physically can't. Yes, you can. 5 minutes later, Izuku somehow stood. Good. Again. The second day. The same. The third. Even worse. Aizawa deliberately varied every session. Some days focused entirely on physical endurance. Others on controlling Chastiful for hours without rest. Some involved flying while carrying increasing weight. Others forced Izuku to fight hand to hand after completely draining his quirk. There were no easy mornings. Weeks passed. Every day. 5 in the morning. Without fail. Even weekends. Izuku never missed one. Present Mike walked past the training grounds one morning. You're still doing this? Aizawa nodded once. He asked. Present Mike looked toward the exhausted green-haired teenager currently doing push-ups with the weighted vest still on. He actually gets up every morning. Huh. Present Mike smiled. Guess miracles happen. By the second week, changes appeared. Not dramatic. Subtle. Izuku recovered his stamina faster. His breathing steadied sooner. His physical strikes carried more force. His wings beat with greater efficiency. Most importantly, he could now maintain multiple forms of Chastiful for longer without immediately exhausting himself. By the third week, Aizawa noticed something else. During training, the lazy boy disappeared. Again. Yes, sensei. No complaints. No yawning. No drifting off. Only complete focus. The transformation was almost unsettling. Outside training, Izuku floated through the hallways as always. Yawning. Sleeping during breaks. Looking for sunny spots beneath trees. Inside training, his eyes sharpened. Every order received an immediate response. Every mistake was corrected. Every lesson remembered. One afternoon, Present Mike happened to see both versions within 10 minutes. First, Izuku sleeping beneath a tree. Classic Midoriya. Then, 5 minutes later, Aizawa called him over. Instantly, the sleepy expression vanished. His posture straightened. His eyes focused. Ready. Present Mike blinked. Did somebody replace him? Aizawa answered flatly. No. That's just what discipline looks like. A few days before the sports festival, training ended earlier than usual. Aizawa quietly observed his student. You're improving. Thank you. Your stamina's nearly doubled. Izuku nodded. I can feel it, but it's still not enough. Correct. Aizawa wasn't about to sugarcoat it. Against professionals, You'll still burn out. But compared to the USJ, he looked at Izuku for a long moment. You're much harder to exhaust. Izuku looked down at his hands. His fingers curled slightly. He could feel it too. The fatigue that once came after maintaining chastity for minutes now arrived much later. His body had adapted. His wings felt stronger. His control smoother. There was still a long road ahead. But, for the first time, he felt like he was truly walking it. The next day in Class 1A, nothing seemed different. Izuku floated into the classroom. Morning. Yawning. He immediately rested his chin on his desk. Kaminari laughed. Back to being sleepy, huh? Always. Mina giggled. I swear, you spend more time floating than walking. Walking is tiring. Ochako smiled. That's definitely the Midoriya we know. Even Bakugo snorted. Lazy idiot. Morning. Kachan. To Class 1A. Nothing had changed. He was still the quiet, polite, impossibly lazy classmate with beautiful emerald wings. None of them had seen the version of Izuku that greeted the sunrise every morning. None of them had watched him collapse, stand back up, and keep training under Aizawa's relentless instruction. None of them knew that behind every sleepy yawn, the Fairy King had quietly begun forging himself into a warrior worthy of his crown. The day had finally arrived. The morning sun rose over Musudafu. For most people, it was another Saturday. For UA High School, it was one of the biggest days of the year. The UA Sports Festival. Outside the academy, thousands of spectators lined up before sunrise. News crews reported live from the entrance. Children wore shirts supporting their favorite hero schools. Families filled every available seat. Vendors sold snacks and souvenirs. Helicopters circled overhead. Millions more watched from their televisions across Japan. Every major hero agency had their eyes on today's event. Inside the competitor waiting room, Class 1A buzzed with excitement. Kaminari bounced on his heels. I can't believe this. There are gonna be so many people. Mina laughed. I'm more worried about embarrassing myself. Kirishima grinned. Just don't trip. I'll try. Ochako nervously adjusted her gloves. I wonder how many heroes are watching. Iida straightened his glasses. Countless. The sports festival is essentially our first professional audition. Nearby, Bakugo sat with his arms crossed. I'm winning. No one doubted he meant it. Todoroki quietly leaned against the wall. Silent. Focused. Meanwhile, Izuku floated lazily near the corner. He yawned. One of his massive emerald wings lazily shifted behind him. Kaminari pointed. Look at him. How are you sleepy today of all days? Izuku blinked. It's still morning. Mina laughed. You're impossible. Nobody noticed. Not one person. His breathing was steadier. His posture more balanced. Even the way his wings moved had become more controlled. Weeks of Aizawa's dawn training had quietly transformed him. The lazy classmate everyone knew had become far stronger, far more dangerous, yet nothing about his relaxed expression hinted at it. Elsewhere, the VIP section slowly filled. Professional heroes arrived one after another. Endeavor took his seat without a word. Beside him sat Kamui Woods. Mount. Lady waved cheerfully toward the cameras before sitting down. Death Arms folded his arms. Gunhead chatted quietly with Backdraft. Best Jeanist calmly adjusted his immaculate sleeves. Several agency representatives carried clipboards. Others held tablets already displaying student files. Some had circled names long before today. Others intended to discover someone new. Among the paperwork, one file was noticeably thicker. Izuku Midoriya. Medical evaluations. Quirk development reports. Entrance examination records. USJ incident statements. Several pages remained partially classified. One scout frowned. Why is so much of this blacked out? Another quietly replied. Whatever happened at the USJ. It was serious enough that UA restricted the details. Nearby, Best Jeanist casually flipped through the file. Fairy King. He paused at the quirk description. A continually evolving quirk. He closed the folder. I'll judge with my own eyes. The stadium lights suddenly illuminated the arena. The enormous crowd erupted into cheers. ROOOOOOOOAR. The sound shook the very seats. Inside the competitors' tunnel, the students heard it. Kaminari swallowed. That's really loud. Even Kirishima looked impressed. This is insane. A familiar energetic voice echoed throughout the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen. The cheers grew even louder. Are you ready? I said. Are you ready? The crowd answered with thunderous applause. Yeah. Standing at the center of the arena, microphone raised high, was the voice hero, Present Mike. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. The roar that followed could probably be heard outside the school grounds. Backstage, Kaminari looked like he might faint. There are way more people than I imagined. Mina laughed nervously. No kidding. Ochako took a deep breath. Okay, let's do our best. The doors to the tunnel slowly began opening. Bright sunlight poured inside. Present Mike's voice echoed once more. Now, let's welcome the hero course. One by one, the students began walking toward the arena. Izuku took one slow breath. He looked up at the light. Weeks ago, he would have entered exactly as everyone expected. Today, he still floated, still yawned, still looked every bit the lazy fairy king. Only Aizawa knew the truth. Standing near the entrance with the other teachers, Aizawa watched his student drift toward the stadium. Present Mike leaned over with a grin. Think your sleepy kids ready? Aizawa's visible eye remained on Izuku. No. Present Mike blinked. Huh. Aizawa folded his arms. He's beyond ready. The rest of the competition just doesn't know it yet. And as Izuku floated out into the deafening roar of thousands of spectators, millions more watching from home, and dozens of pro heroes evaluating every movement, the Fairy King entered the grandest stage of his young life. The tunnel doors opened. A wall of cheers crashed over the students. Woo! The stadium was overflowing. Every seat was occupied. Television cameras tracked every movement. Millions watched from their homes across Japan. The hero course stepped into the sunlight. Present Mike's voice echoed across the arena. The first event. He stretched the announcement out, building anticipation. As the obstacle course, the giant monitors lit up. A map of the course appeared. A winding 4-kilometer route filled with traps. A forest of 0-pointers. A canyon crossed only by unstable ropes. A sprawling minefield near the finish. The students swallowed. Present Mike grinned. There are no rules. Just reach the finish line. Ready. Go. A cannon fired. Boom. The crowd erupted. Students immediately surged forward. Bakugo blasted into the air. Todoroki sprinted. Ida's engines roared. Hundreds of competitors rushed toward the narrow entrance. One person didn't move. Izuku yawned. The crowd blinked. Is he serious? Kaminari, already disappearing into the crowd, shouted. Midoriya, quit napping. Izuku lazily rubbed one eye. Crowds are troublesome. The stadium laughed. Mount. Lady giggled. He's taking his time. Kamui Woods folded his arms. Interesting. Best Jeanist quietly observed. He is conserving unnecessary movement. Aizawa remained expressionless. Watch. Present Mike noticed. Izuku finally exhaled. Guess I should go. His enormous fairy wings unfolded. The translucent emerald membranes shimmered beneath the morning sun. The stadium fell quiet, even after seeing them before. They remained breathtaking. Then, they moved. FWOOOOM. One powerful beat. The ground beneath Izuku cracked. The air exploded outward. Then, he vanished. A green streak flashed across the arena. Whoosh. Students didn't even realize he'd moved. One moment, he stood at the starting line. The next, he had already passed the entire field. Bakugo's eyes widened. What? A green blur shot past him. The gust nearly spun him sideways. Izuku. Todoroki looked up. Fast. Very fast. Ida's engine screamed at maximum output. Yet the blur still overtook him effortlessly. Impossible. Students from Class 1B looked around in confusion. Who was that? Somebody just flew past. Even competitors from the General Studies department froze. Did the race already end? The support course students only caught a flash of emerald. What was that? Within seconds, Izuku reached the first obstacle. The massive gate burst open. Dozens of 0-pointers lumbered forward. Students behind him slowed immediately. Searching for openings. Looking for paths. Izuku looked upward. He gently flapped once. Instead of weaving through the robots, he simply ascended. The 0-pointers swung wildly beneath him. Never coming close. One raised an enormous arm. Izuku casually landed on its head. Thanks. The machine having no awareness of the tiny figure standing atop it, continued lumbering forward. The crowd laughed. He thanked the robot, standing atop the giant machine. Izuku looked ahead. The remaining distance stretched before him. His sleepy expression slowly shifted. Not determined, not excited, merely, mildly inconvenienced, almost identical to Aizawa whenever paperwork appeared. Still far, he sighed. Troublesome. Present Mike burst into laughter. He looks bored. In the teacher's section, Aizawa quietly sipped his coffee. That's his serious face. Present Mike nearly dropped his microphone. Serious. Izuku bent his knees slightly. His wings expanded fully. Then, boom. The zero-pointer's head cracked beneath the force of his takeoff. The robot continued walking, completely unaware that its unexpected passenger had already departed. Another green blur. Gone. Again. The gust swept over the battlefield. Students felt the wind before they saw him. He passed above the robots. Above collapsing debris. Above every obstacle. The emerald streak crossed the course like a shooting star. In the VIP section. Silence. Endeavor's sharp eyes followed the green blur. His acceleration. Gunhead slowly lowered his binoculars. That's a first year. Death Arms scratched his chin. He didn't even hesitate. Best Jeanist's eyes narrowed. No wasted movement. He chose the shortest route. Kamui Woods nodded, and spent almost no time engaging the obstacles. Recovery Girl, watching from the faculty seats, smiled knowingly. His stamina training paid off. Aizawa gave a small nod. He's using the speed we built. Far behind, Bakugo blasted another explosion. Damn it, he could still see Izuku. Barely, only because the sunlight occasionally caught the emerald glow of those enormous wings. Quit running away. Izuku, of course, couldn't hear him. He was already approaching the second obstacle. Still floating effortlessly. Still looking half asleep, yet every movement carried astonishing precision. To the audience, he appeared lazy. To the pro-heroes, he looked terrifying, because they all recognized the same thing. He wasn't moving at his limit. He wasn't breathing hard. He wasn't straining. He wasn't even remotely pressured. The Fairy King was crossing one of UA's most difficult opening events. As though he were taking a leisurely morning stroll through the sky. The emerald blur shot across the final stretch. The last obstacle, the minefield, most students would have to weave through carefully. One wrong step would send them flying. Izuku didn't even look down. One beat of his massive wings. FWOOOM. He soared over the entire field. Not a single mine detonated. No unnecessary movement. No hesitation. No wasted energy. Present Mike's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Hold on a second. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. He's already at the finish. The giant screen replayed the final moments in slow motion. The emerald-winged boy gracefully descended. His feet touched the finish line. Beep. A loud buzzer sounded. The first finisher had been decided. The audience fell silent. Then, the entire stadium exploded. Woo! Thunderous applause echoed through every section. Present Mike regained his composure. Incredible. The first person to clear the obstacle course. Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya. And it wasn't even close. The giant monitor displayed the current standings. First place, Izuku Midoriya. A massive gap followed. The second place marker was still making its way through the canyon. In the VIP section, several pro heroes quietly exchanged looks. Endeavor crossed his arms. Dominant. Best Jeanist adjusted his collar. He analyzed every obstacle before reaching it. His route was flawless. Gunhead nodded. Not a single unnecessary movement. Kamui Woods added. And despite that speed, he looked completely in control. Present Mike laughed. I think he might have set a record. Nezu smiled mysteriously from the faculty seats. We'll have to check the archives. Meanwhile, Izuku looked around. Done. There wasn't much else to do. He spotted a bench near the finish line. Perfect. Without another word, he floated over, sat down, rested one arm on the backrest. Then, yawned. The audience blinked. He's taking a break. Already. A camera zoomed in. Millions of viewers across Japan watched the green-haired teenager casually watching the race continue. One wing served as a cushion against the back of the bench. The other lazily stretched in the sunlight. His expression looked as though he were waiting for a delayed train. Present Mike burst into laughter. He finished the hardest course in the country. And now he's just sitting back on the course. Bakugo blasted through the canyon. He finally glanced toward the finish line. There, sitting peacefully on a bench, was Izuku. Bakugo's eye twitched. You lazy bastard. Another explosion propelled him forward. Todoroki reached the minefield shortly afterward. He caught sight of Izuku as well. He's resting. He simply shook his head before focusing on the final obstacle. Ochako finally emerged from the canyon. Panting. He's all ready. She spotted Izuku waving lazily from the bench. Midoriya. She almost laughed despite her exhaustion. Even Class 1B students couldn't help staring. He's been waiting this whole time. How far ahead was he? The race continued for several more minutes. One by one, students crossed the finish line. Bakugo arrived in second after a furious sprint through the remaining obstacles, his glare immediately locking onto the peacefully lounging Izuku. You could have at least looked tired. Izuku blinked. I am. You don't look it. That's because sitting helps. Bakugo looked moments away from exploding again. Hiroshima arrived a little later and laughed loudly. Haha, Midoriya, you've been relaxing this entire time. There wasn't much else to do. From the observation deck, Aizawa watched the exchange. Present Mike nudged him with an elbow. Your student just crushed the competition. Then immediately went back to being lazy. Aizawa took a sip of coffee. That's Midoriya. He'll give 100% when it matters. Then conserve every bit of energy afterward. He looked toward the bench, where Izuku had somehow become comfortable enough that he was nearly dozing off while waiting for the next event. Annoyingly efficient. Far above them, in the VIP section, more than one pro hero quietly picked up Izuku Midoriya's file again. This time, they read it much more carefully. The obstacle course finally came to an end. One after another, students crossed the finish line. Present Mike stood in the center of the arena, microphone raised high. And that's it. The first event has officially ended. The giant screen flashed with the final rankings. First, Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A. Second, Katsuki Bakugo, Class 1A. Third, Shoto Todoroki, Class 1A. Fourth, Fumikage Tokiyami, Class 1A. Fifth, Tenya Iida, Class 1A. Sixth, Mezzo Shoji, Class 1A. Seventh, Mashirao Ojiro, Class 1A. Eighth, Eijiro Kirishima, Class 1A. Ninth, Mina Ishido, Class 1A. 10th, Tsuyu Asui, Class 1A. The remaining qualifying positions filled out until the top 42 students had advanced. The audience applauded the competitors. Near the finish line, Izuku lazily stretched on the bench. Finished. Bakugo walked past him. You won. Looks like it. Don't get comfortable. Wasn't planning to. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Liar. Meanwhile, inside the VIP section, the atmosphere was far quieter. Professional heroes weren't applauding. They were reading. One particular file had made its way through several hands. Student file. Izuku Midoriya. It was thick. Much thicker than every other first year's. Mount. Lady peeked over Best Jeanist's shoulder. Good grief. How many pages is that? Best Jeanist calmly turned another page. 32. Gunhead blinked. 32. Most first-year quirk evaluations are 6. Death Arms frowned. Why? Best Jeanist answered without looking up. Because his quirk isn't a single ability. The first page read, greater than quirk name, Fairy King. Greater than classification, emitter transformation hybrid. Greater than threat assessment, constantly evolving. The second page continued, greater than primary ability, generation and control of the sacred spear, Chastiful. The next pages detailed further observations. Greater than secondary ability, complete manipulation of surrounding plant life. Another page, greater than innate levitation. Another, greater than fairy physiology, greater than greatly reduced body weight, greater than increased affinity with nature, greater than naturally developed fairy wings, greater than wings continue growing alongside user. Another, greater than enhanced life energy manipulation. Another, greater than extreme sensory affinity toward natural lifeforms. Several pages later, a section labeled, Observed Spear Forms. The heroes immediately leaned closer. First form, Chastiful. Primary piercing weapon. Extreme penetration capabilities. Second form. Guardian. Large autonomous defensive construct. Currently classified but observed during controlled testing. Third form. Fossilization. Releases enchanted pollen capable of gradually petrifying living targets. Fourth form. Sunflower. Long-range energy bombardment. High destructive potential. Fifth form. Increase. Allows Chastiful to split into hundreds or thousands of independently controlled fragments. Sixth form. Yugdra armor. Living wooden armor. Greatly increases defensive capabilities. Regenerative properties observed. Seventh form. Luminosity. Concentrated life energy beam. Restricted information. Silence. Kamui Woods slowly lowered the file. This, as one quirk. Best Jeanist nodded. So it would appear. Endeavor extended a hand. Let me see. He quickly read through the report. His eyes stopped at one particular note. Greater than quirk development status. Approximately 40% maturity. Subject's quirk continues evolving alongside physical growth. 40%. Endeavor quietly repeated. Another page. Greater than due to the quirk's unprecedented nature, current projections remain speculative. User has not yet reached full biological maturity. Death Arms scratched his head. So, that isn't even his final strength. No. Best Jeanist closed the folder. Which makes today's performance considerably more impressive. Gunhead looked toward the arena. Izuku was still, sitting, yawning, waiting. You'd never guess. Meanwhile, on the field, Class 1A gathered together. Kaminari stretched dramatically. I thought I was gonna die. Mina laughed. Those mines were awful. Kirishima grinned. But we made it. Tokiyami remained calm. The darkness favored my advance. Bakugo simply crossed his arms. Next event. Ochako looked toward Izuku. You're really not even breathing hard. Izuku blinked. Bench. What? The bench helped. Several classmates laughed. Even Todoroki looked mildly amused. That's one way to recover. Standing on the announcer's platform, Present Mike's grin widened. All right, everybody, you've all survived the obstacle course. But don't relax just yet. The second event, he pointed dramatically toward the remaining qualifiers, is about to be revealed. The stadium erupted once again, while high above, dozens of pro heroes continued glancing between the arena and the unusually thick file labeled Izuku Midoriya. One thought quietly spread among them all. If this is only 40%, what will he become by graduation? The giant screen displaying the obstacle course rankings slowly faded. The 42 remaining competitors stood in the center of the arena, catching their breath. Well, 41 were catching their breath. Izuku was floating a few inches above the ground, lazily yawning. Present Mike laughed into his microphone. I swear, Midoriya's gotta be running on a different battery. The audience erupted in laughter. The giant monitors lit up once again. Present Mike pointed dramatically toward them. Your second event is the cavalry battle. Almost instantly, the stadium erupted with confused murmurs. Cavalry. Huh, what's that? The rules appeared on the massive screens. Present Mike explained excitedly. You'll form teams of up to 4 people. Each team will have a rider wearing a point headband. Steal other teams' headbands before time runs out. And here's the fun part. His grin widened. The points are based on your placement in the obstacle course. Students nodded. Makes sense. First place would probably be worth 10 million. Present Mike slammed a hand onto the podium. First place is worth 10 million points. Silence. What? The entire stadium exploded into shocked voices. Every student turned, slowly, toward one person. Izuku. He blinked. Quote? Still floating. Still sleepy. Still completely unaware why everyone was staring. Present Mike laughed hysterically. That's right. Whoever has Midoriya's headband will probably win the whole event. Instantly, Izuku became the center of attention. Students from every department stared at him like hungry wolves spotting the biggest meal imaginable. Kaminari gulped. Buddy, you're in trouble. Izuku tilted his head. Seems troublesome. Bakugo barked a laugh. Ha, they're all gonna come after you. Probably. From the VIP seats. The pro heroes leaned forward. Mount. Lady smiled. Now this is interesting. Kamui Woods nodded. This event isn't about strength. It's about teamwork. Gunhead crossed his arms. And strategy. Best Jeanist quietly added, let's see how the boy adapts. Agency scouts looked equally excited. One scribbled in a notebook. Cornering Midoriya will reveal how he performs under pressure. Another nodded. Every student in the arena now has the same target. Present Mike's voice boomed once more. You have 15 minutes to form your teams. Go. The arena immediately burst into movement. Students ran everywhere. Offers flew through the air. Join us. We need one more. Our quirks work together. Then, an amusing sight unfolded. Students approached Izuku, stopped, looked at the giant 10 million displayed above his name, thought about every other team hunting them. Then, quietly walked away. Never mind. I like living. Within moments, Izuku found himself alone. Everyone left. He sighed. Troublesome. From nearby, Ochako looked guilty. I'd love to team up. But, she looked at the giant number. Everyone would chase us. Iida nodded apologetically. It would be tactically unsound. Izuku smiled gently. It's okay. Bakugo wasn't even pretending. Hell no. I'm not painting a target on my back. He stomped away. Even Todoroki paused. He looked at Izuku, then at the enormous point value. Sorry. He walked off to gather his own team. Within 2 minutes, almost everyone had found teammates. Only one student remained by himself. Izuku, still floating, still looking only mildly inconvenienced. This is very troublesome. High above, Present Mike laughed so hard he had to lower the microphone. Nobody wants to team with him. Midnight covered a smile. It's actually kind of sad. Aizawa remained completely unfazed. He'll figure something out. Present Mike glanced sideways. You sound awfully confident. Because I know him. In the VIP section. The scouts couldn't have been happier. One adjusted his glasses. This is exactly why we came. Another nodded enthusiastically. The obstacle course showed raw ability. But this reveals adaptability. A representative from Gunhead's agency smiled. Can he inspire trust? Can he lead? Can he think under pressure? Best Jeanist folded his arms. And perhaps most importantly, can the strongest student overcome becoming everyone's target? Below them, the countdown clock ticked steadily downward. 15 minutes to build a team. And for the Fairy King, the first real challenge of the sports festival had only just begun. The countdown continued. 10 minutes remaining. Teams rapidly finalized their members. One after another, headbands were distributed. Strategies were whispered. Plans were made. Only one student still floated alone. Izuku Midoriya. This is becoming slightly inconvenient. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Midoriya. Ochako jogged toward him. I changed my mind. Izuku blinked. Really? She smiled sheepishly. I know everyone's going to come after us. But you saved me during the entrance exam. I don't really care if it's difficult. Izuku smiled warmly. Thank you. Another figure approached. Fumikage Tokiyami. The 10 million points invite overwhelming conflict. However, Dark Shadow folded its arms. I find overwhelming odds fascinating. Tokiyami nodded. If everyone attacks 1 point, then everyone becomes predictable. Izuku looked at him. Good point. Just as the three were about to continue discussing, someone crashed into the conversation. Literally. Found you. A pink-haired girl wearing oversized goggles nearly skidded across the ground. Support course, Mei Hatsume. She pointed dramatically at Izuku. I want to join your team. Everyone stared. Why? Mei grinned. Because every camera in Japan is going to be looking at you. She lifted one of her strange inventions. If my babies perform well during the biggest target in the competition, the whole country sees them. Ochako laughed. That's actually genius. Mei proudly puffed out her chest. I know. With only a few minutes remaining, their team was complete. Rider. Izuku Midoriya. Horse. Ochako Uraraka. Fumikage Tokiyami. Mei Hatsume. Fortunately, Izuku's fairy physiology made him incredibly light. Ochako blinked after helping him climb into position. You're basically weightless. Mei laughed. This is amazing. We're carrying less weight than some 3-person teams. Tokiyami calmly adjusted his footing. Our mobility remains uncompromised. Dark Shadow nodded. Convenient. Above them, the giant scoreboard updated. Team Midoriya. 10 million points. The number glowed like a beacon. Immediately, every eye in the arena turned toward them. Bakugo smirked from atop his own team. There you are. Kirishima laughed. Dude, they're gonna swarm you. I noticed. Todoroki quietly studied the emerald-winged boy. Everyone will prioritize him. His own teammates nodded. It'll be chaos. Across the arena, students from Class 1B pointed. That's our target. The 10 million. Don't let anyone else take it. General Studies students reached the same conclusion. Support course competitors did too. Within moments, almost every team had unconsciously surrounded the area where Izuku stood. The audience could feel it. An entire arena, focused on one student. Present Mike grinned. Look at that. The Fairy King has become the king of targets. Then, something changed. A subtle shift, almost impossible to notice. Izuku slowly looked around. Hundreds of eyes. Every team watching him. Waiting. Planning. His sleepy expression remained. But, at the corner of his lips, the faintest smile appeared. Not arrogance. Not overconfidence. Anticipation. Aizawa noticed immediately. There it is. Present Mike blinked. He enjoys this. Midnight tilted her head. Enjoys being hunted. Aizawa nodded once. He finally has opponents who won't underestimate him. Recovery Girl smiled knowingly. He isn't excited because they're targeting him. He's excited because, Aizawa finished the sentence, he gets to test himself. Even Best Jeanist noticed. Interesting. Gunhead leaned forward. His expression changed. Endeavor narrowed his eyes. For the first time today, he looks awake. Izuku quietly extended one hand. Chastiful. A pulse of emerald light blossomed before him. From within it, a spear emerged. Long, elegant. Its polished wooden shaft seemed almost alive. The silver blade reflected the sunlight with a cold, razor-sharp gleam. Without touching it, the sacred spear floated beside him. Perfectly still, waiting. The arena fell silent. Many students had seen the spear before. Almost none had seen him summon it so calmly. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He's serious. Tokiyami felt dark shadow tense. An ancient king's weapon. Mei's eyes sparkled. It floats on its own. Ochako tightened her grip. Here they come. All around them, teams shifted into formation. 41 teams. Every one of them looking at the same prize. Present Mike raised his microphone high. Riders. Horses. Get ready. The countdown appeared on the massive screen. 3. Izuku didn't grip Chastiful. He didn't need to. It hovered faithfully at his side, its blade angled toward the approaching crowd. His hidden smile lingered. 2. The emerald wings behind him spread wide, catching the sunlight like stained glass. 1. For the first time that day, the Fairy King looked less like a sleepy student, and more like a king calmly waiting for an entire army to come to him. The countdown reached its end. Start. The entire arena exploded into motion. 41 teams surged forward. Every strategy, every plan, every ambition, pointed toward a single target. Team Midoriya. They're moving. Ochako tightened her grip. They're all coming. Mei's eyes sparkled behind her goggles. Woohoo. This is going to be amazing. Tokiyami remained calm. They're exactly where we expected them. Dark shadow spread its arms. Let them come. Bakugo blasted forward with an explosion. Get them. Across the arena, Todoroki's team advanced more cautiously. Class 1B spread out, trying to surround Izuku from multiple directions. Support course teams hoped to capitalize on the inevitable chaos. General Studies students followed behind, waiting for an opening. Within seconds, nearly every team was charging the Fairy King. Present Mike nearly lost his voice. Everybody's going after Midoriya. This is absolute chaos. The audience roared with excitement. This was exactly what they had hoped to see. Izuku quietly looked at the approaching wave. No fear, no panic, only calm. He lifted one finger. Fifth form. The sacred spear glowed. Then, split. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. 4 became 8. 8 became 16. 32. 64. 128. The multiplication continued without pause. The sky filled with emerald light. Hundreds, then thousands, of razor-sharp spear fragments floated into existence. Each one perfectly polished. Each one aimed with terrifying precision. Each one awaiting a command. The sunlight reflected off thousands of gleaming blades until the air itself seemed to shimmer. Silence. The entire stadium froze. Present Mike lowered his microphone. Holy, He caught himself just in time. That's a lot of spears. The giant screens zoomed out. Even then, they struggled to fit every floating spear into frame. The emerald fragments stretched across the battlefield like an army suspended in the sky. In the VIP section, even seasoned pro heroes leaned forward. Gunhead stared. Thousands. Kamui Woods frowned. His file mentioned fifth form, seeing it as another matter entirely. Best Jeanist remained composed, but his eyes narrowed with interest. Each fragment is perfectly aligned. No wobble, no instability. His control is extraordinary. Endeavor's gaze sharpened. Not one of those fragments is drifting. They're all locked onto individual targets. Recovery Girl smiled faintly. His stamina really has improved. Aizawa nodded. He couldn't have maintained this many a few weeks ago. Back on the field, students instinctively slowed. Bakugo skidded to a stop. What the hell? Kirishima looked upward. That's unfair. Class 1B collectively hesitated. Are those all aimed at us? Even Todoroki stopped advancing. His mismatched eyes calmly observed the sky. So this is the true scale of his quirk. Mei Hatsume looked upward with stars practically shining in her eyes. So cool. My babies would have looked incredible flying beside those. Ochako gulped. Midoriya, you never mentioned this. Izuku blinked. You never asked. The thousands of spear fragments slowly rotated in perfect synchronization. Every blade, every tip, every point, now aimed directly at the surrounding teams. Not a single one wavered. The battlefield had transformed. Moments ago, it had been 41 teams hunting one. Now, it looked like one king facing an army. The students looked at Izuku, waiting, wondering what terrifying command would come next. Izuku looked back at all of them. His face remained completely blank, expressionless, silent. The tension became almost unbearable. Then, without warning, he stuck out his tongue. Cheeky smiley face. The entire stadium went silent. Present Mike blinked. Did he just? Midnight covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Recovery Girl chuckled. Even Aizawa closed his visible eye for a brief moment. He's 15. Ochako stared up at him. You ruined the intimidating moment. Mei burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, that was perfect. Dark Shadow looked genuinely confused. Why? Tokiyami sighed. I have no explanation. Bakugo's face turned bright red with frustration. You idiot. Were you mocking us? Izuku simply smiled innocently. Maybe. The next instant, every spear fragment trembled ever so slightly, awaiting its king's first command as the battlefield collectively realized one thing. The playful face had been a joke. The thousands of blades surrounding them were not. The battlefield froze. Thousands, upon thousands, of emerald spear fragments floated silently in the air. Each one gleamed beneath the afternoon sun. Each one was perfectly still. Each one pointed toward a different team. No one doubted them anymore. After the USJ incident, the teachers knew exactly how dangerous those floating blades truly were. The students only knew enough to be afraid. Present Mike stared at the battlefield. Nobody's moving. I don't blame them. Would you charge into that? The crowd laughed nervously, not because it was funny, because the scene was unbelievable. Izuku looked over the sea of competitors. Class 1A, Class 1B, General Studies, Support Course, everyone. He raised one hand. The thousands of spear fragments slowly spread apart, creating countless narrow gaps between them. Enough room to pass, if someone was brave enough. His calm voice echoed across the arena. Come, silence, if you want the 10 million. He gently pointed toward the headband resting atop his head. Take it. His emerald eyes swept over every team. You only have to get past my spears. The fragments responded immediately. Each one rotated slightly. Their sharpened edges shimmered ominously. And my teammates. Ochako swallowed. You make that sound really simple. Isn't it? Mei grinned. I like this confidence. Tokiyami merely closed his eyes. The enemy now stands before the king's court. Dark Shadow smiled. Let judgment begin. Bakugo barked a laugh. TCH. Quit acting all high and mighty. He ignited another explosion in his palm. I'm taking those points. Izuku nodded politely. Please try. Bakugo's eye twitched. Why are you so polite? Across the field, Tetsu clenched his fists. We can't all just stand here. Monoma frowned. No, we can't. But charging blindly is exactly what he wants. Itsuka Kendo nodded. He has complete control over the battlefield. The professional heroes watched with increasing interest. Gunhead folded his arms. He's controlling the pace. Kamui Woods nodded. The strongest fighter usually dictates the engagement. Best Jeanist quietly observed the floating spear fragments. He hasn't attacked. He simply forced everyone else to hesitate. Endeavor's eyes remained fixed on Izuku. Psychological pressure. Effective. On the teacher's platform, Present Mike whistled. Your kid just challenged the entire arena. Aizawa answered without taking his eyes off the field. No. Present Mike blinked. He challenged them. Because he already expected the answer. Meanwhile, Izuku quietly thought to himself. All we need to do is survive. Keep the headband. Maybe collect a few more. Seems simple enough. A faint smile appeared. Then, that smile slowly changed. The corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Not the sleepy smile his classmates knew. Not the gentle smile he showed his mother. A small, confident, almost mischievous smirk. Aizawa saw it immediately. There it is again. Recovery Girl followed his gaze. That's new. Present Mike leaned forward. I don't like that face. Aizawa took a sip of coffee. Neither would I, if I were competing against him. Izuku's thoughts remained calm. They're all expecting us to defend. They're expecting us to stay in one place. His smirk deepened just a little. That sounds boring. One of the spear fragments slowly drifted forward. Then another. Then dozens. Not attacking. Simply repositioning. The emerald formation began to change, flowing through the air like a living forest. Thousands of blades quietly rearranged themselves into new patterns. Watching from the stands, Nezu smiled. He's thinking several moves ahead. Below, 41 teams stared at the shifting sea of spears. None of them realized the same thing. The Fairy King wasn't preparing to endure the assault. He was preparing to make every team on the field regret choosing him as their target. The arena had become complete chaos. The instant the Colossal Guardian took its first step. Boom. The entire battlefield shook. Students who had confidently charged Team Midoriya only moments ago were now scrambling in every direction. It's coming this way. Run. Don't let it reach the headband. The enormous wooden beast lumbered across the field with surprising agility. Despite its size, its movements were deliberate, almost graceful. Its massive hand swept toward a nearby team. Look out. The students ducked just in time, their headbands fluttering from the gust of wind alone. Too close. Present Mike was practically standing on the announcer's desk. This is incredible. The entire battlefield has been turned upside down. Everybody came after Midoriya. Now they're running from him. The audience roared with laughter and applause. Meanwhile, Team Midoriya never stopped moving. Tokiyami carried the front left. Ochako matched his pace perfectly. Mei bounced alongside them, occasionally firing small bursts from her support equipment to help with sudden changes in direction. Left. Got it. Dark shadow extended itself behind them like a living shield, batting away anyone who attempted to approach from the rear. The formation remained surprisingly stable. Mostly because he's unbelievably light. Ochako couldn't help saying, I almost forget he's even sitting up there. Mei laughed. He's lighter than my toolbox. Tokiyami nodded. The burden upon the horse is insignificant. High above them, Izuku remained seated, cross-legged, one hand lazily supporting his cheek. His enormous wings occasionally beat just enough to keep his balance. To anyone watching, he looked more like a king enjoying a parade than a student participating in a competition. The Guardian, meanwhile, was relentless. It wasn't smashing students. It wasn't throwing punches. Instead, its gigantic hands reached with astonishing precision. A team from Class 1B barely escaped as the Guardian's fingers swept over them. Their rider shrieked, It's trying to take the headband. Another team tried slipping behind it. The Guardian simply turned, far faster than something that size should have been able to. Its glowing emerald eyes locked onto them. It saw us. Retreat. Monoma clicked his tongue. This thing isn't mindless. No, Kendo agreed. It's following Midoriya's commands almost perfectly. Another team charged from the side. Dark shadow intercepted them. The Guardian cut off their escape. Within seconds, their headband had been neatly plucked away. R points. The Guardian gently tossed the headband into the air. One of the floating spear fragments caught it before carrying it safely back toward Team Midoriya. Present Mike stared. It even has delivery service. Midnight laughed. That's actually adorable. The pro heroes, however, were focused on something else. Gunhead folded his arms. He's coordinating multiple abilities simultaneously. Best Jeanist nodded. The Guardian. The thousands of floating spear fragments. The movement of his own team. And he's giving commands without raising his voice. Kamui Woods quietly added, his multitasking ability is exceptional. Endeavor's eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. He's controlling it all. Back below, Tokiyami glanced upward. Midoriya, you appear to be enjoying yourself. Izuku looked down. A little. Ochako deadpanned. You're smiling. Am I? You've been smiling for the last 5 minutes. Mei pointed dramatically. And laughing. Izuku blinked. Really? Yes. He looked toward the battlefield again. Students were desperately trying to avoid the Guardian. Others were attempting elaborate plans to bypass the floating spears. Some even abandoned attacking Team Midoriya altogether, choosing instead to fight each other for easier points. Watching it all, the corners of Izuku's mouth lifted once more. This is fun. It wasn't born from cruelty, nor from enjoying others' frustration. It was the simple excitement of finally facing dozens of opponents who forced him to think, adapt, and command every aspect of his quirk at once. Ochako smiled helplessly. I've never seen him like this. Tokiyami nodded. The slumbering king has awakened. Dark Shadow chuckled. And everyone else is paying the price. Mei threw both fists into the air. I regret nothing. I picked the best team. The three of them exchanged amused glances. They did feel a little sorry for the other competitors. But only a little, because from where they stood, watching an entire arena struggle against one lazy, laughing fairy king and his living army was an unforgettable sight. And with every passing minute, more pro heroes in the VIP section quietly circled Izuku Midoriya's name in their notebooks. The cavalry battle had become something no one had expected. Or perhaps, something no one could have prepared for. For 15 straight minutes. The battlefield belonged to one person. The Fairy King. There. Go around the Guardian. Wait. The spears. I lost my headband. Run. The giant Guardian continued its relentless pursuit. It never struck students. Never injured anyone. Instead, it had become an expert thief. Its enormous wooden hands would gently but swiftly snatch headbands before tossing them into the air. Like loyal birds, Izuku's floating spear fragments would catch them and return them to their king. One after another, again, and again. Bakugo clicked his tongue after barely avoiding the Guardian's grasp. Damn it, I'm trying, Hiroshima shouted while hanging on for dear life. This thing doesn't stop. Even Todoroki found himself forced onto the defensive. Ice walls rose to redirect the Guardian. The colossal beast simply climbed over them. Persistent, Todoroki admitted. Monoma groaned as another team's headband disappeared before his eyes. We're fighting a student. Why does it feel like we're fighting a raid boss? Kendo couldn't even disagree. Present Mike was nearly hoarse. I have never, in all my years commentating, seen a cavalry battle like this. The audience couldn't stop cheering. Some laughed. Others watched in complete disbelief. Children pointed excitedly whenever the enormous Guardian sprinted after another unfortunate team. It almost looked playful, for everyone except the competitors. To them, it was a nightmare. Meanwhile, Team Midoriya continued moving effortlessly. Tokiyami maintained their course. Dark Shadow knocked away anyone attempting an ambush. Ochako used zero gravity whenever they needed quick changes in direction. Mei happily activated invention after invention. My babies are on TV. This is the greatest day ever. Above them, Izuku remained seated, cross-legged, calm, occasionally giving a quiet command. Left. The Guardian turned left. That team. Several spear fragments darted toward another group, forcing them to scatter. Good. Everything moved as though it were an extension of his own body. Finally, Present Mike's voice thundered across the arena. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Beep. The buzzer echoed throughout the stadium. Everything stopped. The floating spear fragments halted in place. The Guardian froze mid-step. Then, emerald light enveloped its enormous body. The towering beast rapidly shrank. Branches folded inward. Leaves vanished. its gigantic frame compressed into something much smaller. The audience watched in fascination. Seconds later, sitting beside Izuku, was a large wooden cat. It stretched lazily. Its leafy tail swayed back and forth. The intimidating emerald eyes had become surprisingly gentle. Silence. Then, the stadium burst into laughter. Present Mike nearly dropped his microphone. It turned into a cat. Midnight laughed openly. I wasn't expecting that. Recovery Girl smiled warmly. That's adorable. Izuku floated down from his team's shoulders. Good work. The wooden cat rubbed its head against his hand. He smiled softly and scratched behind its ears. The guardian closed its eyes in obvious contentment, its tail wagging happily against the ground. The contrast was almost unbelievable. Only moments ago, it had terrorized an entire battlefield. Now, it wanted pets. Around them, the remaining competitors looked utterly exhausted. Bakugo collapsed onto one knee. Stupid. Tree cat. Hiroshima laughed weakly. I don't think I've ever run that much. Ochako looked around at the other teams. Everyone looks traumatized. She wasn't exaggerating. Many students stared blankly into space. Others flinched whenever they glanced toward the now perfectly harmless-looking wooden cat. One student from General Studies quietly muttered, "It's pretending to be cute." Another nodded solemnly, "Don't trust it." Present Mike wiped a tear from laughing. "All right, let's see the results." The giant scoreboard appeared above the stadium. Names rapidly shifted. Points were recalculated. Then, the final rankings settled. First place, Team Midoriya, 10,013,250 points. The 10 million from first place remained untouched. Added to it were the points from the many headbands the Guardian had collected throughout the battle. The gap between first and second was enormous. No team had managed to steal Midoriya's headband. Not even once. Second place belonged to Todoroki's team. Third to Bakugo's. The remaining qualifying teams filled out the list behind them. Present Mike spread his arms dramatically. The winners are Team Midoriya. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. In the VIP section, the scouts quietly closed their notebooks. One representative smiled. I came expecting promising students. He looked toward the green-haired boy happily petting a wooden cat. I may have just witnessed the future #1 hero. Best Jeanist gave a thoughtful nod. He possesses overwhelming power. Yet what impressed me most was his battlefield control. Endeavor remained silent, his eyes fixed on Izuku. The Fairy King had not merely won. He had reshaped the entire event around himself. And as Izuku continued absent-mindedly petting the purring wooden guardian beside him, completely unconcerned with the roaring crowd, one thought echoed through the minds of heroes, scouts, teachers, and students alike. The next event would be an individual tournament. There would be nowhere to hide. And now, everyone knew exactly who they would have to face. The giant tournament bracket illuminated the stadium. The roar of the audience gradually quieted. Everyone's attention shifted to the 16 finalists. One by one, they looked toward the center of the arena. Then, almost instinctively, every finalist turned toward the same person. Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. Of course. Todoroki remained expressionless. His mismatched eyes never left the emerald-winged boy. Tokiyami quietly folded his arms. The king now stands alone. Dark Shadow nodded. The hunt has become personal. Even Monoma, who usually had something to say, remained unusually silent. After witnessing the obstacle course, after surviving the cavalry battle, no one underestimated Midoriya anymore. Not anymore. Standing near the edge of the arena, Izuku slowly looked around. One by one, he met every finalist's gaze. Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokiyami, Iida, Ochako, Monoma, Kendo, everyone. The friendly smile from earlier disappeared. A quiet silence settled over the stadium. Even the crowd sensed something had changed. The boy who had been petting a wooden cat moments ago now looked completely different. His emerald eyes were calm, unwavering, cold, not emotionless, simply certain. Then, the corner of his mouth slowly rose. A small, cold smile, not mocking, not arrogant, just confident. The kind of smile worn by someone who had no intention of making things easy. It was subtle, barely noticeable, yet it sent a chill through more than one student. It seemed to say only one thing. If you want to win, come and earn it. The stadium became eerily quiet. Present Mike lowered his microphone. That smile. Midnight raised an eyebrow. He's issuing a challenge. Recovery Girl smiled faintly, without saying a single word. In the VIP section, Best Jeanist nodded almost imperceptibly. Excellent. Gunhead glanced toward him. Confidence. But not arrogance. He isn't claiming they're weak. He's telling them he'll meet them head on. Endeavor watched in silence. The pressure surrounding the green-haired boy had changed again. No quirk. No display of power. Only a smile. Yet, it carried enough conviction that even seasoned heroes noticed. Below, Bakugo's grin slowly widened. There you are. I was wondering when you'd stop looking half asleep. Small explosions crackled in his palms. I'm gonna beat that look off your face. Todoroki quietly exhaled. Good. I wanted your full attention. Ochako smiled nervously. He's serious. Iida adjusted his glasses. It would appear Midoriya intends to spare no one. Tokiyami's lips curved ever so slightly. The ruler has accepted every challenge before it has even begun. Dark Shadow chuckled. How theatrical. Meanwhile, Izuku simply stood there. His massive fairy wings rested quietly behind him. The guardian, now in its harmless wooden cat form, sat beside his feet, flicking its leafy tail lazily. It looked up at him. MRR. Izuku gently scratched its head. The cold smile immediately softened into the familiar gentle one. We'll do our best. The little wooden cat purred happily. MRR. Several finalists blinked. How does he switch personalities that fast? Kaminari, watching from the eliminated competitors section, sighed. That's just Midoriya. 1 minute he's terrifying. The next minute he's petting a tree cat. Present Mike finally snapped back to reality, lifting his microphone high. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. The stage is set. 16 finalists. Only one champion. The giant screen flashed as the first match pairing appeared. The sports festival's final tournament was about to begin. The cheers gradually settled. The 16 finalists stood in a line at the center of the arena. Above them, the enormous monitor flickered. Present Mike grinned from ear to ear. All right, it's time to decide the tournament. The audience leaned forward. Millions watching from home did the same. The giant bracket appeared on the screen. 16 empty slots. 1 champion. Present Mike dramatically pointed upward. The computer will randomly assign your opponents. No favoritism. No special treatment. Just pure luck. Almost every finalist looked up. Then, almost every finalist had the exact same thought. Please don't be Midoriya. Hiroshima rubbed the back of his neck. Anybody but him. Mina, watching from the stands after being eliminated, clasped her hands together. Please don't let one of my classmates get Midoriya first. Monoma quietly frowned. I'd rather fight Todoroki. Kendo looked at him. You'd rather fight Todoroki. Did you see the cavalry battle? Fair point. Even Iida adjusted his glasses. Statistically speaking, I would prefer another opponent. Ochako laughed nervously. I hope I don't get Midoriya. Then she immediately covered her mouth. I mean, sorry, Midoriya. Izuku blinked. It's okay. I'd rather not fight my friends either. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. I don't care. If I get him, good. Although, even he wouldn't complain if they met later instead of immediately. Todoroki simply watched the screen. No expression. Yet even he silently hoped fate would postpone that particular battle. The teachers noticed. Present Mike laughed. Look at their faces. Everybody's scared of one guy. Midnight smiled. They're not scared of losing. They're scared of how exhausting fighting him will be. Recovery Girl chuckled. Understandable. Aizawa folded his arms. They learned. They stopped underestimating him. High above, the professional heroes watched with interest. Best Jeanist nodded. This is where individual ability becomes everything. Gunhead agreed. No teammates. No support. No one to carry weaknesses. Endeavor remained silent. His gaze never left Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku simply yawned. His giant fairy wings shifted lazily behind him. The wooden guardian cat slept peacefully at his feet. Completely unconcerned, Present Mike raised one hand dramatically. Let's decide. The bracket began flashing. Names rapidly cycled through the empty slots. Students watched anxiously. Each beep made someone's heart skip. Beep. Hitoshi Shinso appeared in the first slot. Beep. Another name rapidly cycled, then stopped. Izuku Midoriya. Silence. Every finalist slowly turned toward Shinso. The general studies student froze. Seriously. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Around him, several students actually sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It wasn't me. I almost had a heart attack. Even Monoma muttered, "My condolences." Shinso stared blankly at the screen. Then at Izuku. Then back at the screen. I must have had terrible luck. Izuku, meanwhile, politely smiled. Looks like we're fighting. Shinso somehow felt that polite smile was more intimidating than the cold one from earlier. Yeah, looks like it. The bracket continued filling. One matchup after another appeared. Bakugo glanced upward. TCH. Not first round. He clicked his tongue, though a faint grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Guess I'll have to wait. Present Mike spread his arms toward the completed bracket. And there we have it. The tournament is set. The stadium erupted into thunderous applause. The giant screen displayed every first-round match. At the very top, the opening battle, Hitoshi Shinso vs. Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike's grin widened. Our first match is about to begin. Across the arena, Shinso took a slow breath. He had watched Midoriya dominate the obstacle course. He had watched him terrorize 41 teams in the cavalry battle. Now, he had to face him alone. The giant screen remained illuminated. First match, Hitoshi Shinso vs. Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike pointed dramatically toward the arena. Our first finals match. Please make your way to the stage. The audience erupted into applause. Shinso let out a quiet sigh. Well, no point worrying now. He began walking toward the arena. Across from him, Izuku slowly stood, his giant fairy wings stretched behind him before folding neatly against his back. The little wooden guardian cat looked up. MRR. Izuku smiled gently. You'll have to wait here. The guardian obediently curled into a ball. Ochako called out from the sidelines. Good luck, Midoriya. Mei cupped her hands around her mouth. Show them something cool. Tokiyami gave a respectful nod. May fortune favor you. Dark Shadow waved. Don't fall asleep. Izuku chuckled. I'll try. As he walked toward the arena, the atmosphere around him changed once more. Students instinctively stepped aside, not because he demanded it, but because of everything they had witnessed today. Shinso noticed it too. They're treating him like the favorite. No, like the person to beat. The two finally stood opposite one another. The stadium quieted. Millions watched through their televisions. Izuku looked at Shinso. His expression was calm. The cold smile from earlier had vanished. Instead, he gave a small, respectful bow. It's nice to meet you properly. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I hope we both have a good match. The simple greeting caught Shinso off guard. You know, I thought you'd be more. He searched for the word. Intimidating. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry. Shinso actually let out a small laugh. No, I guess I was expecting the guy from the cavalry battle. Izuku's cheeks reddened just a little. That was different. I got a little carried away. Present Mike laughed into the microphone. Look at that. The guy WHO terrified half the stadium is apologizing. The audience laughed along. Midnight smiled from the referee's position. He really is polite. In the teachers section, Present Mike looked at Aizawa. So, which one's the real Midoriya? Aizawa didn't hesitate. Both. Present Mike blinked. Huh, the lazy, polite kid. And the one smiling while commanding thousands of spears. They're both him. He simply takes combat seriously. Recovery girl nodded. Outside of battle, he's just a kind boy. In the VIP section, Best Jeanist quietly observed. Excellent. Gunhead looked over. What? He separates the person from the competition. He'll fight seriously, without disrespecting his opponent. Even Endeavor gave a small nod. Back in the arena, Shinso scratched the back of his neck. Well, I won't be holding back. Izuku smiled. I'd be disappointed if you did. He then added politely, and good luck. Shinso stared at him for a second before smiling faintly himself. Yeah, you too. High in the stands, Bakugo snorted. Idiot. Hiroshima looked over. Who? Midoriya. He scares everybody, then acts like the nicest guy in the stadium. Hiroshima laughed. That's just him. Present Mike's voice boomed across the arena. All right, Fighters ready. Shinso lowered into his stance. Izuku remained relaxed, his hands at his sides, wings slightly unfurled behind him. Though his posture looked casual, Aizawa noticed the tiny details. His weight was perfectly balanced. His breathing steady, his eyes locked onto his opponent. The laziness had disappeared. The Fairy King was ready. Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. The massive stadium fell silent. Every eye was fixed on the two students standing across from one another. One represented Class 1A. The other, General Studies. Present Mike's voice echoed through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, our first match of the tournament is about to begin. From the hero course, the student WHO dominated both the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. Izuku Midoriya. Thunderous applause erupted. The cheers were almost deafening. And challenging him, from the General Studies Department, Hitoshi Shinso. The applause was respectable, though noticeably quieter. Shinso simply stared ahead. He had expected that. He always had. Midnight stepped between them. She looked at both students. No unnecessary injuries. Fight fairly. If I determine someone cannot continue, I'll stop the match immediately. Both boys nodded. Yes. Midnight raised one arm. Ready. Izuku slowly exhaled. His wings unfolded slightly behind him. Not fully. Just enough. Shinso narrowed his eyes. He isn't taking out his spear. He's planning to fight without it. Start. The instant Midnight lowered her arm. Shinso didn't move. Neither did Izuku. The entire arena waited. Present Mike blinked. Any second now. Nothing. Shinso finally spoke. So, I've been wondering. Izuku looked at him calmly. What was it like, being treated like the hero before even entering UA? The audience tilted their heads. Izuku answered honestly. Normal, I guess. Shinso gave a dry laugh. Normal. People with flashy quirks always say things like that. They don't notice. They're born lucky. In the stands, Aizawa quietly watched. Recovery Girl folded her arms. He's trying. Aizawa nodded. He knows Midoriya studied the sports festival recordings. He won't expect a direct response. Shinso continued. You know, my quirk scares people, parents, teachers, students. They hear brainwashing and immediately assume I'm meant to become a villain. His voice remained calm, almost emotionless. But someone like you, a quirk everyone calls beautiful. You never had that problem. Izuku listened without interrupting. Shinso kept speaking. I worked just as hard. I still ended up in general studies. Funny, isn't it? The audience grew quiet. Even some pro-heroes frowned. Izuku thought for a moment. Then, you're right. Shinso blinked. I was lucky. My quirk is admired. I won't pretend otherwise. A murmur spread through the crowd. No excuses. No denial. Just honesty. Izuku continued. But, I don't think your quirk is evil. Shinso remained silent. My teacher has a quirk that can erase other quirks. A lot of people would probably find that frightening too. But, he became a hero. Izuku smiled gently. A quirk is just an ability. The person decides how it's used. The stadium fell silent again. Aizawa looked at Izuku for a brief moment. Present Mike smiled. He really is Aizawa's student. Shinso looked down. You're annoying. Izuku tilted his head. You answer honestly. Makes it hard to dislike you. Then, Shinso smirked. Tell me, if someone insulted your quirk, would that make you angry? Izuku answered almost immediately. Not really. What if they insulted your friends? I'd probably tell them to stop. What about your mother? The answer came without hesitation. I'd be upset. Shinso's smile widened. There it is. The instant Izuku replied, Shinso's quirk activated. Brainwashing. Izuku's eyes lost their focus. His body became completely still. The audience gasped. Present Mike nearly shouted into the microphone. It worked. Shinso's quirk has taken effect. Shinso quietly exhaled. I finally got you. He pointed toward the boundary line. Walk. Walk out of bounds. Izuku obeyed. One slow step. Then another. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Ochako covered her mouth. Midoriya. Bakugo clenched his fists. Damn it. Tokiyami frowned. He answered. Aizawa remained perfectly calm. Now, Recovery Girl looked at him. You expected this. He studied Midoriya. He waited. He earned that opening. Izuku continued walking. 5 meters. 4, 3. The white boundary line drew closer. One more step, and the match would be over. Inside Izuku's mind, everything was quiet, dark, empty. Then, something stirred. Ancient trees, a vast forest, countless roots spreading beneath the earth. The Fairy King's power reacted. Not because it resisted brainwashing, but because it sensed something was wrong with its wielder. A pulse of life energy spread through Izuku's body. His wings twitched. Then, a thick root burst from beneath the arena floor directly in front of him. Crack! It struck the ground with enough force to shake the platform. The sudden impact jolted Izuku's body. His eyes regained their focus. He looked around. Why am I standing here? The audience exploded into cheers. He broke free. Present Mike shouted. Unbelievable. Shinso had him. But Midoriya snapped out of it. Shinso stared in disbelief. You broke it. Izuku blinked. He looked at the root. I think my quirk reacted on its own. Shinso slowly smiled. Lucky. He wasn't bitter. Just honest. Really lucky. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I was. For the first time since the match began. Izuku raised one hand. Emerald light gathered. His sacred spear appeared beside him, floating silently. Shinso looked at it. So now you're serious. Izuku's expression became calm. I have to be. You almost won. The spear hovered beside him. Without another word, Izuku gently pointed it forward. First form. The spear blurred. Shinso barely had time to react before the wooden shaft stopped an inch from his chest. The wind pressure alone pushed him backward. He stumbled, lost his footing, and fell outside the boundary line. Midnight immediately raised her whip. Out of bounds. The winner, Izuku Midoriya. The stadium erupted into applause. Izuku immediately lowered his spear. It vanished into emerald particles. He walked over to Shinso and offered him a hand. That was close. Shinso looked at the offered hand for a second before accepting it. Closer than you wanted. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Much closer. As Shinso stood, he gave a small chuckle. Next time, don't answer random questions. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I'll remember that. Shinso smirked. Good. As the two walked off the arena together, the audience applauded both students. One had advanced to the quarterfinals, while the other, despite his defeat, had shown everyone in the stadium that the General Studies course held students worthy of standing beside the hero course. And more than one pro hero quietly made a note to remember the name Hitoshi Shinso. The applause followed both students as they left the arena. Shinso accepted a towel from a staff member. Midoriya. Izuku turned around. Shinso shoved his hands into his pockets. Your quirk is amazing. But, don't rely on luck next time. Izuku rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. You're right, I almost lost. He yawned. You're really cool, Shinso. The purple-haired boy blinked. Cool, yeah, you almost beat me. That's pretty amazing. His compliment sounded so matter-of-fact, almost lazy, that Shinso couldn't tell if he was joking. He wasn't. Izuku genuinely thought so. Shinso let out a quiet laugh. You're a weird guy. I've heard that before. Present Mike's voice boomed. All right, on to our second match. Quarterfinal 1. Tenya Iida vs. Mei Hatsume. Mei spent the entire match enthusiastically advertising her support items rather than trying to win. Rocket boots, spring-loaded arms, propulsion devices. The crowd laughed as Iida desperately dodged invention after invention. Eventually, Mei cheerfully surrendered. Advertisement complete. Iida bowed respectfully. Thank you for the match. Quarterfinal 2. Shoto Todoroki vs. Honta Zero. The moment midnight started the match, a mountain of ice exploded across the arena. Zero was instantly trapped. Winner, Shoto Todoroki. The audience applauded. The result had been immediate. Quarterfinal 3. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima hardened his entire body. Bakugo charged headfirst. Explosions collided with hardened fists. The exchange was fierce. Kirishima refused to fall. Bakugo refused to slow down. Finally, a perfectly timed explosion launched Kirishima out of bounds. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. Kirishima laughed despite his loss. Damn, you're still a monster. Bakugo only grinned. Quarterfinal 4. Fumikage Tokiyami vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo tried to create weapons and shields. Dark Shadow never gave her enough time. Tokiyami controlled the pace from beginning to end. Dark Shadow disarmed her repeatedly. Eventually, Momo stepped outside the ring. I concede. Tokiyami bowed respectfully. You fought admirably. Present Mike spread his arms dramatically. And there we have it. The semi-finalists. The giant screen lit up. Izuku Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Fumikage Tokiyami. The crowd erupted. Millions watching from home leaned closer to their televisions. Even the pro heroes straightened in their seats. These were the matches they had been waiting for. Semifinal 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki. The two stepped into the arena. Silence settled over the stadium. Unlike before, neither smiled, neither underestimated the other. Midnight raised her arm. Begin. The arena exploded. Literally, a glacier burst from beneath Todoroki's feet, surging across the stadium. The same attack that had ended Zero's match in an instant. Izuku vanished. Boom. A green blur shot into the sky. His enormous fairy wings carried him effortlessly above the frozen landscape. The audience gasped. So fast. He's already airborne. Todoroki wasted no time. More ice erupted. Tower after tower climbed toward the sky, trying to trap Izuku's flight path. Izuku calmly summoned Chastiful, first form. The spear became a streak of emerald light. Each ice pillar shattered into glittering fragments before it could reach him. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. He's not attacking me. He's destroying the terrain. Izuku floated high above the battlefield. You're making this difficult. His sleepy voice somehow carried across the arena. Todoroki answered with another glacier. That's the point. The audience watched an incredible aerial battle. Ice pillars erupted endlessly. Emerald flashes cut them apart. The stadium became a forest of frozen crystal. Present Mike shouted. They're reshaping the entire arena. Aizawa quietly observed. Good. Recovery Girl looked over. Midoriya isn't rushing. He learned. Suddenly, Izuku raised his hand. Fifth form. The spear multiplied. 10, 50, 100. Hundreds of emerald spears surrounded the sky. Unlike the cavalry battle, this wasn't thousands. He wanted to conserve stamina. Todoroki immediately answered. Another glacier. Larger than before. The two attacks collided. Emerald light pierced through frozen mountains. Ice exploded into snow. The entire stadium disappeared beneath a white mist. Nobody could see. Then, a green silhouette emerged. Izuku. He had already crossed the battlefield. He was directly above Todoroki. Second form. One spear transformed. The guardian descended from the sky. The gigantic wooden beast landed behind Todoroki with enough force to shake the arena. Todoroki immediately leapt away. The guardian swung. Ice walls blocked it. Wood shattered ice. Ice froze wood. Neither side yielded. Todoroki breathed heavily. He's forcing me to divide my attention. Guardian from behind. Izuku from above. Floating spears from every direction. Then, Izuku made his move. First form. The true Chastiful blurred forward. Todoroki barely dodged. The spear sliced through his ice armor without touching him. Izuku landed gently. You're strong. Todoroki stared at him. So are you. Then, Todoroki remembered. His mother's face. His father's expectations. Midoriya's words from the original sports festival were different here, but the feeling remained. Izuku wasn't fighting Endeavor's son. He was fighting Shoto Todoroki. You're only using half your power. Izuku said quietly. I don't know your family. And I won't pretend I do. He rested Chastiful on his shoulder. But, if you're holding something back because someone else told you to, then you're not fighting me. You're fighting yourself. Silence. The words settled. Todoroki closed his eyes. Then, very slowly, orange flames ignited along the left side of his body. The stadium exploded with cheers. Endeavor stood. Finally, fire and ice erupted together. A pillar of steam engulfed the arena. Izuku smiled. A genuine smile. There you are. His wings spread to their full span. Emerald light gathered around Chastiful. The Fairy King and the half-cold half-hot hero candidate charged each other through the wall of steam. Their clash sent a shockwave across the stadium. Wood, ice, fire, wind. The collision echoed throughout UA. When the steam finally cleared, Todoroki was on one knee near the edge of the arena, breathing hard. Izuku stood several meters away, equally winded, his spear resting at his side. The tip of Chastiful had stopped just short of Todoroki's chest before the final exchange had pushed him fully out of bounds. Midnight immediately raised her arm. Out of bounds. The winner. Izuku Midoriya. The entire stadium rose to its feet. It wasn't a landslide. It was the hardest fight Izuku had faced since entering UA. And across the arena, Todoroki gave him a small nod of respect before leaving the battlefield, knowing that, this time, he had fought with both halves of himself. The stadium was still buzzing after the battle between Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. The clash of emerald wood, towering ice, and roaring flames had become the highlight of the sports festival. As Recovery Girl finished checking both students, Present Mike's energetic voice echoed once again. That was an amazing match. But we're not done yet. Our second semifinal is about to begin. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Fumikage Tokiyami. The audience erupted into applause. Bakugo walked toward the arena. His eyes never once looked at Tokiyami. Instead, they were fixed on the opposite side, where Izuku had just stepped off the battlefield. Don't you dare fall asleep before our match, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Class 1A had gathered around Izuku. Ochako smiled brightly. Midoriya, you were amazing. Iida adjusted his glasses. Indeed, your aerial maneuvering was remarkably efficient. Kirishima laughed. Dude, you actually made Todoroki use his fire. Kaminari threw both hands into the air. And that giant guardian, I thought it was going to hug Todoroki for a second. Everyone laughed. In the middle of the group, Izuku was already sitting on one of the waiting benches. His wings folded comfortably behind him. His spear had disappeared. His posture looked as lazy as ever. He let out a long yawn. That was tiring. Mina blinked. You're sitting. Izuku looked up innocently. Yeah, why? Everyone else was still standing. Their adrenaline hadn't worn off. Even those who had already fought couldn't stay still. Yet there sat Midoriya, relaxed, looking as though he were waiting for a bus instead of the finals. Tsuyu smiled. Hero. That's very Midoriya. Beside him, the little wooden guardian cat curled into his lap. MRR. Izuku absent-mindedly scratched beneath its chin. On the arena floor, Midnight raised her arm. Begin. The instant the match started, Dark Shadow surged forward. Bakugo didn't hesitate. Come on. Boom. An explosion launched him high into the air. Dark Shadow reached. Bakugo twisted around it. Another explosion. Another. He never allowed Tokiyami to establish control. Present Mike shouted excitedly. Bakugo's not giving Tokiyami any room to breathe. Tokiyami attempted to counterattack. Dark Shadow. The living shadow lunged. Bakugo smiled fiercely. I know how you fight. A massive explosion erupted point blank. BOOOOM. The flash overwhelmed Dark Shadow. The shadow instinctively recoiled. Tokiyami's balance broke. Bakugo immediately capitalized. He closed the distance in an instant. One explosive burst. One powerful strike. Tokiyami was launched out of bounds. Midnight wasted no time. Out of bounds. The winner. Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd cheered loudly. The fight had been incredibly short. Present Mike laughed. That was fast. I don't think Bakugo wanted to waste any energy. In the teachers section, Aizawa quietly nodded. He ended it immediately. Present Mike looked over, so he could save stamina. Partly, Aizawa's gaze shifted toward the waiting area. Mostly because he's been waiting for this fight. Bakugo ignored the applause, ignored the cheering crowd, ignored even Midnight announcing his victory. He immediately turned toward the waiting area. His crimson eyes locked onto one person. Izuku, still sitting on the bench. Still petting the wooden cat. Still talking with Class 1A. Bakugo's eye twitched. Oi. The entire class looked over. Izuku slowly turned his head. Bakugo pointed directly at him. I won. Izuku blinked. Congratulations. Don't. Congratulations. Me. Bakugo's grin widened into something almost feral. I didn't win for that. I'm here now, so don't you dare hold back. The stadium quieted as everyone listened. Bakugo's challenge rang through the arena. Izuku looked at his best friend for a few seconds. Then, he smiled. Not the cold smile from before. Not the sleepy smile. Just a small, warm smile. I wasn't planning to. Bakugo's grin grew even wider. Good. For the first time all day, the two childhood friends would stand on opposite sides of the arena. Not as teammates, not as rivals in training, but as the two finalists of UA's sports festival. And everyone in the stadium, from the students in the stands to the pro heroes in the VIP seats, knew they were about to witness the match they had been waiting for since the festival began. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. The stadium trembled with anticipation. Thousands of spectators filled every seat. Millions more watched from televisions across Japan. President Mike took a deep breath before shouting into his microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. The final match of the UA Sports Festival. On the giant screen appeared the two names. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. The audience erupted. In the waiting area, Izuku slowly stood from the bench. His wooden guardian cat stretched lazily. MRR. Izuku smiled. I'll be back. The little guardian nodded before returning to sleep. Bakugo had already entered the arena. Tiny explosions cracked from his palms. He wasn't angry. He was excited. No, he had been waiting years for this. Since they were children, Izuku walked onto the battlefield. His large fairy wings unfolded naturally behind him. Sunlight reflected off the emerald membranes, making them seem almost ethereal. Unlike Bakugo, he looked perfectly calm, almost sleepy. President Mike couldn't contain himself. On one side, the explosive prodigy, Katsuki Bakugo. Cheers exploded. And on the other, the Fairy King quirk user. The student WHO has dominated this entire festival. Izuku Midoriya. The cheers somehow became even louder. The two childhood friends stopped 20 meters apart. Neither spoke. They simply stared. Years of rivalry, years of friendship, years of growing stronger together. All of it had led here. Bakugo finally grinned. Lazy bastard. Izuku yawned. Morning. It's afternoon. Close enough. Several students in the stands laughed. Bakugo's grin widened. You know, I've wanted this for years. Izuku nodded. Me too. Midnight stepped between them. The final match. You already know the rules. She looked at both boys. No killing. Bakugo snorted. TCH. Izuku nodded politely. Wouldn't dream of it. She stepped away. Ready. Both boys lowered their centers of gravity. Bakugo's palms ignited. Izuku's wings slowly expanded. Emerald light gathered beside him. Chastiful appeared, floating quietly. Waiting. Begin. BOOOOM. Bakugo exploded forward. He crossed half the arena instantly. His fist rocketed toward Izuku's face. Izuku didn't move. The spear did. Clang. Chastiful intercepted the punch. The impact echoed throughout the stadium. Shockwaves rippled across the arena floor. Bakugo immediately spun. A second explosion. A kick. Another explosion. He attacked relentlessly. Left. Right. Above. Behind. He never stopped moving. Izuku blocked every strike. Not with his hands. With Chastiful. The spear danced around him like a loyal guardian. Every explosion. Every punch. Every kick. Met polished wood. President Mike shouted. Incredible. Midoriya hasn't moved an inch. Bakugo growled. TCH. Another explosion launched him skyward. He rained blasts downward. Smoke engulfed everything. The audience lost sight of Izuku. Then, a green blur burst from the smoke. His wings carried him effortlessly into the sky. Bakugo laughed. There you are. Both boys collided in midair. Boom. Explosion met emerald light. The shockwave scattered clouds overhead. Bakugo blasted around him continuously. His mobility was unbelievable. Yet, Izuku matched him. His wings folded, turned, banked, every movement graceful. The stadium watched what looked less like a fight, and more like two comets weaving through the sky. Bakugo suddenly smiled. Now we're talking. He created a massive explosion. The blast forced Izuku backward. For the first time, Izuku's feet slid across the ground. Bakugo noticed. Got you. He rushed forward again. Izuku's eyes sharpened. First form. The spear vanished. Before Bakugo could react, it reappeared inches from his shoulder. He twisted instinctively. The spear narrowly missed. Instead, it sliced cleanly through one of his grenade gauntlets. The heavy support item crashed onto the arena floor. The audience gasped. Bakugo looked at the destroyed gauntlet. Then, laughed. Haha, that's my nerd. Without hesitation, he discarded the second gauntlet himself. Clang. Both landed behind him. Present Mike blinked. He threw away his equipment. Aizawa answered calmly. He doesn't need them. He wants a straight fight. Bakugo cracked both fists. No more toys. Just us. Izuku smiled. I like that. He gently spun Chastiful. Emerald light shimmered across the arena. The air itself seemed to grow heavier. Bakugo lowered himself into a sprinting stance. Explosions sparked in both palms. Neither boy blinked. Neither looked away. Neither intended to lose. Around the stadium, every hero scout leaned forward. Best Jeanist set his notebook aside. Endeavor folded his arms. All Might smiled proudly from the stands. The final battle between UA's two strongest first years had only just begun. The entire stadium held its breath. Neither boy moved. Not yet. One floated a few centimeters above the arena, giant fairy wings spread proudly behind him. The other crouched low, explosions crackling from both palms. A king, a warrior, childhood friends, rivals. Boom. Bakugo moved first. The arena shattered beneath his feet as he accelerated. He zigzagged across the battlefield with explosions, never staying in one place for more than a fraction of a second. Too fast. The audience could barely keep up. Izuku didn't panic. His emerald eyes calmly followed every movement. First form. Chastiful became a streak of green. Clang. Bakugo punched it aside. The recoil blasted him into another direction. Another explosion. Another punch. Another interception. Wooden explosions collided again and again. Each impact echoed like cannon fire. Present Mike screamed into the microphone. They're fighting so fast the cameras can barely follow them. The broadcast crew hurriedly switched to slower replay footage on the giant screens. Bakugo suddenly vanished behind Izuku. Die. A massive explosion erupted. Instead of blocking, Izuku folded his wings. He dropped. The explosion passed harmlessly overhead. His wings opened again. One flap. He shot upward beneath Bakugo. His fist slammed into Bakugo's stomach. Thud. Bakugo coughed. GHK. The audience gasped. Midoriya had chosen hand-to-hand combat. Kirishima jumped from his seat. That punch was clean. Kaminari's jaw dropped. I forgot Midoriya was buff. Zero nodded. His uniform hides everything. Bakugo recovered instantly. He grinned. Again. His knee struck Izuku's ribs. Izuku answered with an elbow. Bakugo blocked. Izuku spun. Bakugo exploded away. Neither gained ground. Aizawa watched silently. He trained. Recovery Girl smiled. You pushed him hard. He pushed himself. Bakugo landed. His breathing became heavier. You're stronger. Izuku nodded. So are you. Good. Bakugo smiled. I'd hate to be disappointed. Suddenly, Bakugo clapped both palms together. A blinding flash erupted. The entire stadium lost sight of Izuku. Flash grenade. Present Mike shouted. Bakugo didn't wait. He charged straight into the smoke. He knew Izuku couldn't see. His fist rocketed forward. Then, what? His punch hit nothing. Above him, a calm voice. You're loud. Bakugo looked up. Izuku floated silently. His feather-light body had ridden the shockwave upward. He had escaped the smoke before Bakugo entered it. TCH. Bakugo blasted upward. Izuku raised his hand. Fifth form. The sacred spear multiplied. Not thousands. Only a few dozen. Enough. The fragments surrounded Bakugo from every direction. Bakugo laughed. Now that's more like it. Explosions erupted continuously. One spear. Destroyed. Another. Deflected. Another. Dodged. The sky became a dance of emerald and orange. Every explosion illuminated Izuku's wings. Every emerald streak reflected in Bakugo's crimson eyes. Neither slowed. Neither retreated. Finally, Bakugo roared. Howitzer. He spun. Faster. Faster. His explosions formed a tornado around him. Impact. A gigantic explosion consumed half the arena. The shockwave cracked concrete. The audience shielded their faces. When the smoke cleared, the crowd gasped. A dome of intertwined roots surrounded Izuku. Sixth form. Yugdra armor. Living wood covered his body like elegant armor. Branches reinforced every impact point. Tiny green leaves swayed gently. The armor slowly repaired the cracks left by Bakugo's attack. Present Mike pointed wildly. Another form. He had another form. The audience erupted. Even Bakugo blinked. Hey, so that's what you've been hiding. Izuku looked down at the armor. Sensei said, I'd probably need this. In the teacher's section, Aizawa almost smiled. Good. The armor dissolved into emerald particles. Bakugo cracked his neck. No more holding back. Izuku nodded. 40% was enough. The word stunned the stadium. Best Jeanist narrowed his eyes. So he truly was limiting himself. Endeavor's expression hardened. Bakugo grinned wider than ever. Good. I don't want excuses. Both boys launched forward simultaneously. No quirks. Just fists. Punch. Block. Kick. Counter. Shoulder throw. Explosion. Wing-assisted dodge. They traded dozens of blows in seconds. The audience couldn't tell who was winning anymore. Both jumped backward. Bruised. Breathing heavily. Smiling. Bakugo laughed loudly. This is what I wanted. Izuku smiled back. Me too. For the first time in years. Neither saw the other as someone to protect. Or someone to surpass. Only an equal. Bakugo suddenly noticed something. Izuku's breathing. It had changed. Slower. Heavier. The Fairy King's greatest weakness. Stamina. You're getting tired. Izuku didn't deny it. Yeah, so. Bakugo crouched. I'll finish this. A massive explosion launched him like a missile. Izuku closed his eyes. Last exchange. His wings spread to their absolute limit. The sacred spear returned to his hand. First form. The spear glowed brilliantly. Bakugo's right arm drew back. Explosion energy gathered into one devastating punch. Both charged. The stadium stood. Every hero. Every teacher. Every student. Watching. Waiting. Boom. The collision shook UA. A pillar of emerald and orange light erupted toward the sky. For several seconds, nothing could be seen. Only wind. Dust. Silence. When the smoke finally disappeared, two figures stood in the center. Back to back. Neither moved. A single second passed. Then another. Bakugo staggered. He looked down. The tip of Chastiful rested against his chest protector. It had stopped. Just short. Enough to prove the point. Bakugo laughed. Damn. His legs finally gave out. He collapsed onto one knee. You got me. Midnight immediately raised her whip. The winner. Izuku Midoriya. The stadium exploded into deafening cheers. Izuku swayed where he stood. His spear vanished. His wings drooped. I'm really tired. He smiled weakly. Then, simply tipped sideways. Before he could hit the ground, Bakugo, still on one knee, reached out and caught him by the shoulder. TCH. You really pick the worst times to run out of energy. The audience laughed warmly as the two exhausted rivals remained there in the center of the arena, both completely spent after a battle that would be remembered as one of the greatest first-year matches in UA Sports Festival history. Bakugo had lost by the narrowest of margins, and Izuku had won not because he was overwhelmingly stronger, but because he managed his stamina just long enough to land the decisive final strike. The sun had begun its slow descent over UA High. The cheers from the tournament had finally quieted, replaced by an air of celebration. The sports festival had come to an end. Although the medical staff had insisted Izuku remain in Recovery Girl's office a little longer, he had eventually convinced them to let him attend the award ceremony. I'll be fine. Recovery Girl sighed. You said that after the USJ. And then you slept for almost a day. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Fair point. Sit still during the ceremony. I can do that. A few minutes later, the three podiums stood proudly in the center of the stadium. Thousands of spectators remained in their seats. Millions still watched from home. Present Mike's energetic voice echoed one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, your top three of this year's UA Sports Festival. The crowd erupted. Third place, Fumikage Tokiyami. He stood calmly upon the bronze podium. Dark shadow peeked out behind him, proudly crossing its arms. The audience applauded. Second place, Katsuki Bakugo. Unlike in the original timeline, he wasn't restrained. He had fought with everything he had. Lost fairly. And accepted it. Well, accepted was perhaps too generous. He still looked annoyed, but it wasn't at anyone else. It was himself. He folded his arms. TCH. I'll win next time. Then, the tallest podium. First place, Izuku Midoriya. Instead of standing proudly, Izuku had climbed onto the podium. Sat down. One leg dangled lazily over the edge. The other was pulled toward his chest. His chin rested on his knee. His enormous fairy wings hung comfortably behind him, almost draping over the podium itself. His eyes were half closed. He looked extremely comfortable. Silence. Present Mike blinked. Midoriya, you're supposed to stand. Without opening his eyes, Izuku answered, no. The audience burst into laughter. Midnight covered her mouth, smiling. He really refused. Recovery Girl pinched the bridge of her nose. I knew this would happen. Aizawa looked at the podium. At least he came. The teachers collectively gave up trying to convince him. Bakugo glanced upward. Lazy idiot. Izuku lazily looked down. Congratulations on second. Don't say it like you're an old man. Tokiyami looked between the two. You truly are childhood friends. Dark Shadow nodded. Definitely. Present Mike sighed dramatically. Fine. First place may remain sitting. The audience laughed again. Finally, a familiar figure stepped onto the stage, clad in his silver and blue hero costume. All Might. The crowd immediately erupted into thunderous applause. I am here. His booming voice filled the stadium. Even exhausted, Izuku smiled. All Might approached Tokiyami first. He placed the bronze medal around his neck. Excellent performance, young Tokiyami. Tokiyami bowed respectfully. Thank you. Next, Bakugo. All Might placed the silver medal around his neck. Bakugo looked away. TCH. All Might smiled knowingly. You fought magnificently. Keep moving forward. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Yeah. Then, All Might climbed the final step toward the tallest podium. Only to find Izuku still sitting exactly as before. One leg swinging lazily, head resting against his knee. He hadn't moved an inch. All Might chuckled. Young Midoriya, you truly are exhausted. Can you stand for just a moment? Izuku slowly opened one eye. He thought about it. No. The stadium exploded with laughter once more. Even several pro heroes couldn't hold back smiles. All Might laughed heartily. Very well. If the champion won't stand, then I'll adapt. Instead of asking again, he simply crouched slightly. He carefully slipped the gold medal over Izuku's head. The medal settled against his chest. Izuku looked down at it for a moment. It's heavier than I thought. All Might laughed. Gold usually is. The audience applauded warmly. There was something oddly fitting about it. The boy who possessed one of the most overwhelming quirks anyone had ever seen couldn't even be bothered to stand after exhausting himself. In the VIP section, Best Jeanist smiled faintly. So much dignity during battle. And this? Gunhead laughed. It makes him memorable. Kamui Woods nodded. I don't think anyone will forget this sports festival. Nezu quietly sipped his tea. They certainly won't forget our first place student. All Might stepped back and looked at the three medalists. Tokiyami stood proudly. Bakugo stood defiantly. And in the center, Izuku sat comfortably on the tallest podium, absent-mindedly spinning his gold medal between his fingers while his large fairy wings swayed gently in the evening breeze. The champion of the UA Sports Festival looked less like a triumphant victor, and more like someone wondering if there was a nice, quiet place nearby to take a nap. The award ceremony gradually came to an end. Students began leaving the stadium in groups, chatting excitedly about the day's matches. The crowd slowly filtered toward the exits. Pro heroes returned to the VIP lounge to discuss internship offers. Reporters hurried to finish their broadcasts. It had been a long, very long day. Present Mike stretched his arms. Phew, now that's what I call a sports festival. Midnight smiled. I think every student gave us something memorable. Recovery Girl looked toward the first place podium. Especially one. The podiums were being dismantled by the support staff. Izuku finally looked down at the ground. I suppose I should. He paused. Nah. Instead of climbing down, he simply floated, like a leaf caught in a gentle breeze. Or perhaps more accurately, like a lazy little cloud. His body drifted off the podium without a single flap of his wings. His large emerald wings remained folded behind him. There wasn't even any effort. He simply hovered. A support course student stopped carrying equipment. Is he drifting? Another student looked up. I don't think he's actually going anywhere. Indeed, Izuku wasn't. He was merely floating a meter above the ground. Slowly, very slowly, moving toward absolutely nowhere. Ochako blinked. Midoriya, no response. Tsuyu tilted her head. Hero, I think he's half asleep. Mina giggled. He's literally become a cloud. Kaminari laughed so hard he had to hold his stomach. I can't. He's just floating. Hiroshima wiped away a tear. Man, that's somehow the most Midoriya thing he's ever done. Iida immediately began chopping the air with his hands. Midoriya, please walk like a normal person. Izuku slowly turned his head. Walking sounds tiring. Then, he resumed lazily drifting. Nearby, Bakugo had been talking with Kirishima. He looked over, saw Izuku, saw him floating away at the speed of an exceptionally relaxed turtle. His eye twitched. Oh, no response. Oi, still nothing. Izuku had begun absent-mindedly watching a cloud, apparently comparing himself to it. Bakugo sighed. Unbelievable. He marched over, reached upward, grabbed the back of Izuku's UA gym jacket, and started dragging him. Since Izuku weighed remarkably little thanks to the Fairy King quirk, it looked less like dragging a person, and more like pulling along a very stubborn balloon. Izuku continued floating horizontally behind him. Are we there yet? Bakugo's forehead bulged with veins. We just started moving. The rest of Class 1A burst into laughter. Shiro pointed. Look, Bakugo's walking his Midoriya. Kaminari immediately added. Like a kite. Mina doubled over laughing. Someone get him a leash. Bakugo whipped around. WHO said that. Everyone instantly looked away. Bird. Tokiyami looked around. There are no birds. Even Todoroki, completely serious as always, quietly observed. This appears normal. Everyone stared at him. Todoroki. What? They're childhood friends. This seems routine. Ochako covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. I guess it kind of is. Izuku, still being dragged through the stadium, looked up at the evening sky. The clouds are nice today. Bakugo didn't even turn around. You're impossible. Were you listening? Not really. The class laughed again. Even Aizawa, watching from a distance with his arms crossed, let out the faintest sigh that almost sounded amused. At least he's recovered enough to annoy Bakugo. Recovery Girl smiled. I'd say that's a very healthy sign. As the sun began to set over UA, the champion of the sports festival didn't leave with a triumphant stride. He floated lazily through the campus like a wandering cloud, while his lifelong best friend hauled him along by the back of his jacket, grumbling the entire way. And somehow, neither of them would have had it any other way. Chapter 53, Internship Offers. Friday morning. Usually, it was Izuku Midoriya's favorite day. Not because of school, not because of the classes. Simply because tomorrow was Saturday, which meant sleeping a lot. Izuku yawned as he lazily floated beside Katsuki on their way to UA. Bakugo glanced sideways. You've been smiling since you woke up. Friday. That's it. Weekend. Bakugo rolled his eyes. You really are hopeless. Class 1A gradually filtered into the homeroom. Yesterday's sports festival was all anyone could talk about. Kaminari threw himself into his chair. I still can't believe it. The stadium was huge. Mina nodded excitedly. And the cheering. Hiroshima flexed. I fought Bakugo. Even if I lost, that was awesome. Ochako smiled. I wonder how many people actually watched us. Tokiyami calmly took his seat. More than enough. Meanwhile, Izuku had already floated over to his desk. Rather than sitting properly, he rested his head on the tabletop. His wings drooped comfortably behind him. Weekend, he whispered dreamily. Tsuyu looked over. Hero, I think Midoriya's already asleep. Not yet. Then, the classroom door slid open. Everyone straightened. Shota Aizawa walked inside. His sleeping bag wasn't with him. Instead, he carried a large stack of folders. 20 of them. Each one had a student's name neatly printed across the front. The room became quiet. Without a word, Aizawa walked to his desk. He placed the stack down. Thump. The sound echoed through the room. Kaminari blinked. Homework. Aizawa looked at him. No. The blonde visibly relaxed. Good. Aizawa picked up the top folder. The sports festival wasn't just a competition. You already know this. It was an audition. Several students nodded. They remembered. Professional heroes from across Japan had been watching. The offers have arrived. Silence. Then, the room exploded. They're here, already. No way. I wonder if I got one. Aizawa waited. Finished. Everyone immediately quieted. He continued. These are internship requests. Professional heroes. Hero agencies. They've watched your performances. If they believe you have potential, they send an offer. He looked around the room. The more offers you receive, the more choices you have. He began handing out the folders one by one. Sato, a thin folder. Shoji, another. Hagakure, a small one. Ojiro, one of average thickness. Each student accepted theirs with visible anticipation. Some smiled, others looked a little disappointed. But every single student had at least a few offers. Then, Aizawa picked up another folder. This one was noticeably thicker. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo walked over. TCH. Even he raised an eyebrow slightly. The folder was almost twice as thick as most others. He returned to his seat without another word. Kaminari leaned over. Dude, that's huge. Bakugo smirked. Obviously. Another folder. Even thicker. Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki accepted it with his usual calm expression. Though even he seemed mildly surprised by the weight. Another. Fumikage Tokiyami. Dark shadow peeked over the folder. Impressive. Tokiyami nodded quietly. It would appear many agencies favor versatility. Finally, Aizawa reached the last unusually thick folder. He paused for half a second. Izuku Midoriya. Everyone looked over. Izuku slowly stood. He walked toward Aizawa. Still looking half asleep, Aizawa handed him the folder. It was the thickest one in the class. Noticeably thicker than Bakugo's. Even thicker than Todoroki's. The room fell silent. Izuku blinked. Heavy. Aizawa looked him in the eye. Congratulations. You earned it. As Izuku returned to his desk, everyone unconsciously watched him. Mina whispered, how many are in there? Hiroshima scratched his head. Has to be a crazy number. Ochako smiled warmly. He deserves it. Tokiyami nodded. The sports festival spoke for itself. Bakugo looked at Izuku's folder. Then at his own. He clicked his tongue. TCH. A grin slowly spread across his face. Guess I've got more people to surpass. Present Mike happened to pass by the open classroom door and peeked inside. Yo, I heard the offers came in. He spotted the 4 thick folders immediately. Ha ha ha. Just as everybody expected. The big 4 of the sports festival. Aizawa sighed. Don't give them another nickname. Too late. Present Mike laughed. The newspapers already have. The explosive prodigy. The half-cold half-hot genius. The shadow commander. And, he looked at Izuku, who was absent-mindedly using one of the unopened letters to fan himself. The Fairy King. Izuku lazily raised a hand. That's my quirk. Present Mike blinked. Right. Guess they'll have to wait until you pick a hero name. The class chuckled. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. One problem at a time. He looked back at the class. Read your offers carefully. By the end of today, I want to know which agency each of you intends to intern with. The room immediately filled with the sound of envelopes opening. But among all 20 students, there were 4 folders everyone kept glancing toward. Bakugo's, Todoroki's, Tokiyami's, and especially, Izuku Midoriya's, whose stack of internship requests looked less like a folder and more like a small book. The classroom filled with the sound of paper. Letters unfolded, envelopes opened. Students eagerly skimmed through internship offers from some of Japan's greatest pro heroes. Whoa, Kaminari's eyes sparkled. I actually got one from the electric hero. Mina grinned. I got Mount Lady. Hiroshima laughed. Crimson Riot's agency sent me one. The room buzzed with excitement. Everyone was imagining their internships. Learning from real heroes. Experiencing the field firsthand. Then, at the back of the classroom, an unusual pressure began to spread. Izuku was staring, not reading, just staring, at the mountain of letters sitting on his desk. His emerald eyes narrowed. The folder glared back. Tsuyu noticed first. Hiro. Midoriya. No answer. Ochako leaned over. Everything okay? Izuku slowly looked up. His face was completely blank. Then he looked back at the folder. Then back at Ochako. My weekend is gone. Silence. Huh. Ochako blinked. What do you mean? Izuku slowly lifted the folder. This is homework. The class froze. Bakugo was the first to snort. PFF'd. Izuku continued with absolute seriousness. I have to read all of these. Research the agencies. Compare them. Choose one. He looked out the window. There goes Saturday. His shoulders slumped. Maybe Sunday too. Kaminari burst out laughing. That's what you're worried about. Zero nearly fell out of his chair. You got enough offers to fill a dictionary. And you're sad because you have to read them. Mina wiped away tears of laughter. Midoriya, only you could see success as extra homework. Even Iida pushed up his glasses. Midoriya, these are extraordinary opportunities. Izuku nodded. I know. They're still homework. Bakugo walked over. He glanced at Izuku's enormous folder. Then at his own. Then back again. TCH. You earned those. Izuku sighed dramatically. I know. That's the problem. Tokiyami quietly observed from across the room. The weight of opportunity has become the weight of paperwork. Dark Shadow nodded solemnly. A true tragedy. Even Todoroki, completely serious, looked over. Would it help if I read some? The room went silent. Izuku looked genuinely tempted. Really? No. Todoroki answered with the exact same expression. You should read your own. Izuku sighed again. I knew you'd say that. Present Mike, still lingering outside the classroom, peeked through the doorway. How's everybody doing? He immediately spotted Izuku resting his forehead against his desk. Midoriya, Aizawa didn't even look up from his paperwork. He's mourning. Who died? His weekend. Present Mike blinked. You're kidding. No. The entire classroom erupted into laughter. Even Aizawa let out the faintest sigh that almost sounded amused. Izuku picked up one envelope. He stared at it for a long moment. With all the determination of someone preparing for battle. He opened it. One down. He looked at the remaining stack. Several dozen to go. He gently lowered his forehead back onto the desk. This is going to be a long weekend. Bakugo walked past him, unable to resist one last jab. Ha, for the guy who won the sports festival. You've been defeated by paper. Without lifting his head, Izuku gave a lazy thumbs up. It's a worthy opponent. The class burst into laughter once more, the tension melting away as they watched their first-place classmate wage what was, in his mind, the hardest battle yet. Reading mail on a Saturday. Lunch came and went. For most of Class 1A, it had been filled with excited conversations about internship offers. I wonder what Best Jeanist's agency is like. I heard Gunhead teaches amazing close combat. I hope my internship isn't too far from home. The classroom buzzed with anticipation. Meanwhile, at Izuku's desk, the mountain of letters remained untouched. Not a single new envelope had been opened since lunch. Tsuyu blinked. Hiro, I thought you were going to read them. Izuku calmly closed the folder. Tomorrow. He slid it neatly into his school bag. Weekend Izuku can deal with Weekend Izuku's problems. Ochako giggled. That's one way to think about it. Iida adjusted his glasses. That is called procrastination. Izuku nodded without shame. Probably. Bakugo, sitting nearby, clicked his tongue. You're unbelievable. Just then, the classroom door slid open. Good afternoon, everyone. The students turned. Standing in the doorway was the R-rated hero. Midnight. She smiled warmly as she walked into the classroom carrying a stack of blank cards and a marker. Mind if I borrow your class for a bit? Aizawa, already wrapped inside his yellow sleeping bag, lazily pointed toward the front. Go ahead. I've done my part. Without another word, he zipped himself completely inside. Kaminari whispered. Did he just go to sleep? Zero nodded. Yep. Midnight laughed softly. Now then, as all of you know, you'll soon be heading off for your internships. She placed the stack of cards on the teacher's desk. But before that, you need something every hero has. She smiled brightly. A hero name. The room immediately became lively. Present Mike suddenly poked his head through the open door. Oh, this is my favorite part. Midnight smiled. I thought you'd show up. She held up one of the blank cards. A hero name isn't just a nickname. It's your identity. The name people will remember. The name civilians will call for help. The name villains will learn to fear. Her smile became slightly more serious. So choose carefully. She began handing each student a card and a thick marker. Write the name you want. Once you're finished, we'll review them together. Immediately, the room erupted into brainstorming. Kaminari stared at his blank card. This is harder than I thought. Mina had already written 3 names before crossing them all out. No, nope. Iida immediately began writing with complete confidence. I have long since considered this matter. Bakugo grabbed his marker. Without hesitation, he began scribbling aggressively. The sound alone made Shiro nervous. He's attacking the paper. Tokiyami quietly closed his eyes. The name must embody the darkness within. Dark Shadow nodded dramatically. Meanwhile, Izuku looked down at his blank card. He tapped the marker against his chin. His classmates noticed. Ochako smiled. Do you already have one in mind? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. Kirishima grinned. Come on. You've got one of the coolest quirks here. There has to be something awesome. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Maybe. His eyes drifted to the words written on his internship folder. Quirk. Fairy King. He quietly shook his head. No, that's my quirk. It doesn't feel right. He wanted something that represented him, not merely the power he had inherited. From the front of the classroom, Midnight clapped her hands. All right, everyone. Once you've finished writing, I'll go through each one. Let's see what future heroes Japan will one day be cheering for. One by one, markers continued scratching across the cards as Class 1A began choosing the names that would one day become famous throughout the hero world. And for Izuku Midoriya, finding the right name proved far more difficult than defeating dozens of robots, surviving the USJ, or even winning the sports festival. A hero's name was more than a title. It was a promise. Midnight stood at the front of the classroom, a clipboard in one hand and a bright smile on her face. All right, everyone, let's hear them. This is the first time your future hero identities will be spoken aloud. Present Mike leaned through the open doorway again. Woo-hoo, this is the good stuff. Aizawa, cocooned inside his sleeping bag in the corner, didn't even bother opening his eyes. Just don't make them terrible. Midnight looked around the room. Who wants to go first? Several hands shot up. Tenya Iida. Iida stood up immediately, straight-backed as always. My hero name. He held up his card. Ingenium. The room became quiet. Midnight smiled softly. Carrying on your brother's name. Iida nodded. Yes, it is both my greatest honor and my goal. The class applauded respectfully. Ochako Uraraka. Ochako nervously walked forward. My hero name is... She flipped over the card. Uravity. Midnight clapped. Cute and memorable. Ochako sighed in relief. Eijiro Kirishima. My hero name. Red Riot. Kirishima grinned proudly. I'm carrying on Crimson Riot's spirit. Manly. Present Mike gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. That's the spirit. Mina Ashido. Pinky. Suyu Asui. Froppy. Midnight blinked. Froppy. Suyu nodded. My friends already call me that. Hero. Midnight smiled. I like it. Denki Kaminari. He proudly revealed. Chargebolt. Present Mike pointed dramatically. Now that's electrifying. Kaminari laughed. I've been saving that one. Fumikage Tokiyami. Tokiyami calmly stood. My hero name. Tsukuyomi. Dark Shadow spread its arms dramatically. Midnight nodded approvingly. Elegant. Shoto Todoroki. He walked to the front. Without hesitation, he wrote. Shoto. Silence. Midnight blinked. Just your name. Todoroki nodded. It's who I am. Midnight smiled. Fair enough. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo stomped forward. He slammed his card onto the desk. King Explosion Murder. Silence. Present Mike nearly choked. Midnight stared. No. Bakugo frowned. What do you mean? No. No. She picked up another marker. Try again. TCH. The class burst into laughter. Even Aizawa cracked one eye open. Rejected. Bakugo growled under his breath. Eventually, after much arguing, Bakugo begrudgingly scribbled another temporary name. It wasn't one he liked. But Midnight accepted it for the time being, just as in the original story. We'll revisit yours later. TCH. One after another, the students proudly announced their names. The atmosphere was lighthearted. Everyone laughed, applauded, cheered. Finally, only one student remained. Midnight smiled. And last, Izuku Midoriya. The room became noticeably quieter. Everyone looked toward him. Izuku slowly stood. He walked to the front carrying his card. His large fairy wings swayed gently behind him. He looked at the blank side for a brief moment. Then, turned it around. Written in neat green letters. Harlequin. The classroom tilted their heads. Harlequin. Ochako spoke first. That's really pretty. Tokiyami quietly repeated it. Harlequin. Dark Shadow nodded. It possesses mystery. Midnight smiled. I like it. But, why Harlequin? Izuku looked down at the card for a moment. Then answered honestly. When people see me, they usually notice one thing. My laziness. A few students chuckled. Izuku smiled sheepishly. They're not wrong. The class laughed. Even Bakugo smirked. But, when I have to fight, I become someone different. His expression became calm. I'm faster, sharper. I move completely differently. So, I looked into old stories. There was a character called a Harlequin. He could seem carefree one moment, and become incredibly agile and precise the next. Izuku looked at the name one last time. I thought, it fit. Silence. Then, Midnight smiled warmly. It certainly does. Your personality changes the moment you step into battle. The carefree boy disappears, and someone incredibly graceful takes his place. She nodded. An excellent hero name. Present Mike pumped a fist into the air. I love it. It sounds mysterious, and it fits his fighting style perfectly. Aizawa finally opened both eyes. He looked at Izuku for a long second, then gave a small nod. It suits you. Coming from Aizawa, that was high praise. Bakugo folded his arms. Harlequin, huh? Izuku looked over. Too weird. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Nah, it's better than Fairy King. That's your quirk. A small smile crossed Izuku's face. I thought so too. Midnight looked around the classroom, pleased. Wonderful. From today onward, these names are the identities you'll begin building as heroes. She looked at each student in turn. Some of them may become famous. Some may one day be known throughout the entire world. Her gaze rested on Izuku for just a moment. Whatever happens, live up to the name you chose. Izuku looked down at the card one last time before carefully slipping it into his notebook. Harlequin. Not the Fairy King. Not merely the wielder of an extraordinary quirk, but the name of the hero he wanted Japan to remember. Midnight smiled as she placed Izuku's card with the others. Well then, that wraps up everyone except. She slowly turned her head. Every student instinctively followed her gaze. 1. At the back of the classroom, Katsuki Bakugo sat with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue. TCH. Present Mike leaned farther through the doorway. OHOHO. Here we go. Even Aizawa opened one eye from inside his sleeping bag. This should be interesting. Midnight walked over to Bakugo's desk with an encouraging smile. All right, Bakugo. You've had a few minutes to reconsider. I'm sure you've come up with something a little more. She searched for the word. Heroic. Bakugo confidently held up his card. I did. Midnight looked hopeful. She took the card, looked down. Her smile froze. Written in bold letters was, Great King Explosion Murder. Silence. Present Mike slowly lowered his microphone. No. Midnight looked back at Bakugo. You added one word. Bakugo nodded. Yeah, great. The class burst into laughter. Kaminari nearly fell out of his chair. You literally upgraded it by one adjective. Siro covered his face. He's serious. Ochako was trying very hard not to laugh. Hiroshima scratched his cheek. I mean, it does sound a little better. Everyone stared at him. What? Midnight pinched the bridge of her nose. Bakugo. A hero's name should reassure people. Bakugo frowned. It does. How? If villains hear it, they'll run. Present Mike actually had to step into the hallway because he was laughing too hard. I can't do this. Midnight sighed. No. Imagine a little kid. They're lost. They're scared. They cry. Hero, help me. She pointed dramatically at Bakugo. And then you appear. Bakugo folded his arms proudly. Yeah, what do you call yourself? Bakugo answered without hesitation. Great King Explosion Murder. Exactly. The classroom completely lost it. Even Tokiyami quietly turned away, his shoulders shaking ever so slightly. Dark Shadow was openly laughing. Bakugo looked around. What's so funny? Midnight sighed again. It sounds less like a hero, and more like the final boss of a video game. Bakugo crossed his arms tighter. Good. Aizawa finally spoke. Bakugo. He looked over. What? Your name should represent the kind of hero you want to become. Bakugo frowned. It does. Explain. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna beat every villain. I'm gonna become #1. So, he pointed at the card. That's the name they'll remember. The room became quieter. Aizawa nodded slightly. The ambition is fine. The wording isn't. Midnight smiled. Exactly. You don't need to change your goal. Just, maybe remove the murder part. Bakugo looked genuinely confused. Why? Kaminari whispered to Shiro. I think that's the first time he's ever asked that question. Shiro nodded solemnly. It's progress. Midnight grabbed another blank card and handed it to Bakugo. One more try. Bakugo groaned loudly. TCH. He snatched the marker. The entire class watched. He scribbled for nearly a minute. Crossed things out. Muttered to himself. Finally, he slammed the new card onto his desk. Midnight cautiously picked it up. Her eyebrows rose. A small smile appeared. Now, that's much better. Bakugo looked away. Whatever. She turned the card around for the class to see. Great explosion, murder god dynamite. The room fell silent again. Midnight stared at it for several long seconds. Then slowly lowered the card. We're getting there. Present Mike burst into uncontrollable laughter once more. Aizawa quietly pulled his sleeping bag over his face. I'm letting his future agency deal with this. And Class 1A spent the next several minutes watching Midnight and Bakugo continue their increasingly ridiculous debate over what might have been the most difficult hero name in UA's history. Even Izuku, lazily floating a few centimeters above his chair, watched the exchange with mild curiosity before quietly commenting to Ochako. This might take a while. Ochako nodded, trying not to laugh. Yeah, probably longer than the sports festival. 30 minutes later, nothing had been accomplished. Absolutely nothing. How about? Midnight took a deep breath. Explosion hero. Dynamite. Bakugo immediately shook his head. No. Blast hero. Dynamite. No. Great explosion hero. No. King Dynamite. No. Midnight's smile had become noticeably strained. A tiny vein appeared on her forehead. She erased another rejected name from the whiteboard. Present Mike, who had stayed simply to watch the spectacle, was practically leaning against the wall from laughing so much. I can't believe this. We've been here for half an hour. The rest of Class 1A had long since given up trying to contribute. Kaminari was lying across his desk. I've aged. I've actually aged. Shiro looked at the clock. We spent less time fighting villains at the USJ. Kirishima scratched his head. Bakugo, maybe just listen to Midnight. Bakugo glared. No. Even Tokiyami spoke. A name should inspire. Bakugo crossed his arms. It does. Dark Shadow sighed dramatically. To commit property damage. Ochako quietly whispered to Tsuyu. I didn't know choosing a name could become a boss battle. Tsuyu nodded. Hero. The final boss is Bakugo. Meanwhile, at the back of the room, Izuku had somehow fallen asleep. Still floating. His head tilted slightly to one side. Every now and then, he'd gently drift a few centimeters before stopping again. His soft breathing was almost drowned out by Bakugo's arguing. Aizawa slowly opened one eye. He looked at the sleeping Midoriya. Then at the still arguing Bakugo. One's recovering from the sports festival. The other is causing another one. Midnight took another deep breath. Bakugo. What? I have one final suggestion. Fine. She wrote carefully on the board. Dynamite. She underlined it once. There. Bakugo stared. Where's the rest? Midnight looked him dead in the eyes. There is no rest. Add. Great. No. Explosion. No. King. No. Murder. Absolutely not. God. No. Bakugo pointed accusingly at the board. That's too short. Something inside Midnight finally snapped. Not dramatically. Not explosively. Just. Quietly. She picked up the eraser. Walked over to Bakugo's latest card. Which currently read, Great Supreme King Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Without saying a single word. SCRRRRCH. She erased the entire thing. Bakugo froze. Oi. Midnight calmly took her marker. In neat handwriting, she wrote only one word. Dynamite. She circled it. Twice. Then handed the card back to Bakugo. There. Done. Oi. I didn't agree to that. Midnight turned toward the class. Wonderful. Class 1A now officially has all of their hero names. Bakugo continued shouting behind her. You can't just decide that. I'm still talking. She smiled at everyone else as if nothing were happening. Please make sure you remember your names. They'll be used during your internships. Hey, I'm not finished. Midnight continued walking toward the door. Thank you all for your cooperation. Come back here. She reached the hallway, paused, looked back only long enough to give Bakugo a bright smile and a little wave. Your paperwork has already been submitted. Then she slid the door shut. Click. Silence. Bakugo stared at the closed door. She what? His shout echoed down the hallway. Outside, Present Mike burst into another fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha. She filed it. She actually filed it. Inside the classroom, everyone slowly looked at Bakugo. Then at the closed door. Then back at Bakugo. Kaminari finally broke the silence. I think. Midnight won. Even Aizawa gave the smallest nod. Overwhelming victory. From the back of the room, Izuku sleepily opened one eye, having been awakened by Bakugo's yell. Is it over? Ochako smiled. Yeah. Izuku yawned. Who won? The class answered in perfect unison. Midnight. Izuku nodded once. Makes sense. Then he closed his eye again, already drifting back toward another nap as Bakugo's indignant protests continued to echo throughout UA. Hi. The final bell rang. Friday, at last, was over. Students poured out of UA's front gates. Some discussed internship agencies. Others excitedly planned what they'd do over the weekend. Bakugo walked beside Izuku as usual. You gonna read those letters? Izuku looked ahead blankly. Tomorrow. Bakugo sighed. You've been saying that since lunch. Tomorrow me has motivation. No, he doesn't. Probably not. The two eventually reached the familiar fork in the road. Bakugo stuffed his hands into his pockets. Later. Izuku lazily raised a hand. Later. A few minutes later. The Midoriya residence came into view. Izuku opened the front door. I'm home. From the kitchen came the familiar, gentle voice. Welcome home, Izuku. The delicious aroma of dinner immediately filled the house. Without another word, Izuku let his school bag slide off his shoulder. Thump. It landed unceremoniously near the entrance. His shoes followed. He didn't even bother putting the bag away. He had more important priorities. Mom. Inko peeked out from the kitchen wearing an apron. There you are. She smiled warmly. How was school? She barely finished the sentence. Izuku had already crossed the room. The next thing she knew, her son had gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his forehead against her shoulder. Long day. Inko giggled softly. You look exhausted. I heard you had to choose your hero name today. And you finally got your internship offers. She laughed. I'm sensing a pattern. Izuku didn't move. He simply stayed there, hugging his mother while she continued stirring the pot. His large fairy wings shifted slightly so they wouldn't get in her way. Better. Inko smiled to herself. Ever since he was little, whenever something happened, good day, bad day, stressful day, exciting day, it always ended the same way. Her son came looking for her first. She reached back and gently patted his head. My little mama's boy. Izuku didn't even try to deny it. Inko couldn't help but laugh. I thought becoming first in the sports festival would make you cooler. It did. She smiled teasingly. Did it? I'm still your son. Her heart melted immediately. Oh. She turned off the stove for a moment just to give him a proper hug. I'm very proud of you, Izuku. I watched every match. You were incredible. Izuku smiled against her shoulder. Thanks, Mom. After a few moments, Inko looked toward the abandoned school bag near the entrance. You dropped your bag. Are you going to pick it up? Izuku followed her gaze. He thought about it for nearly 10 whole seconds. After dinner, Inko smiled knowingly. So, tomorrow. Izuku looked away innocently. Maybe. She laughed so hard she had to hold the kitchen counter. You've been spending too much time with Aizawa. From the hallway, the forgotten school bag sat exactly where it had landed. Inside, the thick folder of internship offers waited patiently. Completely ignored. Again, it seemed that, for at least one more evening, even dozens of Japan's top hero agencies would have to wait their turn. Because right now, nothing was more important to Izuku Midoriya than standing in the kitchen, quietly hugging his mother while dinner cooked. Saturday, 10 a.m. For Izuku Midoriya, This was already considered waking up early on a weekend. A gentle knock came from outside his bedroom. Izuku. Inko's voice was soft as always. Are you awake? There was a long silence. I think that's a yes. She smiled to herself before heading downstairs. A few minutes later, Izuku finally emerged from beneath his blanket. His large fairy wings stretched lazily behind him. He stared at the ceiling. Weekend. Then, his eyes drifted toward his school bag, sitting innocently in the corner of his room. The bag stared back. You're still here. It offered no mercy. Izuku sighed the sigh of a man marching toward his own execution. Fine. He floated over, grabbed the bag, then, instead of carrying it, he dragged it across the floor. Shish. Heavy. The irony was completely lost on him. He himself weighed barely anything thanks to Fairy King. The bag, however, apparently weighed the hopes and dreams of 37 pro heroes. Eventually, he reached his desk. A sleek computer sat neatly against one side. Beside it, his tablet, both gifts from Inko over the years to help him study. Izuku sat down, opened the bag, then, removed the gigantic internship folder. He stared at it for several seconds. Last chance to disappear. It remained exactly where it was. Worth trying. He opened his tablet, powered on his computer. The monitor glowed to life. His tablet connected to the internet. Izuku cracked his knuckles with absolutely zero enthusiasm. Let's do this. He came up with a system almost immediately. Every letter would receive one of 3 ratings. Yes, maybe, no, simple, efficient, hopefully, fast. He picked up the first envelope. Greater than Kamui Wood's agency. He carefully read the letter. Professional, well organized, strong focus on capture tactics. Urban rescue, environmental preservation. Izuku opened another browser tab. He searched through public information about the agency. Past rescues, crime statistics, work philosophy, training methods. He quietly typed notes onto his tablet. Strengths: excellent restraint techniques, strong teamwork, nature friendly, maybe. He placed the letter neatly into a pile labeled, maybe. Second letter, greater than gunhead agency, rescue, close combat, civilian protection, strong mentoring reputation. Izuku searched again. Videos, articles, agency history, good. Another note, excellent teacher, close combat specialization, limited long-range training, maybe. Third, greater than fourth kind agency, physical conditioning, discipline, martial arts. Izuku imagined waking up before sunrise every day. No. The letter quietly joined another pile. One by one, the piles slowly grew. Unknown agencies. No. Agencies with questionable reputations. No. Agencies that specialized in rescue. Maybe. Forest patrol agencies. Maybe. Agencies known for patience with interns. Maybe. Hours quietly passed. The only sounds in the room were the soft tapping of keys, the occasional page turning, and, too much paperwork. Downstairs, Inko peeked up the staircase. He's really studying. She smiled proudly. He hasn't complained in almost. She looked at the clock. 2 whole hours. Back upstairs, Izuku rubbed his eyes. He looked toward the remaining stack. It had become much smaller. Almost. He stretched his wings. Done. His notebook had become surprisingly detailed. Each agency now had notes about rescue specialties, combat philosophy, internship difficulty, mentor reputation, compatibility with Fairy King, whether they could help improve his greatest weakness. His stamina. Izuku rested his chin on one hand. Power isn't my problem. Endurance is. He glanced at Aizawa's training schedule pinned to the wall. Every brutal morning, every exhausting sprint, every lecture. A small smile appeared. Sensei was right. Simply becoming stronger wasn't enough anymore. If he wanted to fully wield the power of the Fairy King one day, he needed to be able to keep fighting after unleashing it. With renewed focus, he reached for the next letter. This time, he wasn't just looking for a famous pro hero. He was looking for someone who could help him overcome the one weakness that still chained the Fairy King. And somewhere among the remaining offers, he had a feeling the right mentor was waiting. By the time the evening sun dipped below the rooftops, Izuku leaned back in his chair. Done. His computer monitor displayed pages upon pages of notes. His tablet was filled with neatly organized comparisons. His desk was covered in piles. One labeled no, one labeled maybe, one considerably smaller pile labeled finalists. Izuku stared at the largest pile. The no pile. Without a hint of hesitation, he picked it up, walked over to the recycling bin, and dropped the entire stack inside. Whoosh. One less problem. He looked at the remaining letters. Only a handful remained. Each represented an agency that had impressed him enough to survive his ruthless filtering process. Kamui Woods, Gunhead, a few other respected agencies specializing in rescue, mobility, and strategic combat. Much better. His room looked significantly cleaner already. Just then, Inko's voice drifted upstairs. Izuku, dinner's ready. His stomach answered before he could. Grr, coming. He floated downstairs at his usual leisurely pace. The dining table was already set. Curry filled the room with a warm, comforting aroma. Inko smiled as he took his seat. How did your research go? Izuku picked up his spoon. Good. You actually spent the whole day studying. I'm impressed. I wanted tomorrow free. Inko tilted her head. Tomorrow. Izuku nodded. If I finish everything tonight. Sunday belongs to me. He took a bite of curry. That's very motivating. Inko laughed softly. So that's your reward. Doing absolutely nothing. Izuku thought about it. Not absolutely. She smiled. What would you do? He counted on his fingers. Sleep. Read. Sleep again. Maybe help Kachan train. If I feel like it. Then, sleep. Inko couldn't help but laugh. It sounds like you've planned your entire day. Very carefully. They continued eating together. For a while, neither spoke. It was peaceful. Just mother and son sharing dinner after a long week. Eventually, Inko asked, So, have you chosen your internship yet? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. I narrowed them down. But, they all have something valuable to teach. He looked thoughtful. I don't want to choose because someone's famous. I want to choose the agency that'll help me grow. Inko's smile softened. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say. After dinner, Izuku helped clear the table. Despite Inko insisting she could manage, he quietly washed the dishes while she dried them. His large wings folded neatly behind him to avoid knocking anything over. When they finished, Inko smiled proudly. Thank you. You're welcome. Back upstairs, Izuku returned to his desk. The clock read just after 6 in the evening. He looked out the window. Still early. His gaze slowly drifted toward the remaining folders. Then toward his bed. Back to the folders. His bed looked incredibly inviting. Soft, warm, comfortable. He narrowed his eyes. No, if I sleep now, Sunday disappears. That thought alone was horrifying. With newfound determination, Izuku sat back down. He pulled the small stack of finalist agencies toward himself, opened the first letter, then reached for his tablet. One final round, he muttered quietly. Tomorrow is worth fighting for. Outside, the evening breeze rustled the trees, while inside the Midoriya home, Japan's laziest first-place sports festival champion was perhaps facing his greatest challenge yet. Not villains, not tournaments, not paperwork, but resisting the siren call of his bed long enough to earn an entirely free Sunday. 8:03 p.m. The room had become remarkably quiet. Only the soft clicking of Izuku's mouse, the occasional tap on his tablet, and the rustling of paper broke the silence. Another agency joined the no pile. Sorry, it wasn't a bad agency. Far from it, but after hours of comparing training philosophies, internship schedules, mentor reputations, and specialties, it simply wasn't the best fit. Izuku stretched his arms. His fairy wings expanded instinctively before folding back against his body. Almost there, his eyes drifted to the remaining folders. Only 5. He smiled faintly. Finally, he arranged them neatly across his desk. One by one. Kamui Woods Agency. Izuku nodded. A capture specialist. Excellent battlefield control. He'd probably have a lot to teach me about immobilizing opponents without excessive force. His notes read, Pros exceptional restraint techniques. Nature-based quirk. Calm under pressure. Status. Finalist. Gunhead Agency. Izuku looked through his notes again. I've relied on my spear for almost everything. If someone ever gets inside its range, I'll need another option. Gunhead's close combat training had impressed him. His notes read, Pros excellent martial arts instructor. Patient mentor. Strong rescue experience. Status. Finalist. Edgeshot agency. Izuku quietly read through the profile once more. One of Japan's fastest heroes. Precise. Efficient. Silent. Speed. I could probably learn movement techniques. His notes read, Pros mobility. Precision. Stealth. Status. Finalist. Best genist agency. This one surprised him. At first glance, their quirks had almost nothing in common. Yet, the more he researched, the more interesting it became. Best genist emphasized discipline, professionalism, self-control, perfect execution. He's less about quirks, and more about heroes. Izuku smiled. That's valuable. Status. Finalist. Finally, the last folder. Izuku picked it up. The cover alone made him smile. The wild pussycats. He remembered seeing them on television when he was younger. A rescue-focused hero team. Specialists in wilderness operations, mountain rescues, disaster response, search and rescue missions. Izuku's eyes slowly brightened. Nature. He quietly skimmed through his notes. Training in forests, working alongside wildlife, learning rescue techniques in dangerous terrain. His Fairy King quirk naturally resonated with forests and plant life. Out of every agency, this one felt comfortable, almost familiar. He rested his chin on one hand. This feels nice. His notes read, Pros forest rescue specialists, excellent teamwork, compatible training environment, natural synergy with Fairy King. Status. Finalist. Izuku leaned back in his chair. 5 folders. 5 excellent choices. He looked between them. Kamui Woods. Gunhead. Edgeshot. Best genist. The wild pussycats. This is harder than the sports festival. He sighed. Not because there were too many, but because each agency offered something he genuinely wanted to learn. A gentle knock came at his bedroom door. Inko peeked inside. You've still been working. Izuku nodded. Almost finished. She looked at the 5 folders neatly arranged across his desk. Only 5 left. You've done wonderfully. Izuku smiled. I wanted Sunday. Inko laughed. So determined. Very. She wished him good night before quietly closing the door. Left alone once more, Izuku looked at the clock. 8:15 p.m. Then at the 5 folders. He gently tapped each one with a finger. Tomorrow, I'll make the final decision. For the first time all day, his shoulders relaxed. No matter which one he chose, he knew he would be learning from some of Japan's finest heroes. And somewhere among those 5 names was the mentor who would help Harlequin take the next step toward becoming a true pro hero. Sunday. Unlike the previous day, Izuku made absolutely no attempt to wake up early. He had earned this. After spending nearly 10 hours researching agencies, comparing training methods, reading interviews, and making notes, he allowed himself to sleep. And sleep. And sleep. Downstairs, Inko smiled as she glanced at the clock. 11:15 a.m. My little sleepyhead, she chuckled to herself. He worked hard yesterday. I'll let him rest. By the time Izuku finally wandered downstairs, it was nearly noon. His hair was still a little messy. His large fairy wings stretched lazily as he yawned. Morning. Inko giggled. Izuku, it's almost lunchtime. Close enough. After eating lunch with his mother and helping wash the dishes, Izuku returned upstairs. Unlike yesterday, his desk wasn't buried beneath mountains of paperwork anymore. Only 5 folders remained, lined up neatly, waiting. He glanced at the clock. 12:47 p.m. One last job. He sat down. Unlike yesterday, there would be no more internet searches. No more reading public reports. He already knew enough about every agency. Now, he simply had to ask himself, where would Harlequin grow the most? He picked up the first folder. Kamui Woods. Izuku quietly reread his notes. Greater than a master of capture. Greater than exceptional battlefield control. Greater than nature-based quirk. He rested his chin in his hand. Our quirks are compatible. Roots, plants, restraining opponents. I could definitely learn a lot. He imagined Kamui Woods teaching him to control the battlefield instead of simply defeating opponents. It fit very well. He set the folder aside. Still a finalist. Next. Gunhead. Izuku smiled. I like him. Simple, honest, kind. Gunhead's internship focused on rescue work and close-quarters combat. Izuku looked down at his own hands. If someone gets close, I usually rely on my body. But I've never really learned how to fight properly. He remembered Aizawa's training. The throws, the dodges, the counters. Gunhead could polish that even further. A very good choice. The folder remained. Third, edge shot. Izuku's expression became thoughtful, fast, quiet, precise. He closed his eyes, then imagined his own movements during the sports festival. A green blur, nearly invisible. If anyone could make him even faster, it was probably edge shot. But he frowned slightly. My quirk already specializes in speed. Would I improve, or simply become better at something I'm already good at? He wasn't sure. Edge shot remained on the desk, but his certainty lessened. Fourth, best genist. This one was strange. The quirks had almost no synergy. Yet, Izuku found himself smiling. He teaches people, not quirks, not techniques, heroes, professionalism, image, discipline, responsibility, everything that happened outside battle. Izuku remembered watching best genists' interviews. Calm, collected, always composed. He quietly admitted, I could probably use that. He had never cared much about appearances. As long as his costume was light, he was happy. Still, being a hero meant inspiring confidence, not merely winning. Maybe. Finally, the last folder. The Wild Pussycats. Izuku picked it up almost instinctively. His fingers lingered on the cover. He smiled. He didn't even realize he was smiling. He read through his notes again. Forest rescue, mountain operations, natural disaster response, search and rescue, working alongside nature, saving lives. He pictured enormous forests, towering trees, fresh air, birdsong, roots stretching beneath the earth. His Fairy King quirk almost seemed to respond to the thought. The small potted plant by his window leaned ever so slightly toward him. Izuku noticed. You like that one too? The leaves gently rustled from the open window. He chuckled. Maybe that's cheating. He leaned back in his chair. His eyes wandered toward the ceiling. What do I actually want? Not, what agency is strongest? Not, what agency is most famous? But, what kind of hero do I want to become? His thoughts drifted back. USJ. Aizawa standing alone. 13 protecting students. The terrified look on Ochako's face during the entrance exam. The civilians heroes rescued every day. His quirk could destroy. There was no denying that. His spear had enough power to level buildings if he lost control. But, when he remembered the moments he felt most proud, it wasn't defeating villains. It was saving people, helping Ochako, protecting Aizawa, shielding classmates, stopping the Nomu before it could hurt anyone else. His answer slowly became clear. He reached forward, moved one folder, placed it in the center of the desk. The Wild Pussycats. He looked at it quietly for nearly a full minute. Then nodded once. This one. Not because they were the strongest. Not because they were the most famous. But because they would challenge a side of his quirk he hadn't explored yet. His connection with nature. His rescue abilities. His endurance in harsh environments. And perhaps most importantly, they specialized in saving lives. He wasn't done. He neatly stacked the remaining folders beneath it. Second choice, Kamui Woods. Third, Gunhead. Fourth, Best Genist. Fifth, Edgeshot. If, for any reason, the Pussycats couldn't take him, he had excellent alternatives. Satisfied, Izuku closed his notebook and wrote one final line beneath all of his notes. Internship priority. 1. Wild Pussycats. 2. Kamui Woods. 3. Gunhead. 4. Best Genist. 5. Edgeshot. He capped his pen, closed the notebook, then looked at the clock. 2:34 p.m. A small smile appeared on his face. Finished. He stood, stretched his wings until they nearly brushed both walls of his room, and let out a contented yawn. His entire weekend's work was complete. Tomorrow, he would hand Aizawa his decision. Today, the rest of Sunday belonged to Izuku Midoriya. Or, more accurately, to Harlequin and the long nap he had spent 2 days earning. That evening, the Midoriya household was as peaceful as ever. Dinner had long since been finished. The dishes were washed, Inko sat in the living room, quietly knitting while a television program played softly in the background. Upstairs, Izuku had already changed into a loose t-shirt and comfortable pajama pants. His wings rested naturally behind him as he sat at his desk. He wasn't doing research anymore. Everything had already been decided. Tomorrow, he would hand Aizawa his internship choice. Simple. He reached into his desk drawer, pulled out the neatly folded sheet of paper. His finalized rankings. He unfolded it one last time. Internship priority. 1. Wild Pussycats. 2. Kamui Woods. 3. Gunhead. 4. Best Genist. 5. Edgeshot. His eyes lingered on the very first name. The Wild Pussycats. He smiled faintly. I hope they accept. He had done all the research he could. Now, the rest depended on them. As he absent-mindedly twirled his pen between his fingers, a completely unrelated thought drifted into his head. Wait, he blinked. Did they all wear matching uniforms? He remembered every television appearance he'd seen. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Tiger, Ragdoll, every single one of them wore the same cat-themed hero outfit. Another thought followed. If I intern there, would they make me wear one too? The image appeared in his imagination before he could stop it. There he was, standing between Mandalay and Pixie Bob, wearing the exact same cat-themed uniform, complete with little ears, posing alongside them for a magazine. Tiger enthusiastically giving him a thumbs up. Pixie Bob insisting, smile. Harlequin. Mandalay calmly saying, one more picture. Meanwhile, Izuku himself stood there, giving the laziest peace sign imaginable. Scissor. Silence. PFF'd. A small chuckle escaped him. Then another. Soon, he was quietly laughing to himself. Not loudly, just enough that he had to cover his mouth. Hee, that'd actually be kind of funny. A gentle knock came from the door. Izuku. Inko peeked inside. I heard you laughing. She tilted her head. What's so funny? Izuku looked up, still smiling. Nothing. I just imagined something. Oh, if I intern with the Wild Pussycats. He looked back at his list. I might end up wearing their matching uniform. Inko blinked. Then, she imagined it too. Her son, with his elegant fairy wings, standing in a matching outfit beside 4 cat-themed pro-heroes. She couldn't hold it in. A laugh escaped her. Oh my, that would be adorable. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I don't think adorable is what heroes aim for. It would still suit you. She smiled warmly. You've never cared much about clothes anyway. True, if they asked you to wear it, you probably would. Izuku thought about it for a moment. Yeah, if it's their uniform, I wouldn't mind. After all, an internship wasn't about fashion. It was about learning. If wearing matching uniforms made him part of the team, then so be it. Besides, the thought of Bakugo seeing him dressed like that was oddly amusing. He could practically hear it already. You look like a walking house cat. Izuku laughed quietly again. Kachan would never let me forget it. Inko smiled as she watched her son fold the paper one last time. You seem excited. Izuku looked down at the name written at the top of the page. I think I am. Not for fame, not for recognition, but for what lay ahead. Tomorrow, he would take another step toward becoming a pro-hero. And if that journey happened to involve wearing a matching cat-themed uniform for a while, well, Harlequin decided with another quiet chuckle. He really wouldn't mind. Monday, the weekend, had come to an end. For most of Class 1A, that meant another exciting week at UA. For Izuku Midoriya, it meant waking up. Unfortunate. 7:30 a.m. Bakugo stood outside the Midoriya residence. His arms were crossed. He glanced at the front door. 3 seconds later, the door opened. Izuku stepped outside, school bag slung over one shoulder, suppressing a yawn. Morning. Bakugo snorted. You look like someone dragged you out of a grave. Feels like it. The two childhood friends began walking toward UA. Bakugo noticed Izuku holding a single neatly folded sheet of paper. Finished deciding. Who? Izuku smiled lazily. You'll find out eventually. TCH. Whatever. By the time they reached UA, students were already filling the hallways. Everyone seemed energized, mostly because today, internship assignments would finally be submitted. Class 1A slowly gathered inside the classroom. Ochako waved enthusiastically. Morning, Midoriya. Morning. Tsuyu smiled. Hiro, you look sleepy. I am. Kaminari laughed. I knew it. The weekend wasn't long enough. Izuku nodded seriously. Never is. Hiroshima sat down nearby. So, which agency are you picking? Several students looked over with interest. After all, the sports festival champion's decision would surely be interesting. Izuku simply smiled. It's decided. What is it? You'll know. Kaminari groaned dramatically. Come on. Just tell us. Izuku slowly floated toward his desk. No. He carefully placed the folded paper inside his notebook. His decision was final. 1. Wild Pussycats. With 4 respected agencies beneath them as backups. There was no point discussing it. The paperwork would speak for itself. He slid into his seat, rested both arms on the desk. Then, without hesitation, lowered his head onto them. Within seconds, he looked completely ready for another nap. Zero blinked. You literally just got here. And you're already tired. Coming to UA, Izuku mumbled into his folded arms. Was troublesome. The classroom erupted into laughter. Mina smiled. You say that every Monday. Because every Monday. Izuku yawned. As Monday. Even Todoroki looked over. That's difficult to argue with. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Lazy idiot. Right then, the classroom door slid open. Click. Shota Aizawa entered carrying his usual sleeping bag and a thin folder. The room immediately quieted. He walked to the front without saying a word. His tired eyes swept across the classroom, stopping, for just a second, on Izuku, who hadn't moved an inch since sitting down. Aizawa wasn't surprised. He set the folder onto his desk. I trust everyone has made their decision. The class nodded. A chorus of, yes, sir, filled the room. Good. He reached into the folder and produced a stack of forms. You'll submit your first choice. If that agency can't accommodate you, we'll move to your second. And so on. He looked around the room. So I hope you ranked your choices carefully. Izuku quietly opened his notebook, pulled out the folded page, smoothed it flat. His eyes briefly lingered on the top line. 1. Wild Pussycats. A small, almost imperceptible smile appeared. Yeah, he had no regrets. Whatever happened next, he was ready to take the next step as Harlequin. The classroom settled into silence. Shota Aizawa stood at the front as always, wrapped in his capture weapon and looking as though he'd rather be asleep. He didn't waste time. As I said before, internships begin soon. He reached into the thin folder he had brought. So, hand over your preferred agencies. I'll contact them today. If your first choice is unavailable, we move to your second. If that's unavailable, we move to your third. He looked around the room. So on and so forth. One by one, the students stood and brought their lists to his desk. Aizawa read every single one. Not because he doubted them, but because he wanted to ensure they had actually thought about their choices. Tenya Iida, 2 agencies. Aizawa nodded. Thought this through. I did. Ochako Uraraka, 3 agencies. Mostly rescue-focused. Makes sense. Ochako smiled. Yes, sir. Eijiro Kirishima, 2 agencies. Both emphasizing close combat. Aizawa simply placed the paper into the accepted pile. Tsuyu Asui, 3. Balanced. Practical. Exactly what he'd expected. Fumikage Tokiyami, only 2. One specialized in stealth operations. The other in reconnaissance. Appropriate. Tokiyami bowed slightly. Shoto Todoroki, 2. Both among Japan's top agencies. Aizawa wasn't surprised. Katsuki Bakugo walked forward. He dropped his paper onto the desk. Aizawa unfolded it. Only 2 names. He gave a barely noticeable nod. You actually made backups. Bakugo scoffed. I'm not an idiot. Never said you were. One after another, each student submitted their paper. Most contained only 2 or 3 agencies. Some only had 1. None exceeded 3. After all, most students found an agency they liked, then picked 1 or 2 alternatives just in case. Eventually, only 1 student remained. Midoriya. Izuku slowly stood, still looking half asleep. He walked toward Aizawa carrying a neatly folded sheet of paper. Here. Aizawa accepted it. He expected 2 names, maybe 3. He unfolded the paper. His eyes paused. 5. There were 5 agencies listed. Perfectly numbered, each one accompanied by a brief note explaining why Izuku had ranked them there. 1. Wild Pussycats. Excellent compatibility with Fairy King. Focus on rescue, endurance, and operating in natural environments. 2. Kamui Woods Agency. Battlefield control and capture techniques. Strong plant-based quirk synergy. 3. Gunhead Agency. Close combat fundamentals to compensate for opponents entering my spear's minimum range. 4. Best Genist Agency. Professional discipline, hero conduct, and refinement outside of combat. 5. Edgeshot Agency. Advanced mobility and precision techniques. Aizawa read the page twice. Not because he hadn't understood it, but because it wasn't simply a list. It was an analysis. Every choice had a purpose. Every backup addressed a different weakness. There wasn't a single agency chosen because of popularity. Only growth. He looked up at Izuku. You spent your weekend researching. It wasn't a question. Izuku nodded. Most of Saturday and Sunday. Aizawa looked back at the page. Good. That single word carried more approval than most teachers could fit into an entire speech. Present Mike happened to walk by the classroom. He poked his head inside. Everything going goo. He noticed Aizawa reading the paper longer than usual. What's up? Without a word, Aizawa handed him Izuku's list. Present Mike scanned it. His eyebrows slowly climbed higher. He made notes. He flipped the page over. There's another page. Indeed there was. The back contained additional observations about each agency. Present Mike laughed. I should have known. Only Midoriya would turn picking an internship into a research project. The class looked over curiously. Kaminari whispered. How many agencies did he write? Zero shrugged. No clue. Present Mike looked at Izuku. So, you really ranked 5. Izuku nodded. If the first one says no, I'd rather already have a plan. Aizawa quietly folded the paper again. He placed it on top of the stack. Not because it belonged there alphabetically, but because he intended to remember it. The boy hadn't chosen based on prestige. He had chosen based on what he needed to learn. That, more than anything, was the mark of someone thinking like a future professional hero. Aizawa looked once more at the first name on the list. Wild Pussycats. Interesting choice. Izuku gave a small nod. I think they'll make me a better hero. For a brief moment, Aizawa almost smiled. I hope they do. The days that followed were surprisingly normal, almost suspiciously normal. Monday became Tuesday. Tuesday became Wednesday. Then Thursday. Then Friday. Classes continued exactly as they always had. Mathematics, Japanese, history, English, heroics, combat theory, rescue procedures. The routine settled back into place after the excitement of the sports festival. If someone walked into Class 1A, they'd think everything was peaceful. Kaminari still complained whenever there was homework. Mina still chatted excitedly during breaks. Iida still reminded everyone to stay orderly. Ochako still smiled whenever someone made a joke. Bakugo still yelled at almost everyone. And Izuku still floated whenever he had the chance. Monday morning, Aizawa walked into class. Open your textbooks. No dramatic speech. No surprise test. No sleeping bag lecture. Just lessons. During lunch, Kaminari collapsed onto the cafeteria table. I'm bored. Shiro nodded. Me too. Mina looked around. Doesn't it feel too peaceful? Kirishima laughed. After everything we've been through, I'll gladly take boring. Nearby, Izuku quietly ate his katsudon. Ochako looked over. You've been awfully quiet. You okay? I'm eating. Right. Tsuyu smiled. Hiro, I think Midoriya's happiest when nothing exciting happens. Izuku swallowed another bite. Correct. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. You're hopeless. Probably. Even training classes felt routine. Aizawa continued having them practice teamwork, situational awareness, quirk control. Nothing flashy. Nothing dangerous. Just polishing the basics. Occasionally, Aizawa would stop beside Izuku. Less movement. Conserve your stamina. Yes, sensei. Another day. You're relying too much on flight. Understood. Then another. Good. A single word. But coming from Aizawa, it carried weight. Each correction slowly refined Izuku's fighting style. His movements became cleaner. His attacks wasted less energy. His reactions became sharper, even if no one else noticed. Aizawa certainly did. Friday afternoon. Class ended with the usual announcement. Don't forget your assignments. Be prepared next week. Aizawa glanced around the room. His tired eyes settled briefly on every student, especially those who would soon leave UA for their internships. Use the weekend wisely. The internship isn't another class. You'll be working with pro heroes. They'll expect professionalism. The room became noticeably quieter. Everyone understood. This wasn't another exercise. This wasn't another mock battle. Starting Monday, they would step into the real world. Outside the classroom, students naturally grouped together as they walked home. What agency did you get again? I wonder what internships are really like. I heard some agencies barely let first years do anything. I hope mine lets me fight villains. Izuku listened quietly. He didn't join the conversation. Instead, he looked up at the afternoon sky. His wings shifted slightly in the breeze. Monday. Bakugo noticed. Nervous. Izuku thought for a moment. Not really. Excited. A little. Bakugo smirked. Hey, good. I'm gonna make sure everyone remembers my name. Izuku smiled lazily. You probably will. As they reached their usual fork in the road, the two childhood friends stopped. See you Monday. Yeah. Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets. Don't oversleep. Izuku looked genuinely offended. I only oversleep occasionally. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. You were almost late twice this week. Details. TCH. Bakugo walked away, shaking his head. Izuku continued toward home alone. The breeze rustled through his large fairy wings. His thoughts wandered to the folded acceptance papers tucked safely inside his school bag. To the name written at the top. Wild Pussycats. If everything went according to plan. In just a few days, he would leave UA for an entire week. A week of training, learning, growing stronger, perhaps even discovering new ways to wield the ever-evolving power of Fairy King. The week that had just passed had been slow, quiet, peaceful, like the still surface of a forest lake. But beneath that calm, something new was waiting. And on Monday, Harlequin would take his first steps into the world of professional heroes. Monday. For Denki Kaminari, the morning began with hope. I can't wait. We're finally starting our internships. He leaned back in his chair with a huge grin. No classes for a whole week. This is gonna be awesome. The classroom was unusually lively. Everyone was discussing what they expected from their agencies. Mina smiled. I wonder if they'll let us patrol. Kirishima pumped a fist. I hope they train us hard. Ochako looked excited. I just hope I don't mess anything up. The classroom door slid open. Aizawa entered. As usual, the room immediately quieted. He looked around. Take your seats. Everyone obeyed. Aizawa placed his sleeping bag beside the podium. Before everyone gets too excited, I'll remind you how internships work. Denki nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, Aizawa continued. You still have classes. What? Denki blinked. Aizawa didn't even look at him. You'll attend your regular lessons until dismissal. After school, you'll report directly to your assigned agency. You'll spend the remainder of the day there. This will continue throughout the internship. Denki's smile disappeared. You're kidding. No. Denki slowly lowered his head onto his desk. My dreams. They're gone. Shiro patted him on the shoulder. You really thought UA would give us a week off. I wanted to believe. Even Izuku looked over. Optimistic. Bakugo snorted. Idiot. The rest of the day passed normally. Math, literature, hero theory, history, everything proceeded exactly as usual. Although, every student found it difficult to focus. Their minds were already elsewhere. Waiting, wondering, what awaited them after school. Finally, the last bell rang. Ding dong. Almost immediately, chairs scraped across the floor. Students grabbed bags, checked maps, looked over agency instructions one last time. Aizawa stood before the door. Represent UA properly. You aren't pro heroes, but you're no longer ordinary students either. Learn, observe, and don't do anything reckless. His gaze lingered briefly on Bakugo. Especially you. TCH. One by one, Class 1A departed. Some boarded trains, others took buses. Several agencies had arranged transportation. Soon, The classroom was empty. Izuku adjusted the strap of his bag. Well, his large fairy wings shifted behind him. Let's go. The train ride took him farther from the city than he usually traveled. Concrete buildings gradually disappeared. They gave way to rolling hills. Then forests. Then mountains. The air itself felt different. Cleaner. Cooler. Fresher. Izuku opened the train window slightly. A gentle breeze brushed against his face. His wings instinctively fluttered. Nice. He smiled without realizing it. The farther they traveled, the more alive the surrounding forests felt. Tiny roots beneath the earth. Countless trees. Flowers. Wildlife. His fairy king quirk responded naturally. Not dramatically. Just comfortably. Like returning somewhere familiar. Eventually, the train reached its final stop. From there, a short bus ride carried him deeper into the mountains. When he stepped off, the first thing he saw made him stop. Not because he was surprised, but because it looked exactly like the pictures. A bright pink building, complete with oversized cat ears, a giant paw, and bold lettering across the front. Pussycats. Izuku looked at it for several seconds. Yep, that's definitely the wild pussycats. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Exactly as I expected. He walked up the path at his usual unhurried pace. The forest surrounding the agency was breathtaking. Tall trees stretched toward the sky. Birds chirped overhead. A nearby stream flowed gently through the mountains. The scent of pine filled the air. His wings opened slightly on their own, almost as though they were stretching after being confined in the city. Feels nice. For the first time in days, he felt completely awake. He stopped before the front entrance, adjusted his tie, smoothed out his school uniform, then looked up once more at the enormous cat-themed building. A thought crossed his mind. Please don't actually make me wear cat ears. He paused, then quietly corrected himself. Actually, I guess I wouldn't mind. A small laugh escaped him as he reached out and knocked on the front door. Knock, knock. His first internship had officially begun. Knock, knock. For a moment, nothing happened. Izuku quietly waited, his wings folding comfortably behind him. Then, the front door burst open. Welcome to the wild pussycats. A cheerful woman with long orange hair and cat ears atop her hero costume beamed at him. You're Midoriya Izuku, right? Izuku bowed politely. Yes, ma'am. My name is Midoriya Izuku. My hero name is Harlequin. The woman laughed. So polite. I'm Pixie Bob. She stepped aside dramatically. Come on in. The inside of the agency was surprisingly cozy. There were photographs of countless rescues hanging on the walls. Mountain landscapes, lost hikers, flood rescue operations, team pictures, awards, even newspaper articles praising the pussycats' rescue efforts. Izuku's eyes wandered from picture to picture. You've saved a lot of people. Pixie Bob smiled. That's what we do. Another voice came from deeper inside. So that's the UA kid. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair walked into the room. Her expression was calm and mature. Unlike Pixie Bob's energetic personality, she radiated quiet confidence. I'm Mandalay, the team's leader. Izuku immediately bowed again. It's an honor to meet you. Mandalay smiled. We've heard quite a bit about you. Mostly from UA and the sports festival. A large man emerged from another hallway carrying several cardboard boxes. He wore the same cat-themed outfit. Hey, so this is him. He easily balanced the boxes on one shoulder before offering his free hand. I'm Tiger. Izuku accepted the handshake. Nice to meet you. Tiger immediately noticed something. Huh, you're lighter than you look. Izuku blinked. My quirk makes me lighter. Tiger laughed. That explains it. The final member quietly entered. A young woman with gentle eyes and light brown hair smiled shyly. I'm Ragdoll. My quirk lets me search for people. It's nice to finally meet you. Izuku smiled warmly. It's nice to meet all of you. For a brief moment, everyone simply looked at him. Then, at his wings, Pixie Bob slowly walked around him. They're bigger than on television. Izuku scratched his cheek. They've been growing. They're still developing. Tiger nodded. According to your file, your quirk matures with age. Yes. Mandalay held up a surprisingly thick folder. We received everything UA sent. She opened it. Medical reports, doctor evaluations, Sports festival footage. USJ incident reports. Quirk analyses. Training assessments. She smiled. You certainly gave us plenty to read. Izuku looked slightly embarrassed. Sorry. Tiger laughed loudly. Don't apologize. It's one of the most interesting quirk files I've ever seen. Pixie Bob nodded enthusiastically. Seriously. Every few pages we thought. That's everything. Then another ability appeared. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Fairy King is complicated. Mandalay closed the folder. The first thing we noticed was something you wrote. Izuku tilted his head. Me. She nodded. You listed us as your first choice. Above agencies like Kamui Woods. Best Genist. An edge shot. She looked genuinely curious. Why? Izuku answered without hesitation. Because I don't want to become stronger. The four heroes blinked. What? Izuku corrected himself. I mean, I already know how to fight. I still have a lot to improve. But that's not why I chose you. He looked through the large windows toward the endless forest outside. My quirk feels happiest in nature. And, he smiled softly, I want to become the kind of hero that saves people first. I researched every agency. Your rescue record is one of the best in Japan. Silence filled the room. Pixie Bob's grin slowly widened. Ah, he's adorable. Tiger folded his arms with a proud smile. I like this kid. Ragdoll nodded happily. He really did his homework. Even Mandalay looked impressed. So, you didn't choose us because we're famous. Izuku shook his head. No, I chose you because I believe you'll make me a better rescue hero. For a few moments, nobody spoke. Finally, Mandalay smiled. A good answer. She closed the file. In that case, welcome to the wild pussycats, Harlequin. Pixie Bob suddenly clapped her hands. Right. First things first. She disappeared down a hallway before returning a few moments later carrying a folded bundle of blue and white fabric. Izuku stared at it. No way. Pixie Bob held it out with the biggest smile imaginable. Every intern gets one. It's your temporary pussycat's uniform. Tiger immediately burst into laughter. I've been waiting for this. Ragdoll covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Even Mandalay smiled knowingly. Izuku looked at the folded outfit. Then at the four smiling heroes. Then back at the outfit. After a few seconds, he sighed with a tiny smile. I had a feeling. Pixie Bob tilted her head. You don't mind. Izuku took the uniform. Not really. I did imagine this happening. The four heroes blinked. You what? Izuku looked completely serious. Last night, I wondered if you'd make me wear matching uniforms. Turns out I was right. For a heartbeat, the agency was silent. Then all four pussycats burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the cat-shaped headquarters, while Izuku simply stood there holding the folded uniform with the same calm, lazy expression he always wore. Perfect. Pixie Bob clapped excitedly as Izuku stepped out of the changing room. The uniform fit surprisingly well. Blue and white, lightweight, flexible, exactly the kind of costume Izuku preferred. His large fairy wings emerged through specially tailored openings in the back, making the outfit look as though it had been designed specifically for him. Tiger let out a whistle. Not bad. It actually suits you. Ragdoll nodded with a warm smile. It really does. Even Mandalay smiled. The wings complete the look. Izuku looked down at himself. The fabric barely added any weight. Comfortable. Pixie Bob grinned. I knew it. She suddenly pulled out her phone. Before we start, photo time. Tiger laughed. I was wondering how long it'd take. Outside the agency, the five heroes stood beneath the giant pink cat-shaped headquarters. Pixie Bob immediately grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. Nope, you're standing in the middle. Me, of course, you're part of the team this week. Izuku blinked. Okay. He quietly stepped between Mandalay and Tiger. His wings slowly unfolded behind him. The afternoon breeze caught the translucent wings, making them shimmer under the mountain sun. Pixie Bob gave a thumbs up. Smile. Izuku looked toward the camera. His expression remained mostly straight, calm, collected, but there was the faintest hint of pride and excitement. Not enough for most people to notice, but enough that Mandalay did. Click. The camera captured the moment forever. The wild pussycats, with their newest temporary member standing proudly in the middle. That's going on the agency wall. Pixie Bob declared immediately. Izuku blinked. Already, absolutely. Day 1. The introductions ended. The real work began. Izuku had expected combat training. He had expected quirk practice. Instead, Tiger handed him a shovel. What's this for? Tiger smiled. Trail maintenance. For the next 3 hours. Izuku helped repair mountain paths washed away by heavy rain. Removing fallen branches. Clearing rocks. Planting support trees. Strengthening weakened soil with the roots his quirk produced. Whenever a tree needed help stabilizing, Izuku gently guided its roots deeper into the earth. Mandalay watched quietly. Interesting. You don't command nature. You cooperate with it. Izuku nodded. It's easier that way. Day 2. Search and rescue. Ragdoll led the exercise. Find them. Hidden throughout the forest were volunteers pretending to be injured hikers. Izuku closed his eyes. The forest became quiet, not silent, alive. Roots, trees, birds, tiny vibrations through the earth. He gently placed one hand on the ground. Found one. Ragdoll blinked. So quickly. 300 meters. Northwest. Broken ankle. The volunteers later confirmed. He had been exactly right. Day 3. Tiger. Combat. Come at me. Izuku sighed. Do I have to? Yes. For hours. Tiger forced Izuku into close quarters combat. No spear. No flying away. No long-range attacks. Every time Izuku tried creating distance, Tiger was already there. Again. And again. And again. By sunset, Izuku lay flat on the grass. Everything hurts. Tiger laughed loudly. Good. That means you're learning. Day 4. Pixie Bob finally got her turn. The moment they entered the forest, she grinned. Build me a fortress. Izuku tilted his head. Why? Because villains don't politely wait while heroes arrive. Heroes create terrain. The lesson lasted all afternoon. Walls, bridges, shelters, escape routes, safe zones, using living wood instead of simply attacking. Pixie Bob smiled proudly. See, your quirk can save hundreds without throwing a single spear. Izuku quietly looked at the wooden structures surrounding them. I never thought about it like that. Day 5. Real rescue work. A family had become stranded after heavy rainfall caused a section of mountain trail to collapse. No villains. No explosions. Just ordinary people needing help. The pussycats moved immediately. Izuku flew overhead, scouting. There. He pointed toward a cliffside. Mandalay relayed everyone's positions through telepathy. Tiger cleared debris. Pixie Bob reshaped unstable ground. Ragdoll located every civilian. Izuku extended enormous roots across the collapsed ravine, weaving them together into a living bridge. A frightened little girl hesitated. I'm scared. Izuku landed beside her. It's okay. He knelt so they were eye level. I'll carry you. She nodded timidly. He lifted her effortlessly, his wings carrying them gently across the bridge. When they reached safety, she hugged him. Thank you, Mr. Hero. Izuku froze for a second. Then smiled. You're welcome. The 4 pussycats watched from a distance. Pixie Bob whispered. He's definitely in the right agency. The others silently agreed. Day 6. Endurance. The very thing Izuku hated. Running. Flying. Carrying weight. Running again. Then rescue drills. Then flying. Then combat. Then rescue again. Every time Izuku thought training had ended. Tiger smiled. One more lap. You're evil. Tiger laughed. No, I'm your instructor. By sunset, Izuku's stamina had noticeably improved. Not dramatically, but enough that Mandalay noticed. You're recovering faster. Izuku nodded tiredly. Aizawa-sensei's training prepared me. Day 7. The final day. The week had passed far faster than Izuku expected. Standing outside the agency one last time, he looked back at the cat-shaped headquarters. He smiled. A genuine one. Small, but real. This place had taught him something he hadn't realized he needed. His quirk wasn't simply a weapon. It was a means of protecting, rebuilding, guiding, and saving. Mandalay handed him back his neatly folded UA uniform. You've done well. Tiger patted him on the shoulder. Keep training. Ragdoll smiled warmly. You'll become an amazing rescue hero. Pixie Bob crossed her arms dramatically. And she grinned. You can keep the pussycat's uniform. Izuku blinked. Really? It's yours. A souvenir. He looked down at the folded blue and white uniform in his hands. then bowed deeply. Thank you. As he turned to leave, he glanced once more at the framed photograph that Pixie Bob had already hung inside the agency. The wild, wild pussycats. With Harlequin standing proudly in the center. It had only been a week. Yet somehow, it already felt like a second home. Late that afternoon, the train finally rolled back into Musudafu. Izuku stepped onto the platform, his school bag slung lazily over one shoulder. His wings stretched slightly after spending so much time folded during the ride. Home. For once, he wasn't nearly as exhausted as he normally would have been. The week with the wild, wild pussycats had done exactly what he hoped. He could feel it. His breathing recovered faster. His body didn't feel as heavy after using his quirk. It wasn't a huge improvement, but it was enough to notice. Tiger's relentless training had paid off. Still evil though, he muttered to himself. A while later, the familiar Midoriya home came into view. He opened the front door. I'm home. Inko's cheerful voice immediately answered. Welcome home, Izuku. She hurried into the hallway. There you are. Without hesitation, she wrapped him in a hug. I'm so glad you're back. Izuku smiled softly. I'm back. She stepped back and immediately began looking him over. No injuries. None. Really. Mostly sore muscles. Oh, she sighed in relief. I can live with sore muscles. Izuku slipped off his shoes. Then reached into his backpack. I brought something. He carefully pulled out a protective folder. Inside was the group photograph. The wild, wild pussycats. Tiger, Pixie Bob, Mandalay, Ragdoll, and, standing proudly in the center, Harlequin, still wearing the matching pussycat's uniform. His large fairy wings spread elegantly behind him. His expression remained mostly calm, but there was just enough pride in his eyes to show how much the week had meant to him. Inko accepted the photo. She looked at it, then looked again. Her hands trembled slightly. Izuku. He tilted his head. Mom. Her eyes sparkled. This is adorable. Izuku scratched his cheek. I figured you'd say that. He. She couldn't stop smiling. My little boy, wearing the pussycat's uniform, standing right in the middle. She looked closer. They even put you in the center. Izuku nodded. Pixie Bob insisted. I didn't really have a choice. Inko covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. I can absolutely imagine that. She continued admiring the photograph. The uniform suits you. Thanks. And your wings. She gently traced the edge of the picture. They almost look like they belong there. Izuku smiled. They actually made openings in the uniform for them. Really? That was thoughtful. Without another word, Inko suddenly stood up. I'll be right back. She hurried upstairs. Izuku blinked. Quote. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a wooden picture frame. Not an old one, a brand new one, still wrapped in protective plastic. Izuku stared. Mom, you already had a frame. She smiled sheepishly. Maybe. You expected pictures. Maybe. Within moments, the photograph was carefully placed inside. Inko gently wiped away a tiny fingerprint from the glass. There. She admired it proudly. Perfect. Izuku watched as she carried the framed picture toward the living room. He expected her to place it on a shelf. Instead, she walked straight to the family photo wall. There were pictures of Izuku as a toddler. His first day of elementary school. Photos of him in Bakugo covered in mud after playing outside. His UA acceptance letter. The sports festival medal ceremony. Inko looked around carefully. Then, she made room. Placed the new photograph right in the middle. The wild, wild pussycats. Standing together, with Izuku in the center. She stepped back, hands on her hips. Perfect. Izuku floated beside her. You really like it. She looked at him with the warmest smile. I do. It isn't because you're with famous heroes. She gently squeezed his hand. It's because. She pointed toward the picture. Look at your face. Izuku looked. Quote. You look happy. He stared at the photograph for several quiet seconds. He hadn't noticed before. His expression was still calm. Still unmistakably Izuku. But there was something different. A quiet confidence. A hint of excitement. A pride that hadn't been there a few months ago. I guess I was. Inko nodded. I think you found the kind of hero you want to become. Izuku smiled softly. Maybe I did. For a while, the two of them simply stood there, looking at the newest addition to the family wall. A simple photograph, 5 heroes, one smiling mountain backdrop, and a quiet reminder that Harlequin had taken another step toward becoming the hero he wanted to be. Monday morning, the week-long internships had finally ended. One by one, students began arriving at UA. High. The hallways were noticeably livelier than usual. Everyone had stories. Everyone had learned something. Everyone wanted to compare experiences. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the front gates. Yawn. His wings rustled softly behind him as he lazily floated the last few meters toward the main building before setting his feet back on the ground. To anyone passing by, he looked exactly the same. The same relaxed posture. The same sleepy eyes. The same unhurried pace. Nothing seemed different. He slid open the classroom door. Class 1A's homeroom was empty. I'm early. He glanced at the clock. A whole 15 minutes. Troublesome. He walked to his desk, placed his bag beside it. Then, as always, rested his head on folded arms. Silence filled the room. Outside, birds chirped. The morning sun poured through the classroom windows. A gentle breeze drifted in, causing the curtains to sway. Izuku's wings shifted instinctively. The larger wings almost glowed where the sunlight struck them. He closed his eyes, not asleep, just resting. Footsteps echoed from the hallway. Someone stopped outside the classroom. The door slid open. Shota Aizawa entered. His sleeping bag rested over one shoulder as usual. He had clearly arrived earlier than everyone else. His tired gaze immediately swept across the classroom. Only one student, Midoriya, already here, already half lying across his desk. Morning. Without lifting his head, Izuku answered, Morning, sensei. Aizawa walked farther inside. Normally, he would have simply sat down, waited, maybe taken a nap himself. Instead, he paused. His eyes remained on Izuku. Something was different, not obvious, not dramatic, but different. His posture hadn't changed. His wings hadn't grown again. His expression was still lazily indifferent. Yet, there was less unnecessary movement. His breathing was steadier. His shoulders no longer slumped from fatigue. Even while resting, his body looked balanced, like it naturally conserved energy now. Aizawa silently remembered the first morning training session weeks ago. Midoriya had barely lasted. Now, his stamina had clearly improved. Not through some miraculous leap. Through disciplined work. Exactly the kind of improvement Aizawa respected most. You've gotten better. The words were simple, matter of fact. Izuku slowly opened one eye. The pussycats helped. Aizawa nodded once. I can tell. Another moment of silence passed. Then, what did Tiger focus on? Izuku answered immediately. Close combat. Endurance. Making me hate mountains. Aizawa's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. I believe that. He also made me run. Repeatedly. I definitely believe that. Izuku let out a quiet sigh. Pixie Bob was nicer. She made me build bridges and rescue shelters. Mandalay taught coordination. Ragdoll taught searching. He looked toward the window. It was fun. That final sentence caught Aizawa's attention. Midoriya rarely used that word sincerely. Good. Aizawa continued looking at him. There it was. The difference. Not strength. Not speed. Confidence. Quiet confidence. The kind that didn't need to be announced. It simply existed. The classroom door suddenly slid open again. Voices immediately filled the room. Morning. Man, I missed this place. I didn't. Shut up. Kaminari. One by one, Class 1A began pouring into the classroom. None of them paid much attention to Izuku at first. He looked exactly the same as always. Lazy, sleepy, resting on his desk. Just another Monday. Only Aizawa, standing silently at the front of the room, knew better. The wild pussycats hadn't changed Midoriya's personality. They hadn't made him louder or more energetic. They had simply polished what was already there. Like sharpening a blade that had always been hidden inside its sheath. Most of Class 1A wouldn't notice it today. But sooner or later, they would. The week after the internships passed more quietly than anyone had expected. Class 1A returned to its normal routine. Lessons resumed. Homework piled up. Combat training continued. Yet, something about the class had changed. Each student had returned with a little more confidence, a little more experience, a little more maturity. Of course, there was one event that overshadowed everyone's internships. The battle against the hero killer, Stain. The news had spread across Japan. Official reports praised 3 UA students whose actions had helped stop the infamous vigilante killer. Tenya Iida, Shoto Todoroki, Eijiro Kirishima. The public, however, was only told that they had assisted pro-heroes during the incident. The details remained classified. The class had mixed feelings. Everyone was relieved their classmates had returned safely, even if Aizawa had made it very clear. You were lucky. He looked directly at Iida. Iida, Todoroki, Kirishima. If circumstances had been slightly different, you might not have come back. The classroom became silent. The 3 students simply lowered their heads. Yes, sensei. Meanwhile, Izuku listened quietly. He had spent his internship surrounded by forests and mountains. Hearing how close his friends had come to death made him appreciate that peaceful week even more. A few days later, Aizawa entered the classroom carrying another stack of papers. He looked around. Sit. The room immediately quieted. You've all completed your internships. Now, he placed the papers onto his desk. Final exams. Silence. Denki slowly raised his hand. Didn't we just get back? Yes. Already. Yes. Can I complain? No. The entire class groaned. Even Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. Izuku looked at the ceiling. Troublesome. Aizawa ignored every complaint. The exams consist of 2 parts. A written examination and a practical examination. You must pass both. The written exam. The following days, the classroom became unusually quiet. Pencils scratched across paper. Students desperately remembered formulas, historical events, hero law, quirk regulations, rescue procedures, mathematics, everything they had learned since entering UA. Izuku calmly answered question after question. Academically, he had always excelled. His notebook closed exactly as the timer ended. Done. Bakugo slammed his pencil down. TCH. Kaminari stared at the ceiling. I'm finished. Shiro looked over. You mean the exam? No, my life. Once the written portion concluded, the class breathed a collective sigh of relief. Only for Aizawa to immediately crush that relief. The practical exam. Class 1A gathered inside Gym Gamma. All Might stood proudly at the front. I am here to explain your practical finals. The students looked around. No robots, no obstacle course, no giant machines, just teachers. All Might smiled. This year, you'll be facing us. The class blinked. What? Smintos stepped forward. Present Mike grinned. Midnight waved cheerfully. Ectoplasm folded his arms. 13 smiled behind her helmet. Power Loader adjusted his gloves. Snipe tipped his hat. Principal Nezu sipped tea. Aizawa stood silently. Every teacher was present. All Might continued. You'll work in pairs. You'll receive capture handcuffs. There are only 2 ways to pass. He raised one finger. Defeat your assigned teacher. A second finger. Or escape through the exit gate before time runs out. The room erupted. We have to fight teachers. Present Mike laughed. That's right. The monitor behind them lit up. The pairings appeared. Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami. vs. Ectoplasm. Tenya Iida and Mashirao Ojiro. vs. Power Loader. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu. vs. Shota Aizawa, Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama. vs. 13. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari. vs. Principal Nezu, Koji Koda and Kyoka Jiro. vs. Present Mike, Mezzo Shoji and Toru Hagakuri. vs. Snipe, Minoru Mineta and Honta Siro. vs. Midnight, Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato. vs. Smintos. Finally, the last pairing appeared. The room became noticeably quieter. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo. vs. All Might. Everyone stared. Kaminari swallowed. There, fighting All Might. Even Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Hey. Izuku looked at the screen. Then toward All Might. His expression remained calm. This won't be easy. All Might smiled. Young Midoriya, young Bakugo. I'll be waiting. The practical exams began one after another. Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami vs. Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm flooded the battlefield with clones, forcing Tsuyu and Tokiyami to constantly adapt. Instead of wasting time trying to defeat every clone, Tsuyu realized the objective wasn't victory in battle but reaching the exit. Using Dark Shadow to clear a path and Tsuyu's mobility to navigate around the clones, they escaped together and passed. Tenya Iida and Masharao Ojiro vs. Power Loader. Power Loader reshaped the battlefield into a maze of steel and machinery. Iida's speed allowed him to scout ahead while Ojiro protected him from ambushes. Their coordination paid off, and they reached the exit gate before time expired. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Shota Aizawa. At first, Todoroki wanted to fight alone. Aizawa shut that down immediately. His erasure stripped Todoroki of his greatest weapon whenever he made eye contact. Momo remained calm. She analyzed. She planned. She created equipment. Finally, she devised a strategy allowing Todoroki to create an opening while she successfully placed the capture handcuffs on Aizawa. They passed. Aizawa quietly admitted. Good thinking, Yaoyorozu. Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama vs. 13. Rather than engaging the dangerous black hole quirk directly, the pair focused entirely on escape. Using Ochako's zero-gravity creatively and Aoyama's laser to distract 13, they slipped past and reached the exit. Pass. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari vs. Principal Nezu. The battlefield itself became the enemy. Explosions. Collapsing buildings. Hidden traps. Nezu's incredible intelligence overwhelmed them repeatedly. Eventually, they abandoned trying to outsmart him and simply survived long enough to escape. Barely. Pass. Koji Koda and Kyoka Jiro vs. Present Mike. Present Mike's overwhelming sound attacks left Koda frozen in fear. Jiro refused to give up. Encouraged by her determination, Koda finally overcame his fear and called flocks of birds to swarm Present Mike, creating the opening they needed. Pass. Mezzo Shoji and Toru Hagakure vs. Snipe. Against the precision marksman, direct confrontation was impossible. Instead, Shoji's senses and Hagakure's invisibility complemented each other perfectly. Through patience and stealth, they escaped. Pass. Minoru Mineta and Honta Siro vs. Midnight. Midnight's sleeping aroma quickly overwhelmed them. Siro was captured. Mineta nearly gave up. Then, remembering everyone who believed in him, he forced himself to act. Using Pop-Off, he restrained Midnight just long enough for the handcuffs to secure. Pass. Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato vs. Smintos. The two powerhouses charged forward without hesitation. Smintos calmly reshaped the battlefield into an endless maze of concrete. Every wall they broke became another obstacle. Every path collapsed before they reached it. By the time they realized brute force wasn't enough, time had already expired. Fail. Kirishima clenched his fists. Damn it. Finally, only one examination remained. The massive monitor lit up once more. Next match. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya. vs. All Might. The entire class turned toward the two childhood friends. No one said a word. Because everyone understood. This would be the hardest practical exam of them all. Harlequin and Dynamite vs. All Might. Jim Gamma. The enormous steel gates slowly opened. Beyond them stretched a ruined cityscape. Collapsed buildings. Broken roads. Concrete dust hung lazily in the air. Waiting at the opposite end was the symbol of peace. All Might. His smile was as confident as ever. This is your final exam. I won't go easy on either of you. The monitor outside displayed the match. Time limit. 30 minutes. Objective. Defeat All Might using the capture handcuffs. Or escape through the exit gate. Inside the observation room, Class 1A watched the giant screen. Present Mike rubbed his hands together. This is the match everyone's been waiting for. Midnight smiled. They drew the shortest straw. Smintos folded his arms. They're facing the strongest hero alive. Aizawa quietly watched without saying a word. Inside the battlefield, the moment the timer started, Bakugo exploded forward. Stay out of my way. Boom. A massive explosion launched him toward All Might. Izuku sighed. Kachan. He spread his fairy wings. Instead of chasing him, he calmly took to the air. He knew exactly what was about to happen. Come on. Bakugo roared. I'm gonna beat you. All Might smiled sadly. Young Bakugo, you still rush in. He disappeared. Boom. Bakugo's eyes widened. So fast. A single punch. Not at full strength. Just enough. The shockwave blasted Bakugo through the side of a building. Concrete exploded everywhere. The observation room fell silent. Kirishima winced. Damn. All Might slowly lowered his fist. You cannot defeat me alone. High above, Izuku watched everything, just like the training videos. His expression remained calm. Bakugo climbed from the rubble. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. TCH. He wasn't finished. Not even close. All Might looked upward. His eyes found Izuku floating nearly 50 feet above. You aren't attacking. Izuku answered honestly. No, not yet. Bakugo growled. Quit just floating there. Izuku glanced down. I'm thinking. I don't need you to think. I need you to fight. Bakugo charged again. Another explosion. Another punch. Another building collapsed. Outside, Ochako covered her mouth. He's getting destroyed. Tokiyami nodded. His pride will not allow retreat. Aizawa finally spoke. Bakugo is making the same mistake. The objective isn't victory. It's passing. Inside, Bakugo slammed into another wall. His breathing grew heavier. Yet, he stood again. All Might sighed. Young Midoriya, what are you waiting for? Izuku looked toward the distant exit gate. Then back toward Bakugo. Then toward All Might. He's not listening. He descended beside Bakugo. Kachan. What? We can't beat him. Bakugo glared. Shut up. We're going to. No, we aren't. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's collar. I'm not running. Izuku looked him straight in the eye. This isn't running. It's passing. Bakugo shoved him away. I'd rather fail. Those words made Izuku pause. You're serious? Damn right I am. All Might watched the argument quietly. His smile had disappeared. This was exactly what he feared. The two boys still couldn't work together. Bakugo turned toward All Might again. I don't need him. I'll win myself. He exploded forward. All Might intercepted him instantly. Another devastating punch. Bakugo crashed through multiple buildings before finally lying motionless beneath broken concrete. Silence. Kachan. Izuku immediately flew over. Bakugo slowly opened one eye. Get lost. Izuku ignored him. He carefully lifted Bakugo's arm over his own shoulders. You're injured. TCH. I said leave me. No. Bakugo struggled. He tried to push Izuku away. His body refused. All Might slowly approached. Each step shook the ground. I'm sorry, but this is where your exam ends. Izuku looked at him, then toward the exit gate. Too far. Much too far. He quietly exhaled. Guess we really have to work together. Bakugo remained silent, his fists clenched. For the first time, he didn't argue. He simply lowered his head, realizing Izuku had been right from the very beginning. There was no defeating All Might. Not today. Not as they were. The only path left was to trust the person he'd spent years refusing to stand beside. Chapter 74. The Punch. Move. Bakugo grit his teeth. I said put me down. Izuku ignored him completely. His wings beat heavily, carrying both of them over the shattered streets. Normally, carrying another person would have been effortless. But after the sports festival, after Aizawa's training, after a week with Tiger, after the written exams, after fighting All Might, his stamina was finally approaching its limit. His breathing became ragged, almost. Behind them, the ground exploded. Boom. All Might landed where they had been only a second earlier. You're not escaping that easily. The symbol of peace charged again. The sheer pressure from his footsteps cracked the pavement. Outside the battlefield, the teachers watched silently. Present Mike leaned closer to the monitor. They're gonna make it. Midnight shook her head. Not if All Might reaches them first. Inside, Izuku looked ahead. The exit gate, only a few dozen meters away. Kachan. Hold on. TCH. I don't need. Bakugo coughed, unable to finish. He was too injured. All Might's shadow loomed behind them. You've done well, but it's over. He drew back his fist. A punch powerful enough to stop them both. Izuku didn't look back. Instead, he folded his wings. For one brief instant, he allowed himself to fall. All Might's punch tore through empty air. Then, Izuku snapped his wings open again. The sudden burst of speed shot the two boys forward. Now, he threw everything he had left into one final push. The exit gate grew closer. 5 meters. 4, 3, 2, 1. They crossed. Beep. Time up. Result. Pass. Silence. Then, Present Mike's voice exploded through the speakers. They did it. They passed. The observation room erupted. Ochako smiled in relief. They made it. Hiroshima grinned. That was close. Mina sighed. I thought they were done for. Even Aizawa gave a small nod. Barely. The massive doors opened. Class 1A began walking toward the two. Some were already smiling. Others looked impressed. Kaminari waved. Hey, you guys actual L. He stopped. Izuku gently lowered Bakugo onto his feet. Both of them stood there, breathing heavily. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. Told you we'd. Crack. A fist slammed into his face. Bakugo staggered sideways. His eyes widened in disbelief. The class froze. Silence engulfed the room. No one had expected it. Least of all, Bakugo. He slowly turned back. What the hell? His voice trailed off. Because he saw Izuku. Izuku's fists trembled. His chest rose and fell with every exhausted breath. His wings drooped behind him. His entire body shook from fatigue. His green eyes were filled with tears. Not from pain, not from fear, from frustration. Years of watching the same thing happen. Bakugo throwing himself into impossible fights. Ignoring everyone, ignoring plans, ignoring help, choosing pride over everything else. Today, it had almost cost them the exam. Izuku spoke quietly. His voice cracked. You idiot. Everyone stared. This wasn't the sleepy, easygoing Izuku they knew. I kept telling you, we couldn't beat him. You wouldn't listen. You kept charging. You kept throwing yourself at him. His breathing hitched. You made it harder than it already was. Bakugo said nothing. I had to drag you. I had to carry you. I had to spend the entire exam trying to stop you from getting yourself hurt even worse. His fists clenched. We're partners. Just for one exam. I needed you to trust me. His voice grew smaller. Just once. The tears he'd been holding back finally slipped down his cheeks. Not dramatic. Not sobbing. Just quiet tears of exhaustion and bottled up emotion. I don't care if you think I'm your rival. Or your enemy. Or whatever. His shoulders trembled. You're still my best friend. And I was scared. Really scared. That you'd get yourself killed trying to prove something. The entire room remained silent. Nobody interrupted. Nobody moved. Even Present Mike had fallen quiet. Bakugo stared at Izuku. The red mark from the punch still burned on his cheek. Yet, he barely noticed it anymore. For the first time in years, he wasn't looking at someone beneath him. Or beside him. He was looking at a childhood friend. Who had finally reached the end of his patience. Not with anger. Not with hatred. But with genuine fear. And that hit far harder than the punch ever could. The walk back to the classroom was painfully quiet. Usually, after a practical exam, Class 1A would be talking over one another. Complaining, laughing, comparing strategies. Today, almost nobody spoke. The image of Izuku punching Bakugo, and the tears in his eyes afterward, refused to leave anyone's mind. Izuku walked near the back of the group. His wings were folded tightly behind him. His expression had returned to its usual lazy calm, as though nothing had happened. But those who had seen him moments earlier knew better. Bakugo walked several steps ahead, hands shoved into his pockets. Silent. Not a single complaint. Not a single insult. Not even a TCH. Which was somehow even stranger. Hiroshima glanced between the two. They're really not talking. Shiro quietly nodded. I've never seen Midoriya avoid Bakugo before. Back inside the classroom, everyone took their seats. Or, almost everyone. Normally, Izuku's desk was beside Bakugo's, and whenever there was free time, the two childhood friends naturally drifted toward one another. Whether they argued, or simply sat in comfortable silence, they were almost always together. Today, Izuku didn't even glance in Bakugo's direction. Instead, he quietly picked up his chair, dragged it across the room. Scarape. He stopped beside Tokiyami. Mind if I sit here for a bit? Tokiyami looked up from his notebook. Not at all. Shoto, seated nearby, simply nodded. There's room. Thanks. Izuku sat down, rested his chin on the desk, and closed his eyes, as if preparing for a nap. Across the room, Bakugo noticed. He didn't say anything. He simply watched for a brief second. Before looking away, Kaminari slowly leaned toward Kirishima. He's actually avoiding him. Kirishima scratched his cheek. Yeah, this feels weird. The classroom door slid open. Aizawa entered with his usual tired expression. He looked around once, immediately noticing the changed seating arrangement. His gaze lingered for barely a second. Then he continued walking. Sit down. Everyone obeyed. He placed a stack of papers on the teacher's desk. You all passed your first semester. Except those who'll be taking remedial lessons. His eyes drifted toward Kirishima and Sato. The two sighed. Yes, sensei. Aizawa continued. The next event is your summer training camp. The classroom brightened slightly. A training camp? We're going somewhere. For how long? Aizawa nodded. A week. The purpose is simple. Strengthen your quirks. You'll be pushed harder than you've been pushed before. There won't be much free time. Kaminari immediately slumped. Why is every exciting thing actually just more training? Mina laughed. Because we're hero students. Normally, the classroom would have exploded with excitement. Questions would have filled the room. Everyone would have been talking at once. Instead, the atmosphere remained restrained. Everyone was still thinking about what had happened earlier. Kaminari eventually glanced toward Bakugo. Then toward Izuku. Then back again. A grin slowly spread across his face. Hey, Bakugo. No response. Sue. Still nothing. You gonna go apologize to your wife or what? The room went completely still. Shiro snorted. Mina immediately covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing. Even Kirishima looked horrified. Dude. Bakugo slowly turned his head. His crimson eyes locked onto Kaminari. Kaminari's grin immediately became much smaller. I'm suddenly remembering I have homework. Surprisingly, Bakugo didn't explode. He didn't yell. He didn't threaten him. He simply looked away again. Silent. That silence was somehow more unsettling than any explosion. Kirishima blinked. He didn't shout. Shiro whispered, should we be worried? On the other side of the classroom, Izuku had clearly heard the joke. One of his eyes slowly opened. He looked toward Kaminari, then toward Bakugo, then quietly closed his eye again. He said nothing. Aizawa rubbed his forehead. If you're done with your comedy routine. Kaminari straightened instantly. Yes, sir. The training camp begins after preparations are complete. You'll receive further details later. Until then, he looked around the room. Recover. You'll need every bit of energy you have. The bell rang. Class was dismissed. Students began gathering their things. Small conversations slowly resumed. Plans for the training camp. Speculation about what it would be like. But beneath all of it, one thing lingered. For the first time since entering UA, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo walked out of the classroom separately. Neither looked back, and that simple distance between the two childhood friends felt larger than any battlefield they had crossed together. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.